order for the afternoon of June 28th, 2022. Tony, will you please call roll?
Jimenez?
Present. Present.
Peralez?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Carrasco? Here. Davis?
Here.
Esparza?
Here.
Arenas?
Here.
Foley? Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Liccardo?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're able to stand, please join us as we pledge allegiance. All right, today's invocation will be provided by the members of the San Jose Fire Departments, Engine 8 C Shift crew members, part of the Bureau of EMS in Training and Bureau of Field Operations. I hope I got all that right. Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. I have done something a little bit different for today's invocation and invited members of San Jose Fire Department today to the meeting and asked them to demonstrate life-saving equipment that is now available on all frontline fire engines, trucks, and rescue medics across the city of San Jose. I became aware of the need for these devices a few years ago and began to request funding for them in budget documents. After 2 years of requests, the full funding in the third year for all fire engines, trucks, and rescue medics in all stations was awarded. The Lucas 3 mechanical chest compression devices are intended to be deployed when responding to cardiac arrest events to provide uninterrupted chest compressions, greatly enhancing a cardiac patient's chance of survival. 3 recently published medical studies indicate survival rate from cardiac arrest could increase by 11% through the deployment of these kinds of devices. San Jose Fire Department responds to more than 1,000 cardiac arrest events every year, and the recent deployment of Lucas devices to all frontline apparatus has the potential to result in approximately 120 additional cardiac survivors each year in the city of San Jose. Please join me in welcoming the San Jose Fire Department's Bureau of EMS and Training Battalion Chief Patrick Chung, Fire Captain Kevin Stidham, Fire Captain Dennis Bell, and from the Bureau of Field of Operations Engine 8 C Shift crew members, Fire Captain Ryan West, Fire Engineer Christopher Berger, Firefighter and Paramedic Pablo Polidoro, Firefighter Brandon Van Valer. Thank you for coming today, gentlemen.
Ma'am. Unresponsive. Not breathing, no pulse, starting CPR. 2 minutes of CPR initiated.
Which one? This one? Good afternoon, everybody. Currently in Santa Clara County, we do high-performance CPR. This is a very effective method of doing CPR where every crew member has a position that they're responsible for, and the other crew members also know what their positions are when they need to rotate. Recently, we went to a seminar in Seattle where we learned pit crew CPR. Just like when you think of NASCAR or Formula One racing, it takes effective CPR and makes it efficient CPR. This has a better chance of survivability for the patient that's in a shockable rhythm. So what we've started doing recently is we've started with few interruptions while doing CPR. Science shows that early CPR can increase your chance of survival in a shockable rhythm. Anytime that you are not doing CPR for a maximum of 3 seconds, it'll take you approximately 18 seconds to build that pressure back up in your chest. You need that pressure and you need the flow of the chemicals inside your heart to survive when you have a shockable rhythm. So we're doing high performance CPR for 2 minutes. The EMTs are also starting to own the call. This allows the paramedics to stand back and assess maybe a little bit greater detail of what they're going to do as far as medications, maybe what's caused the patient to go into cardiac arrest. And then that lets them start to think. As you can see, this is a very quiet scene. Everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. It's a very controlled atmosphere. And the captain's now speaking to him, telling him we're almost done with the with this cycle of CPR. The other thing that we found is that for survivability of CPR, and you can see how fast those individuals just switched out. There was very limited interruption in this. He's going to continue doing CPR to get the full 30 seconds, to get the, or full 30 compressions.
The patient, shocking, shock, CPR.
Right back on the patient like that. Okay? Very limited interruptions. For every 1 minute of downtime without CPR, you have a 10% less chance of survival. So that would mean if you had 4 minutes of downtime with no CPR being performed, you only have a 60% survival rate. Another great tool that we have, like Councilmember Deb Davis was saying, is that we now have the Lucas devices on all of our apparatus. The Lucas device is so instrumental for us because in the past, you weren't able to do high compression CPR, maybe as you're carrying the patient out of the house or over couches or up an embankment. Now this allows us to actually do quality, Chris, if you could step out of the way real quick. This allows us to do quality compressions while we're moving the patient. The other big advantage to having the Lucas device is that we're able to transport in the back of the ambulance and we're able to be seatbelted. In the past, we've been driving down the road, code 3 with lights and sirens, and we were not secured just so that we could do quality compressions. This really frees us up to be seatbelted and work on other tasks. Okay? And you can see in the meantime, the paramedics are also getting all their supplies ready. And they're getting their IVs ready, intubation. All right? And again, we're concentrating on the compressions of CPR. We'll stop at the next 2 minutes. Currently in our fire department right now, as part of our seldom used skills, we are teaching this. And we're teaching the enhanced methods of actually putting on the Lucas device. And you can see again how calm and collected this scene is and allows them to do a better job and think more clearly. In the past, we've waited to do CPR while it was charging. Now we're working right through that. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Great job. Also, one other thing I wanted to add is that this is the Engine 8 crew there at 17th and Santa Clara. They are our 4th busiest engine company in the city. We also have the opportunity, Firefighter Pablo is an accreditor, and Firefighter Van Dalen is actually a new hire, and he's actually doing his accreditation rides right now. Engine 8 does serve City Hall and serves the campus behind us as well. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen. We appreciate all that you do, and I think today we're actually going to be voting on a measure that's going to help keep Station 8 from falling into the creek. So believe me, we're trying to keep you going. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Davis. All right, we'll go to a few ceremonial items before we move on with our agenda. First, Councilmember Carrasco, we will be recognizing and proclaiming Adopt a Cat Month.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad to have you here today. And thank you for joining me as we proclaim June as National Adopt a Cat Month. We recognize Adopt a Cat Month to promote adoptions over shopping for cats and kittens, as well as shine a light on the pressures currently felt by our awesome veterinary staff and volunteers. As we heard during the budget setting process, our city is facing a feral cat crisis, and our shelters are currently overflowing with sweet little kittens, as well as dogs and birds and bears and lions, oh my, who are in desperate need of loving homes. We heard that our veterinarian staff is overworked, that our volunteers lack resources, and because of it, our city is feeling the effects of this crisis. That's where you can make a difference and help our dedicated shelter staff and volunteers by adopting a cat, donating your time, treasures, or your talent. Now, I know that there may be some hesitancy to adopt a cat, especially if you believe that you are strictly a dog lover. But let me tell you that cats have a ton of personality. And for those of you who think you're a dog lover, give it a try. I thought I was a dog lover. I have a couple of dogs myself until little Sushi came into our lives and changed everything. So Sushi, is Sushi up there? Henry, Sushi, where's Sushi? I want to show Sushi. You'll fall in love with Sushi. I know. Sushi walked into our lives, walked right into our backyard, and our lives have never been the same. Cats are magnificent. They're magical. They really are. He's enriched our lives and that of my children in so many magical ways. I couldn't even begin to count the ways. I think that's a poem. It's important to adopt and not shop because it saves already existing animals in desperate need of new and loving families. And when you adopt a cat, you're actually saving two lives. That of the kitty cat that you adopt and the one that you just made room for to receive essential services at the shelter. I also want to let all of you know that you can currently adopt a cat from our city shelter for free. Mayor, I like that price tag. It doesn't cost you a penny if you go shopping at the shelter and get a kitty today. So it's with great joy, with great respect, that I present this proclamation to both Dinah Hasey and Kate Amber, my apologies if I mispronounce, and the Community Cats Working Group. It was organized in May of 2021. The Community Cats Working Group is focused on removing obstacles to spay and neuter for cats, increasing resources, education and outreach, and strengthening the partnership with the City of San Jose and San Jose Animal Care and Services Department, as well as veterinarians, nonprofits, and others who recognize the importance of this service. Their members include volunteers from local animal rescue organizations, including Bay Area Cats, the Dancing Cats, Gatos de la Noche, and St. Francis Animal Protection Society. And how great to be joined today by Kate Amber, who began also volunteering at the San Jose shelter last year, helping in the kitten hut, where orphan kittens are cared for by shelter staff and volunteers and taking home unweaned kittens that require around-the-clock care and feeding. I've done that a couple of times in my own home. As an overnighting volunteer, Kate became aware of the high volume of kittens that come into the shelter during kitten season. By the way, we are in it now, and began to look for solutions such as community outreach and education. Kate expanded her skill set from bottle feeding baby kittens to learning how to trap community cats for spay and neuter, working in the community to address the problem as the source. And this past weekend, Kate helped this shelter get 25 kittens, possibly even more, to fix them so they can now go up for adoptions through the shelter. Both Kate and Dinah have been incredibly helpful in helping solve our kitty cat problem at Capitol Park in my district, District 5, best district in the city, where you can currently find litters of kittens running through our community room. You'll find beautiful kittens there that deserve the chance of finding a forever home. If you like to be part of the solution, there are easy steps that you can take. Adopt. Do not shop. Donate your time, your treasure, or your talent to your local shelter. Help trap, neuter, and release local cats. And most importantly, spay and neuter your own cats, especially if they like to roam outdoors. To say that we are grateful for Kate and Dinah's work of the Community Cats Working Group is an understatement. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do. Our residents, our Public Works Department, our veterinary staff, we all thank you dearly for your dedication to this work. I myself am very grateful. I'm taking care of a colony of cats. They come knocking at my door. I can't say no. Thank you to Sushi, Baby Sushi, Cheeto, Mr. Man, and Mama and Little Mama. Mayor.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak about Adopt a Cat Month. On behalf of the Community Cats Working Group, I want to specifically thank our mayor and city council and council member Carrasco for recognizing the importance of adoption in animal welfare and for their continuing support of our local animal shelter during this challenging time. And I appreciate the progress that's being made. Truly, truly, I see it. I was at the shelter today. I'm seeing it. At this time, our shelter is 200 animals over max capacity of 400, with 75% of those being kittens and cats as a result of lack of access to spay and neuter services. And rescues, in addition to the shelter, are already stretched beyond capacity. Now is the time for the community to make a difference in the lives of these animals by adopting from our local rescue groups and shelters. If you can't adopt, consider fostering a kitten or two temporarily. You will literally be saving lives. And to those in this chamber, we would ask that you please help remove barriers to adoption by supporting pet-friendly housing policies that expand the number of homes available to those who want to adopt. In closing, I'd also like to recognize Dinah Hayes, standing here with me, for her persistence and resourcefulness in advocating for our cause, as well as the other members of the Community Cats Working Group, Bay Area Cats, the Dancing Cat, Gatos de la Noche, and St. Francis Animal Protection Society. Again, thank you for the support and recognition of Adopt a Cat Month. The animals, the rescues, the shelter staff and volunteers, we are counting on the community as a lifeline to decrease pet overpopulation. Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, I understand Councilmember Mahan's under the weather, but have no fear. He's with us remotely, and I think he's proclaiming Park and Recreation Month.
Yes.
And do we have, I think, I see Neil. Welcome. All right. Councilmember Mahan, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, everyone. As you may know, July is National Parks and Recreation Month, and a fantastic time to get outside, recreate, and enjoy our many parks, trails, swimming pools, and community centers that empower our residents to socialize, exercise, connect with nature, and lead healthier and happier lives. We want to take this moment to particularly recognize and thank our Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, PRNS staff, for all that they do, which in truth, as many of us know, has been a lot more than they normally do over the course of the last 2 years, as we have collectively dealt with a global pandemic during which many members of our PRNS staff have provided critical life-saving services to our community, from food distribution on an unprecedented scale to staffing vaccination sites. And in addition to their heroic pandemic response, PRNS staff, of course, also do many other critical things here in our city for our community. They maintain one of the nation's largest urban trail networks, from the Los Alamitos Creek Trail down here in District 10 at one end of the city to those in the foothills of District 4 at the other. San Jose's more than 60 miles of trails offer wonderful opportunities to exercise, socialize, and appreciate the natural beauty around us. PRNS staff also manage over 200 city parks, many of which are connected by those same trails. Our parks provide space to relax, exercise, gather with family and friends, as well as venues for celebrating important life events, enjoying music festivals, and countless other kinds of gatherings and activities. Last but not least, PRNS delivers over 30 programs and services that bring families together, strengthen communities, and increase cultural awareness and respect, including educational programming that offers our young people a safe and productive learning environment after school and during summers, instructional programs for seniors, including a computer skills class that my father could have so benefited from. He was a little technologically challenged, we'll just say, to swimming lessons that keep kids safe and offer them more ways to have fun and stay healthy, and multicultural events and fairs that share the history, customs, cuisines, and incredibly rich cultural diversity that we are so proud to be home to here in San Jose. For all of these reasons and many, many more, I am excited today to ask Mayor Liccardo to present representatives from PRNS with a council proclamation declaring next month National Parks and Recreation Month here in San Jose. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Neil Ruffino, I'm the Assistant Director for Park and Rec, and I'm really honored to represent the department and this wonderful staff who is standing here behind me, as well as the thousands of other staff that we have out in the field today. Super proud to be a part of a department that really strives to look, sound, and feel like the residents of San Jose. And so thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Mahan, and the rest of the council. We do have a quick video that we'd like to show that really represents us as a department and who we are and what we have been doing for the community for these past few years.
+200 parks,
50 community centers,
61 plus miles of trails.
Welcome to the city of San Jose.
Our mission is to connect people through parks, recreation, and neighborhood services for an active San Jose.
We hope to achieve this through our guiding principles: stewardship, nature, equity and access, identity, and public life.
Our parents will go above and beyond their challenges and leave an everlasting impact on our community.
We work tirelessly to ensure these spaces can be used and enjoyed by everyone.
The park rangers, groundskeepers, and volunteers help create safe spaces for the community to use and enjoy.
Here at the City of San Jose, we believe in growth. With new programs, locations, and approaches, we have added to the quality of life that we provide our community.
Beyond the amenities we plan to bring, we strive to strengthen and revitalize what we already have to offer.
We are proud to serve our community 365 days a year. Our work is achieving great results, and as we look to the future, we can accomplish even more as we work together with our community.
A people-first department. Despite the challenges, we are passionate about our vision, creating healthy communities that inspire belonging. Our people, places, services, and connections are essential to the city of San Jose. We are PRNS, and we are here to serve you.
All right, thank you to our PRNS team. Finally, we have some volunteers we want to recognize and commend from the Berryessa Arts Festival Committee. Councilmember Cohen.
Give the volunteers a minute to come up here. Thank you, Mayor. The Berryessa Arts Festival has been a highlight of the year in the Berryessa community since its inception nearly 5 decades ago. Usually takes place on the Saturday of Mother's Day weekend and brings community vendors, entertainment, for service provider booths, food, and drink. All Berryessans know to expect the event and look forward to attending it every year and buy their Mother's Day gifts there. It's now the largest art and wine festival in the city of San Jose. Few people really can understand the amount of work that goes into putting together this outstanding event. So today I want to recognize the committee, the Berryessa Arts Committee. Some of their members are here today. They worked tirelessly for months leading up to the event to make sure everything goes smoothly on the day of the event. They worked to secure all the permits needed from the city, the state, and the county. They plan the entertainment schedule, make sure there are enough performers to fill the day. They make sure there are plenty of vendors and service providers, and they collaborate with city staff to make sure Penitentiary Creek Park will be ready to receive thousands of visitors on the day of the festival. They mark the spaces, fill in the ground squirrel holes, put up signs, and build the performance stage. This year, the Berryessa Arts Festival Committee included community members, Berryessa School District employees, and city staff. Besides being a great event that entices the community to come to the park and enjoy a day of food, entertainment, and vendors, the Arts Festival is also the biggest fundraiser for the Berryessa School District. All proceeds go to the Berryessa schools to support their outstanding music program, which starts in 3rd grade in Berryessa schools. This year, I think they raised about $12,000 that was donated to the school district. The festival was extra special this year because it was the first one to be held in 3 years. It had been held continuously for 45 straight years since 1975, but because of the pandemic, the festival was canceled in 2020 and 2021. I was out there on May 7th this year and could see the joy in the faces of the community members as they again had the opportunity to shop, interact with their neighbors, enjoy live entertainment, have lunch, and of course, drink wine. That's why I'm honored to present this commendation today to the Berryessa Festival Committee, represented by their chair, Frank Kinsella. They're a dedicated group of volunteers who made this event a success. And I'll let Frank introduce everybody else and say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember David Cohen. I'd like to take this opportunity, first of all, not to thank just the volunteers, but also to thank our mayor and the whole city staff that really supported us this year. Our Councilmember David Cohen really still beside us, and his staff was really excellent too in supporting us. But along with that, the volunteers that come along will be the school district that we support with the fundraising. But one person is here today representing the school district, which is our superintendent for, not superintendent, sorry, principal for the Pima Middle, Mr. Mr. Mosley, and young lady who are taking a video, Mindy Chen. She also comes at, every year to support us. She usually works in a ticket booth selling tickets. People can go get the wine. But all I want to really say is that without this city support or the sponsorship and support and the volunteers, we could not put this festival together. You need one person to lead. It's happened to be me at this time, but most of all, overall, I need the volunteers to make it happen. And I'm grateful for the city, Mr. Cohen, all the support that he's given us. Again, his staff and all the volunteers that come and support us. So thank you very much for everything that you guys do for us. I appreciate it. And I receive this proclamation on behalf of the Berryessa Art and Wine Festival. Mindy, you need to come over here and take a picture with us. Hey, you're part of the volunteer team, so you need to be here. Thank you.
All right, on orders of the day, staff is requesting deferral of item 10.2, plan development permit on Barack Obama Boulevard to the August 9th agenda. Councilmember Jimenez would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Fernando Perez Lopez. Are there any other changes to orders of the day? Okay, I'm actually just pulling up Zoom, so I'm going to check with Tony.
I have no council hands up.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I'm ready, Mayor, if you're ready to let me go.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Well, first, let me just apologize for not being there in person, as I've been a little sick. So apologies to the families and everyone else, but really, it is my honor to present today's adjournment in memory of a committed public servant, inspiring community advocate, and a loving husband and father, who is Fernando Perez Lopez. Joining us today, and if you all can stand as I say your name, I think many of you are in the audience. Joining us today and remembering Fernando's legacy is his wife, Marta Naranjo Bernabe, daughter, Paloma Lopez, son, Fernando Lopez, brother, Miguel Lopez, father, Manuel Lopez, and mother, Alicia Lopez. And I believe that there's also likely some members of the code enforcement team out in the audience as well. And can't see everyone, but I'm sure that they're there. Now, Fernando worked at the city of San Jose for 24 years, spending most of his career as part of the mayor's gang prevention task force before moving to code enforcement in 2016. He was a committed code inspector too until his last day with the city on January 28, 2022. Fernando was part of the general code program, responding to requests for service predominantly in District 2 and 10 for code issues involving blight, substandard housing, zoning, building, solid waste, and other issues. Fernando resolved an 826 code enforcement cases during his tenure with the code enforcement, including a notoriously complicated hoarding case in District 2, where he worked with my team on. And he did that tirelessly for many years, dealing with that situation. Fernando was a kind-hearted person who brought his heart and soul to his work, colleagues, friendships, family, and obviously the community he served. He had a wonderful spirit that brought positivity, fun, camaraderie to the code enforcement team. And I'm also told by his colleagues that he was always the first to volunteer to cook for the many code division barbecues and the PBCE department picnics. He was known for his chile verde and homemade beans. Fernando was great at his job, and he was even better at loving and caring for his family. He was proud of his wife and children and always inspired them to dream big and be better. He loved his wife Marta and children Paloma and Fernando dearly. He enjoyed taking them on family trips to San Diego, Tahoe, Las Vegas, and Mexico. As they traveled together, he would always say that he had precious cargo with him, which I'm sure is the truth. Fernando and his brother Miguel were very close and spent many years attending Raider games, bonding over food, football, and of course, life. Fernando adored his parents, Manuel and Alicia. His father was his role model, and from him, he learned to be a great dad to his own children. Fernando's smile and charisma lit up the room wherever he went. He was a committed public servant who put others before himself and lived selflessly to improve his community and protect his family. Fernando's heart of gold will be sincerely missed. He will forever be remembered as a loving father and husband, loyal Raider fan, joyful friend, and a strong community advocate. And I'm sure that the folks at the city join his family in saying that we will miss him dearly. And that's all. But thank you all for being there. And again, apologies I couldn't be there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Jimenez. Appreciate very much your words. And to the family of Fernando, thank you for joining us. I had an opportunity to get to know Fernando Lopez many years ago when he was part of PRNS and doing gang prevention work. And he was just so passionate about supporting our youth and reaching out to kids who are at risk and about community building. And I remember that so distinctive. I love that photo of him smiling. His smile was so distinctive, and it was a pleasure to be around Fernando, just knowing how passionate he was about serving the community. So please know that our hearts go out to you and to all the friends and coworkers he left behind. Thank you. All right. We'll now take a vote on orders of the day.
You need a motion?
I'll move to approve orders of the day.
Thank you.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Yes. Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lucardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. And to clarify with the maker of the motion, that did include the deferral that was mentioned. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. On the closed session report, Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
On the consent calendar, are there items that the council would like to pull from consent?
Mayor, this is Sergio. I'd like to pull 211.
Okay. 211.
Mayor, 222.22.
Okay. 222. And 2.9? All right. Other items to be pulled? I'm not seeing any hands from my colleagues on Zoom. And I'm not seeing here on the screen any hands either. So let's go first to 2.9, and that is boards and commission appointments. Councilmember Carrasco.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to see some of the folks that I've appointed, and I just wanted to congratulate Jonathan Borca and Luis Barocio. Jonathan Borca will be appointed to the Arts Commission, Luis Barocio to the Planning Commission. I want to just give them a shout out and congratulate them. They will represent District 5 beautifully. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On public comment, let me ask if any of the folks who have their hands raised would like to speak specifically to item 2.9. Tony?
Okay, both hands went down.
Okay. Feel free to raise them again when we're ready. Item 2.11 is the extension of hiring incentive referral program for city employees. This is Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. And I didn't tell staff I was going to pull this, so my apologies. But yeah, it just this item goes into detail as far as continuing the extension of the $500 to $1,500 incentive referral program payment. What I'm curious about is it doesn't talk much about how effective it's been, and I'm curious if there's anyone, whether it be either Jennifer, can touch on just how effective the program has been, and whether we've seen an increase in referrals from staff given the increase that we've done. And Mayor, well, actually, I see you're approaching. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Jennifer's here.
Hi, Jennifer Shembri, Director of Employee Relations and Human Resources. Thank you for the question. We actually have not seen a very significant increase in the number of referrals from 500 to 1,500. What we have heard anecdotally is that a lot of the city employees are not aware of this program, despite us doing a good advertising campaign when we increased it to 1,500. So I did speak to the city manager's office of communications yesterday about trying to do something a little bit more creative to get the word out this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess you answered the other question I was going to ask is what we intend to do differently, but it seems like you're approaching that. So thank you for that. Appreciate it, and I'll move approval of this. Thank you.
All right. Second. Let me ask you to, if you might, Councilmember Jimenez, we might come back to you and ask you to include in that motion some other motions as well.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Before we vote on that, I'll just suspend the vote and let's move forward. Unless there are other questions on this item, let's go to public comment specifically on 211.
Blair Beekman. Sorry, that's my fault. I didn't click allow to talk.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here, sitting at the BART station. Sorry about that. Just to quickly ask, helpful reminder, after this item, I hope you can make sure to ask for public comment for remainder of consent calendar items. Just a friendly reminder of that. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Let's move forward to 2.22, which is a resolution establishing speed limits. I believe this is Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. If someone could speak to this resolution, in identifying these streets, Evergreen Village Square, Almaden Avenue, Jackson Street, Post Street, and Santa Clara Street, as well as Willow Street, could you help me understand how these were chosen versus others?
Yeah, Councilmember John Risso, Director of Transportation. So that portion of the memo that describes those streets being selected for 20 miles an hour are a result of new legislation that was passed last year, AB 43, that allows cities to actually select these lower volume specific streets that are in business areas. So in the memo, we do go into the meeting the criteria that AB 43 presents. So that's why we've selected these. There's not a lot of streets in the city that meet that criteria, so these are the ones that we want to try first. So it's meeting criteria of AB 43. We want to apply that 20-mile-an-hour speed limit to these business areas to see how that works, and that was how they're selected.
Yeah, thank you. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, as you know, in District 5, we've had, especially just recently, some devastating accidents. In fact, I just went by a horrible accident on Story Road. You know, there's a lot of measures that we're putting in place, and you know, I thank your department for helping on some of those efforts. I'm just baffled by what I'm still seeing. I don't know how to stop them unless we just go out there and actually, you know, put up stop signs manually. I don't know what people are doing nowadays. And then of course we had the hit and run where we lost 2 of our women in the district who were just walking in the crosswalk. Yeah,
on a column.
And so slowing people down, even though some people are not going to be happy with it, and I get it, but this is now costing people's lives. And but one of the complaints that we've had along the Alum Rock corridor, which is the business district, is that people are just zooming through, and it's making it very difficult for businesses to for customers to come out of the driveways as they're exiting the businesses. Some of them are feeling really rushed as they're going into the driveways, and they feel like folks are, you know, piling up behind them. I think that the speed limit there is 35 to 40. And then we do have a concentration of senior homes right up on Alum Rock as well as a senior citizen. So I don't know if that would check off.
Yeah, unfortunately, those segments of roadway or roadways that you're describing do not qualify under AB 43, but I can assure you what we do on a regular basis is we are continually looking at all segments of roadways, you know, the arterial and the more business districts to see if we can modify speed limits to bring them down. We have to go through a process for that as well. It's more extensive. We have to do quite a bit of surveys, analysis of speed and volume of those roadways, but then when we can, we do try to reduce that speed limit.
Yeah.
Bring in also physical changes to the roadway, because if we aren't going to make those physical changes, the speed limits are going to stay the same as 85th percentile of most of the drivers are just going to drive according to what they feel comfortable with. So when we're doing either a paving work or we're doing modifications to the road, we're also looking at seeing if we can bring some of those speed limits down.
And why would Alum Rock not qualify?
It doesn't qualify under AB 43. It's just it doesn't meet what they were looking for under that, which was really a more really localized road with a business district that meets that criteria that's in that bill. And if you look at the chart that we had in there that looks at the criteria that AB 43 allows, roadways like Alum Rock wouldn't qualify.
Is that because it's
It's higher volume, higher speed right now. So and the surrounding area doesn't qualify for that. So
okay.
Maybe
Okay.
in the future. But not right
And
now.
I guess it's a conversation we'll have offline. But I wanted to be able to point that out. And of course, there's some other areas in the district where I'm very concerned just because they're speeding through, and I think that there's a lot of activity that's really starting to ramp up. But okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you for
We'll
that.
keep looking at
Mhm.
for those kind of segments to see if more of these roadways can qualify.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on or questions on 2.22? All right, I'm not seeing any council. Let's go to the public. Again, 2.22 has to do with the resolution establishing speed limits. Are there any comments from members of the public? Tony?
Blair Beekman.
Good luck on this issue. Hi, Blair Beekman here. I guess there's a number of issues that we're trying to reconsider idea of good civic practices. Just good luck how, as a community effort, we can talk to ourselves in working towards our better community selves. It takes a lot of effort. We're kind of entering a new era of how to talk about these issues. I think COVID did not help things. I think we were on an interesting, good track, pre-2020. Good luck how we can be returning to that way of thinking, how we were thinking at that time, 2018 and 2019, and what we were trying to develop and moving towards a future of positive sustainability, basically, and better community dialogue, open democracy. Good luck. If we work on those things, I think we can all address speed limit issues and crime issues together in our future. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore, Executive Director, Catalyze SV. Tony, is it an appropriate time to talk about the Planning Commission and comment on that?
Not yet. We're going to go to full consent calendar comment right in a second.
Okay, I'm happy to wait. Thanks.
Okay.
We'll come right back, Alex. Okay. Are those all the members of the public?
Yes, for that item.
Okay, let's go to all the items in on consent. Alex, you got your hand up first.
Thanks, Mayor Liccardo. Always trying to follow the right process. Obviously, some very qualified planning commissioners will presumably be approved today by the council, including some incumbents with some great experience. I just was kind of struck, and I don't know if the council's been checking in with Tony or on your own recruitment efforts, but we've seen a ton of candidates in the past. And I was just kind of surprised by the lower amount this time. I think it may have given the council a little bit less choice. And I think as we're trying to build up planning commissioners with the diversity that represents our full city, B, the understanding of planning issues, and C, the understanding of the city's goals with respect to sustainable urban planning, I think we want to continue to see a broader and greater number of applicants. So I don't know if council has had that discussion amongst itself in Brown Axe or with Tony, but I just would love to daylight that a little bit more and wonder if there's a council member who would be open to daylighting that discussion through questions in council or at a future meeting. Thanks so much.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to comment on the boy, this BART station. I wanted to quickly try to offer that as no, okay, the BART thing's ended. I wanted to quickly comment that you have you're doing your ordinance stuff today, ordinance that would be passed that include military use issues, and I just wanted to remind ourselves that 8 years ago, we were still kind of in an era of the military and warfare, and we were basing our decisions based on military and warfare, and the public couldn't talk to the government based on military and warfare. We've worked a lot to change that in the past 8 years, and I just wanted to thank yourselves for that, for those efforts, and to notice that we are doing that sort of work at this time in our lives, and that we can continue that work and really look at what that work is about and what it's doing. And that's the open public policies with data collection and technology for our future. That's the ideas of Reimagine. It's the ideas of racial equity, basically. It's really important stuff. We really have a way to work towards peace in our future that through open democracy that I think we really have to explore and really work towards and continue to work towards. That's how we get out of this era of COVID, basically, and work towards a positive sustainability and continue that path. I think can address a number of issues, including the war in Ukraine right now. With that all said, that you're approving the continuation of Zoom meetings until the end of July. I hope you can keep Zoom meetings up. I think they do an important service, and hopefully we can talk about that some more. Thank you.
Vicky. Vicky. Okay, I'm going to move on to David. David Polanco. Okay, I'm going to move on to Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a registered voter in District 3. And I just wanted to echo what Blair Beekman was saying about having hybrid meetings with remote participation, besides any accommodation for people who don't want to be exposed to COVID. It's really helpful for disabled people who have a hard time with the physical environment at City Hall or transportation at City Hall, or people with families who can't afford to pay for childcare just so that they can attend council meetings or committee meetings. And I think it's really valuable to the community as a whole to offer the hybrid format. And I hope the city does that going forward, whether or not it's related to the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Brian.
I'd like to echo what Mr. Beekman and the other person that was speaking about the hybrid meetings. I wouldn't be so necessarily ardent about it if I knew that emails, phone calls, faxes and stuff made any difference, because I really don't think they do. The hybrid meeting offers us at least to have our voice heard, and there's usually some kind of response. When you write, call and write and call, and there's no response, I have found the hybrid meeting, because trying to drive down to San Jose to participate, it's a drive for a lot of us. We're, and if I took the bus down there, it would take me an hour and a half just to get down there. So I would appreciate keeping that up, and also about the equity issues that Mr. Beekman brought up. Thank you.
Flavio?
Yeah, question. I wanted to chime in on 4.1. Is that open for discussion now, or do I need to just wait a little longer?
Just wait a little longer.
Thank you so much.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Jimenez, would you consider expanding your motion to include all the consent items?
Of course.
And I think Vice Mayor was the seconder? Yes, let's vote. Thank you.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Item 3.1 is report of our city manager. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Okay, thank you. There's a commission member who has asked that we accelerate an item due to a challenge timing, and so I'm going to accommodate that request. That is item 3.4, which are actions related to Measure T. Actually, it's the item right after 3.3. So 3.4, the actions related to the Measure T status report on the work plan implementation updates. I know there's a presentation. Hello, Matt, and welcome, team.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. With me today is Arjun Batra, the Chair of our Citizens Oversight Committee, Catherine Brown, Deputy Director, and Aziza Amiri, the Program Manager for Measure T program. Today, we're presenting to you both the annual Measure T Citizens Oversight Committee report, as well as the staff report on the status of projects. So we have two presentations embedded in one. Our Chair Arjun Batra is going to start, followed by Catherine Brown and then myself. And I'll turn it over to Arjun. And, oh, I have the controller. So.
Oh, all right. Okay, technical correction. Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the staff, and public. I'm Arjun Batra, and I'm a San Jose resident for 39 years. Okay. Our family has grown here, and I'm here, have the privilege of presenting to you today the annual report for Measure T, Community Oversight Committee's behalf. You trusted us with the responsibilities, and I listed those and captured it from your memos. The first and the foremost is you have asked us to review the proceeds, expenditures and the proceeds of Measure T bond and ascertain that they are consistent, spending and revenue is consistent with the voter approved purpose for the bond. The second part you have asked us to report to you is, are the estimated expenditures for remaining work on the projects, are they going to be enough to complete the projects on the original anticipated scope? In order to do that, in the very first year, COC developed a methodology. The methodology primarily consists of that we have a matrix populated by all the projects which were approved, unanimously approved by the council in 2018, were part of Measure T. We track everything about those projects, the expenditures, their progress, their achievements, any setbacks, and primarily the estimate for remaining work, what will it take to complete it. And as a result of that, we are able to give you the report which you have asked us. It tells us that whether we are consistent in our spending and are we able to complete all the work which you wanted us to complete with the Measure T, what you promised to the voters. Taking to the next page. So for 2021, we have listed on our report, which we have sent to you, which was completed in on February 9th, we highlighted that we found at that time all these expenditures were consistent with the Measure T approved purpose. At that time, also the DPW expected that all of the work which was originally foreseen will be possible to complete with the funds available and what funds are remaining. So that piece of the progress was also mentioned. Then we mentioned to you that on item number 5, that the bond issuance and expenditures are being timed to ensure compliance with IRS tax exempt guidelines, and hence the bonds will be properly utilized without having to pay any taxes because we would have met the objectives which the IRS has laid out for us. So the 2021 was a very successful year. DPW did an astonishingly good job, and we were, as the COC, were able to commend them on their work. Okay. I want to take to the final page, which is the issues page. Since the publication of the report, it has come to our attention, the COC, that there is a debate happening where certain amount of funds from Measure T are being requested to be given to a non-Measure T project. Now, this debate about whether the project, which is the Lake Cunningham project, how worthy it is, how many people are willing to support it, is really not the issue. The issue which we are seeing being debated is that whether this project belongs to Measure T listed projects or not. We have seen Mayor Liccardo's and Deb Davis' council members' memo, which has listed in detail, given all the explanation necessary to say that this project does not belong in the Measure T approved purposes. Now, we have to respect and give a lot of weight to that memo because the mayor was personally involved in the development of the Measure T bond measure and promoted personally and got it approved. So we would imagine that he is pretty intimately aware of what this project is, whether it meets the purpose or not. Secondly, that this project, however worthy it may be, if it belonged in Measure T, the mayor, being the mayor of City of San Jose, he would be interested in supporting any improvement project of any district. Unlike some district member may have a parochial interest, but the mayor would have the complete interest of all the residents of San Jose. So we would imagine that he would not oppose this thing if it really fell into the category of the Measure T projects. So as a result, we believe that the COC would request that if you want to fund this project and you do fund this project, we will be setting up a precedent of taking the money from the Measure T and funding non-Measure T projects. And tomorrow today the request is only for 3.2 million. Tomorrow the request may be for 30 million, and a precedent would have been set, and we would not be able to refuse the second request any better than we would be able to request the first one. So we have recommended that if you want to fund this project of any amount, whether $1 or even $10, we should get some independent, competent authority to really sign off and say that this project truly belongs in the purpose of the Measure T for which the voters approved this project, the bond. So we would have that somebody who is really accountable and signs off on this thing. Otherwise, we don't know that how to accept this debate, whether it is a Measure T bond or purpose or not. Okay, so that's regarding this funding. So that's our recommendation, that we either not fund it or we get an independent authority to give a opinion and sign off that it truly belongs there. The last part of the couple of items I want to take 1 minute on is the COC is a 15-member seat committee you had authorized. We have 6 vacancies on it. We would like the help of the council members because they're 1 from each district, and their 5 members are supposed to be nominated by the mayor. We'd like some help in getting those vacancies filled so that citizen can do the job which you want us to do in this case. Okay? And I think, Matt, you're going to cover the cost estimates which have changed after the February 9th report. Okay? All right? So that would be a conclusion of my report and recommendation on behalf of the COC. And thank you for giving me the chance to present in person and putting it on the agenda earlier than it was likely to happen. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Chair Batra. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Deputy Director Catherine Brown of Public Works. And we're going to go over the Measure T program specifically. This first slide just gives an overview and a reminder of what Measure T was. So this was a measure that was passed in November of 2018 for $650 million in general obligation bonds for a wide variety of infrastructure needs. Over the next 5 years, we have roughly $418 million planned spending, with approximately $214 million in the next fiscal year. And as mentioned by our chair, Batra, there are currently 6 vacant COC seats that are open, District 3, 5, 8, and then 2 citywide as well. Onto the Measure T street repairs. This is the largest funded project category in Measure T, with $300 million allocated to road rehabilitation of our local streets, with a planned spending of $37.5 million per year over the next 8 years. There were 166 miles, total miles completed to date with Measure T funding, 87 completed in last year's construction season, and 126 miles planned for this year. $20 million of Measure T funds are allocated to the repair and rehabilitation of our San Jose bridges. 45 bridge maintenance projects have been completed in 3 separate packages so far, with 1 more starting in construction as of last month. The projects are continuing to accrue the bridge investment credits for grant-funded bridge projects that will pending the availability of the grants, and we anticipate roughly $3 million in credits to be accumulated after the completion of this 4th project. Our Measure T street lighting. The city has over 65,000 street lights in total inventory and have successfully completed the conversion of over 60,000. Most recently using a PG&E turnkey agreement, as well as our own city forces. Of the remaining 5,500 lights to be converted, 5,000 of these are ornamental and are planning to be done with city forces. And then the remaining 500 unique fixtures are scheduled to be completed by PG&E later this year. The smart controllers procurement for the streetlights is currently on hold, pending further grounding analysis and market research to find a controller that fits the city's needs. Our Measure T city facility lighting. Roughly 70% of the lights have been converted as of this month, and the teams should be finalizing the parks and trails within the next couple of months. The controller procurement was completed back in December of last year, and we anticipate the installation of these controllers beginning this fall. Next, we have the Clean Water and Green Stormwater Infrastructure Improvement Projects. The GSI program has $25 million dedicated to this category of projects. First, we have the River Oaks Pump Station or Stormwater Capture Project. The design is currently underway with construction completion anticipated in December of 2023. This project was originally estimated at $9.2 million, $6 million coming from Measure T and $3.2 from grants. With recent estimates, we anticipate the new estimate to be roughly around $11 million. And as identified in our supplemental memo, we are looking for ways to value engineer this project and reduce the scope, but if that proves to be unsuccessful, we will utilize funds within the GSI program to cover the overage. The second, if approved by council, will be the City Land south of Phelan. This project is currently in the feasibility phase. And lastly, we have the Charcot Storm Drain Improvement Project. This is also in the design phase and currently planned to be completed in 2 phases due to the size and complexity of the project. Both of these phases are anticipated to be completed in early 2025. Over $12 million of Measure T funds have been dedicated toward the retrofitting of the community centers listed on the screen, such that they meet the requirements to be considered mass care and sheltering facilities in the event of an emergency. The teams are in the process of designing for priority groups 1, 2, and 3 with anticipated construction completion dates in 2024 as identified on the screen. For the priority 4 grouping, Southside and Cypress, these have been identified to be part of a public-private partnership, so those have not started design. On to our public safety projects. Starting with our fire stations, we have completed 2 fire stations to date, Fire Station 37 off of Lincoln Avenue in Willow Glen, and then Fire Station 20, which is attached to the ARF, or the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Facility at the airport. Properties have been identified for stations 8, 32, and 36. Both Fire Station 8 and 32 are currently in design, and Fire Station 36 has not started design yet, but we are anticipating, we haven't finalized the sale of the property, so we're anticipating starting design possibly later this year. For Fire Station 23, staff are still looking for a property to fit the needs. This is intended to be a co-development with housing and public works to construct a fire station and an affordable housing. There's several constraints within that district, including the industrial area and many of the properties zoned for commercial and industrial use. But our real estate team has been working tirelessly with us to identify a site that will fit our needs. Continuing with our public safety projects, the Police Air Support Unit hangar project is currently in design and will be located near the new Fire Station 20. This is scheduled to begin construction in late 2023. Our 911 call center is also in design. Construction for this project is slated to begin after the move out of the EOC. And lastly, we have the PD Training and Academy. The site was identified at 300 Enzo. It's currently in design. This is initiated to relocate the current police training and academy from the south substation to the 300 Enzo property. We are anticipating construction starting in spring of next year for this project. Public art, just over $2.3 million of Measure T funds are allocated towards public art. On the screen is a newly finished Fire Station 37 with the art completed by a Bay Area artist, Sam Tubiolo. And last, we have the Emergency Operations Center. Construction is approximately 50% complete. The tower and the lot are scheduled to be completed and utilized in fall of 2022, and construction completion beneficial use next year. With that, I'll hand it over to Matt.
Thank you, Catherine. So, sorry. This slide shows the available funding in Measure T that has not yet been allocated to specific projects. Between our public safety reserves, interest earnings to date, critical infrastructure repairs, and environmental protection, we have a little over $25 million available. It should be noted that the critical infrastructure repair line item was never intended for public safety. It was a carve out of $5 million out of the $650 million that I was really hopeful it would be available at the end of this to meet other city facility needs, such as service yards or just other buildings that need work. But it does look like, and has never been allocated or discussed to be allocated or committed or promised to any specific projects. And so, as you'll see here later, we are recommending to shift it into to help solve our public safety challenges. I also want to mention that of this $25 million, a little over $3 million of this in June 2021 was, it was directed by the mayor and city council to vote to keep this in the environmental protection category as savings. It was not allocated to a specific project in June 2021, although Lake Cunningham was mentioned as a possibility. And I wanted to, Arjun and I have had some discussions on this, COC chair, and I wanted to indicate, well, there may be a difference of opinion on whether to keep the $3 million in savings in environmental protection or shift it over to public safety or another category. I think we were clear in our staff memo, and I want to double down and be extremely clear that Lake Cunningham is a great possible project. Lake Cunningham is absolutely eligible for Measure T funding. And Catherine and I were both clear with the Citizens Oversight Committee on that topic last week in the public meeting as well. I know that, so I want to just make sure I'm very clear on that it is a great project and it is definitely eligible for Measure T funding. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. This slide shows the public safety needs as of our current estimates. And by current, we just actually got a new estimate yesterday. And this is why this is a little different from the presentation we had as of yesterday. This does include the need and the desire for the second company lockers and dorms for Fire Station 32. This is updated, as I mentioned, even from the supplemental memo based on information we just received yesterday on our police air support hangar costs coming in unfortunately higher than we had hoped. As can be seen from here, we currently have a $6.3 million need for these projects. That's the bottom right-hand side. And we have $8.3 million available. So that does show a $2 million surplus. However, that assumes that we would be using the savings from environmental protection towards public safety. So if we weren't using the savings from environmental protection towards public safety, we'd be currently tracking a $1 million deficit, which in the scheme of city budgets is not necessarily huge over a several-year period, but I want to address that more as we go here. However, I do want to stress these are current estimates. They seem to be, unfortunately, with the economy changing by the day and by the minute. As noted in our supplemental memo, construction prices are skyrocketing and extremely difficult to predict. We are getting fewer bidders on projects and higher prices. In previous years, the construction index, as an example in our memo for our area, increases by about 4% annually. This year, it increased by 14%. This slide is it's an attachment to our supplemental memo. It shows the schedules for our remaining public safety projects. And I know it's harder to read on the screen here, but there are markers in here about when we're going to be getting estimates in. And if you can see it, there's a number 3 marker for each little diamond on each of these. And that number 3 indicates when we're going to get the 95% estimate for our project. The 95% estimate is usually very, very solid, really typically pretty accurately predicts what we're going to get. It accounts for any inflation that is anticipated between the time of the estimate and the bid, and your project is pretty much fully designed by that time. We will have 95% estimates on all of our public safety projects except Fire Stations 23 and 36 by the end of this calendar year, so by December. Given the timing of our estimates coming in and the volatility of the market right now, we feel that waiting until February 2023 to make a recommendation on allocating any unallocated funding would be prudent to ensure that the mayor and city council are working with the best available information. And if all the estimates are coming in December, it takes us a little time to absorb that news, draft a staff report, and that's why we're recommending February. And finally, I want to close with some thoughts on the path forward. A year ago, I felt comfortable based on our professional estimates that we had a good shot at delivering on all of the public safety commitments within or close to the available Measure T budget. However, the volatility right now is extreme and extremely hard to predict, and I anticipate more not great or bad news on estimates to come over the next few months. Unless there's a recession, we'll likely be faced with a significant challenge on delivering every one of these public safety projects. I'm committed to to figuring out how to do it, but it's going to be a lot more challenging than I had hoped. Whether the final number that we need to supplement Measure T is $5, $10, $15 million, I don't know right now, and it's really hard to predict. But we are likely, unless there's a recession, going to have to supplement Measure T to make sure we can build all the projects. And unfortunately, is typically the last project that suffers, like Fire Station 37 did in the last public safety bond measure, and we're tracking Fire Station 23 is the last project here. And I'm committed to figuring out how to build it, but I am just being realistic right now that it is going to be challenging. We will continue to work diligently moving forward with the city manager's office, the budget office, and others on a plan to present to council in February. And let me close. And with that, I'm not going to read through, but we did slightly change our recommendation on the supplemental memo to shift that policy decision on the use of that remaining $8 million until February. And then obviously it's council's decision. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Let's go to the public and we'll come back to the council for deliberation.
Okay, I have Steve Bennett in person. Come on down to the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Our folks at the county disappear for hours during their Zoom meetings. I'm glad we're all here. Just happened to walk with the group that was inspecting the park on fixing this lake, and pointed out a lot of things they didn't know. A lot of folks in Evergreen feel this park is ghetto, and we take a lot of money out, millions, but we don't put money back in. I'd like to know who the Yahoo was that designed this lake. We want our money back. I mean, this lake was designed for swimming, boating, fishing, all these things to keep our kids off the streets. Also the beauty of it. But he decided not to have any water coming in and no water coming out. The water just sits there and rots. And so after, 30 years or so, it's no longer usable. Things that make money there. We got raging waters, millions. You guys hit us for $10 to go into the park. There's an underused skate park, but you guys take all this money out. Let's put it back into our park. Let's bring some water in from the hills. We can pipe that in. We got Penitentiary Creek. There's a large area up between Aborn and Quimby where we can do a water treatment plant. Treat the water, pipe it into the lake. Let's get it cleaned up. Another money-making thing is his light show. And most of us don't want to see it come back. They're a real pain to us people. Also, they discriminate against us baby boomers and my multiracial grandchildren. That kind of upset me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy Bruce. Hold on, I forgot to click allow to talk. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. This is Jeremy Burrows. And I'm calling in today to urge the City Council to approve the memo authored by Council members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco to advocate for the investment and revitalization of our beloved Lake Cunningham. Last June, this council took steps to advocate for $3.2 million to fund the environmental justice and water quality improvements at Lake Cunningham. Due to years and years of the deteriorating water quality at Lake Cunningham, recreational activities like swimming, kayaking, and more were taken away from East San Jose families. This really is an environmental justice issue, And saving Lake Cunningham would provide environmental and community benefits to counter the effects of climate change in East San Jose. This council took some great steps last June in saving some of the leftover funds in Measure T's environmental and flood protection projects for Lake Cunningham, and we need to see it through. And remember, we may not see this opportunity ever again. So I urge the council to please approve the memo authored by council members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. I'm sorry I missed the Measure T public meeting last week. I wanted to attend. I was busy. It was nice to hear them speak today on the item. I know during the mayor's budget time in May, he was a bit saddened that the city did not take a few more proactive steps towards making, calling attention to Measure T programs in some way. And I know at the same time, in the past year, Measure T has been asking as a board, how can their public oversight process be a bit more open and public, basically, I feel. And how can they garner a bit more attention and make it a more community process? I don't know if that's fully it, but I think that's something of what's being asked for. Good luck in those sort of efforts. I know the work I do, I've mentioned before, with technology and accountability can be of a lot of help. Its guidelines and its organizational ideas can be a lot of help for your group at this time. I know, for instance, what you've described today, that you are going to be, there's many future projects that Measure T is going to be working on besides its retrofitting projects, its fire station projects. They're going to possibly involve the use of road surfacing and the use of technology. And it's important that we have good understandings of the technology oversight that's possible at this time and the good guidelines and towards open public policies, and to understand the depth of data collection and surveillance. And it's all of that that can help organize, I think, some really good practices for yourselves in the future of the Measure T program and what you need to be working on at this time. Good luck in those efforts and this sort of good work from all of us. Thank you.
Eddie. Eddie Garcia.
Hello. My name is Eddie Garcia, and I'm a District 8 resident. And I just want to say that Lake Cunningham is an amazing asset to the East Valley, actually to the whole valley. And
Eddie, you muted yourself. Okay, I'm going to move on. Eddie, since you had an issue, if you raise your hand again, I'll call your name again. Shreya Krishnan.
Hi there. My name is Shreya, and I'm calling as a San Jose resident and on behalf of Mothers and Allies Out Front for Climate Change to urge the City Council to approve this memo to invest and revitalize Lake Cunningham. As it's been mentioned, the years of deteriorating water quality has taken away recreational activities like swimming and kayaking away from our East San Jose families. And we're seeing more frequently now that protecting green spaces is more than just that. It's proven to promote better mental health and provides added environmental and community benefits to counter the effects of climate change in our East San Jose communities. Investing in Lake Cunningham would move us one step forward in providing families over 50 acres of safe, open space and would allow them to finally be able to enjoy recreational activities with their loved ones in a space that is within reach in a densely populated neighborhood. So we urge you to please approve Council Members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco's memo to support the Lake Cunningham project. The community has waited too long for this action. Thank you.
Juana Estrada.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear City Council, my name is Juan Estrada and I represent Green Foothills, which has protected open space, farmlands, and natural resources in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties for 60 years. In what may be new information for the presenter from the Citizens Oversight Committee, there were countless organizations and individuals responsible for the success of Measure T. Thank you to city staff for educating the speaker on the fact that a Lake Cunningham water quality improvement project is eligible for the remaining $3.2 million in natural flood and water quality protection funds. We ask that you spend the remaining $3.2 million to address water quality contamination at Lake Cunningham rather than redirecting it to construction projects. The question at hand isn't whether a proposed construction project is worthy of funding or not. That's a separate topic. The question is whether funds should be shifted from water quality to pay for it. For health and equity reasons, you all intuitively know the answer is no. Regarding the new proposal to defer a decision, you have an opportunity today to take a step towards rehabilitation of a critical city lake that serves all residents of San Jose. We don't need to wait to determine whether funding is needed. We already know it's needed. Delaying a decision would simply delay action, which would delay justice. San Jose residents also understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. The community understands that $3.2 million will take a step towards improved water quality and that much more will be needed to fully restore and fix Lake Cunningham. There's no need to hesitate and delay justice simply because $3.2 million won't fix everything. Lastly, I also ask you to consider that there's also potential opportunity to leverage the $3.2 million in environmental funding. As you're aware, most state grant funds expect that there will be a locally sourced match. A city that applies for grant funding without committing any of its own funding is not likely to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, Eddie, let's try you again.
Hello, my name is Eddie Garcia, and I'm a District 8 resident. And I just want the council to know that my family and I, all of whom live in District 8, fully support an investment in Lake Cunningham. It is an amazing asset to the East Valley and to the whole valley as a whole. So please support this memo and please invest in Lake Cunningham. Thank you.
Vicky?
Yes, I am Vicki Silvas Young. I am a longtime bird watcher. I've been bird watching for about 60 years. A great deal of it has been in this valley. I'm a member of Santa Clara Valley Audubon. I am a member of California Native Plant Society, and I am an open space authority docent for maybe about 30 years. I'm also a California naturalist. Over the years that I have been visiting different habitats, I realized that Lake Cunningham is a valuable resource, not only for the residents. It is a heavily used park. I'm always amazed at how many people are there using the park. And I'm always amazed at the number of birds that are there. Many of them are residents, but many of them are migratory and they depend on that site for sustenance on their path on wherever they're going. So I certainly urge that the council use those funds to upgrade Lake Cunningham. Thank you very much.
Back to council.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the committee. Come to speak, Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, Matt. And of course, right now, what's on my mind is Lake Cunningham. I often go there with the kids, and pre-COVID, we were going to the skate park there, and we were really looking forward to the, what do they call it, the BMX park? And I often run there, and I'm really amazed at how the diversity of folks that come and use it, whether it's very early in the morning or throughout the day and late in the evening, and the difference in ages and folks really from all over the area. It's a park that's really put to great use. and in spite of the deferred maintenance and the fact that it's actually really, really stinky, uh, and I actually say that very lovingly, but it's really very, you know, it's not a pleasant smell. Um, but people love their park, and it's and I find the charm in it. I actually find it very beautiful. And when I'm jogging and gasping for air, I still see the beauty and the nature, and it really is. Someone was talking about all the wildlife. It for those who haven't been there, I invite you to go there, and if you can see past the the lack of upkeep, it's a beautiful park. And so, I guess the question is, I'm very concerned about what we can do there. And actually, I don't know if Raging Waters is still up and running. I've not been there since I was in high school, which is a really long time ago.
Yes, I was there in high school as well. Yes, it is still up and running.
It is
Yes.
still up and running? Okay. Who runs that park?
Well, Parks and Rec oversees, and Neil Rufino is here to help answer any detailed questions, but Parks and Rec oversees the entire park
okay.
and runs Lake Cunningham, and contracts out to Raging Waters, and Raging Waters operates that site, that portion of the park under contract with PRNS.
Oh, okay. So we don't run the amusement park
Correct.
piece of it. Mhm.
Correct.
But we're no longer fishing in there and doing classes, sailing, and that kind of stuff. Because we actually used to have classes on the lake, and now we have the little boats there that are they're not operable, or we're not putting them out on the lake anymore for the
Correct.
same reason.
Correct. Yeah, we're not doing the fishing I participated in one of those ones. We're not doing the fishing or the water activities right
Yeah,
now.
such a shame. Yeah. And so if we could just talk a little bit about what are the plans in the next several years, 5 years, 10 years? Love to have that asset brought back to the community.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councilmember. And as I said previously, Lake Cunningham is a tremendous asset to the city, and it needs investment. And if we were able to invest money in it, it would be for a great purpose and a very necessary purpose. We did a preliminary study focused on what it may take, or did a study, I would say, to focus on what it may take to get the water so that we can start up water contact activities again, whether they be boating and or fishing. And it's a very conceptual process, and there's a lot of assumptions. Our preliminary estimate to get it to the point where we can probably have water activities again is about $26 million. However, I don't want that price tag to scare anybody, because there's a lot of great things that can be done with smaller dollar amounts to enhance the experience at Lake Cunningham, such as there's pathways right now that are deteriorating into the lake. The asphalt, you can see big cracks. That's something for walkers and joggers around the lake is very important. One of the challenges with the Lake Cunningham is that the big challenges, as one of the speakers noted, it's sort of like there's no outflow and inflow. A lot of lakes have rivers that run through them, so you get kind of the churn of water, and fresh water comes in, and then the other water leaves out, and it kind of flows through. Lake Cunningham is just like a bucket that just takes in water, mostly from rainwater that rains on the surface, picks up the geese droppings on the way into the lake, or groundwater that seeps in as well. And there's no outflow of that, and so it's a big challenge, and it will be a big challenge to get it consistently clean. But as I said before, there's definitely a great number of projects we can do, even if that would be steps towards getting it to where it needs to be. And there was prior direction for us, and I think there may be direction today for Public Works and Parks and Rec to come back to the mayor and city council at a future date with a detailed presentation on the study. And so we're definitely prepared to do that. The study's being wrapped up right now. Actually, it'll be kind of finalized within about 2 weeks. And so it'll be ready for, to provide to the public in the next few weeks. And then we can come back to the city council when appropriate and when needed.
Yeah. I won't be on council after December, but I'll still be here in the city and still with my kiddos, although soon to be an open nester, boohoo, but hopefully they'll come back. And I hope so.
If not, they can go to Chevy Jones' house.
I'm having this emotional roller coaster, but as my kids are becoming young adults, and they're looking in terms of where they're going to study, and even this conversation about where they're going to live, they continue to talk about the amenities of cities. We all do, don't we? We all do. And even when they talk about where they live in this city, they talk about this side of the district or that side of the district or downtown or what, and the east side of San Jose has some really awesome amenities. And I've said this, I've been saying this, for years. The issue is whether or not we preserve them, we invest in them, we keep them up. And I know that all of that, it doesn't, I'm not ignorant to the fact, I don't think any of us are, that it takes money and it takes resources. And I know that we all have different priorities. But again, east of 101 is a very densely populated side of the city. And we've been deferring maintenance. And we haven't been prioritizing. The fact that it needs so much TLC is also a testament to what we've been saying over and over and over and over, especially since COVID hit, especially since George Floyd was killed, that redlining had an impact. That the policies of yesterday had an impact on what we're seeing today. And among those policies were a lot of underinvestment and deferred maintenance. And so you have PAL, you have Emma Push Park, and we saw the price tag on that. There is a reason why, what did you say, to get the water quality, $26 million? There's a reason for that. Right? It's not just because it's $26 million, because there's been a lot of deferred maintenance, right? Because we haven't been keeping it up. But and we're investing a lot of other monies in trying to bring people out of their homes, building community, and sometimes we forget that community gets built sometimes very naturally and very organically. If you have the assets, they come out and they do it organically because that's the way community is bonded. But we have to invest in those assets. And I envision Cunningham Park as one of those assets, right in the middle of a district. It bonds District 8 to District 5 and District 4 and the hills and unincorporated areas. When you play in a park and you commune in a park, it doesn't matter what your economic status is, and it doesn't matter what kind of house you live in. You commune together, and you experience life together. But I just hope that we can truly figure out how we're going to continue to invest in these assets that are just decaying right before our very eyes. I mean, I'm telling you, the stench is not pleasant, especially on a very hot day, and especially when you're gasping for air and you're not in great shape, But and Cunningham is it's one of them. To envision, Councilmember Arenas does a beautiful, very large community event there, and it gets filled. People love it there. But I can envision yoga days. People go out there and they do Tai Chi, but be able to support families who want to do those kind of things. we need to be able to provide the venues first to be able to bring people out and be able to have healthy lifestyles and be environmentally minded. Anyway, so I'm interested in hearing my council colleagues' comments on a lot of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to just follow up on that important question, Matt. The 3.2 million in the report, it was described, if it were spent in Lake Cunningham, if we were to make that decision today, what was mentioned, the specific project for vegetated bioswales. And I guess I want to go back in time, and I'm not sure if you were in the room, but I can remember having this conversation with Angel Rios and Dave, and I think you were in the room too. So we were talking about bond measures and how we'd like to see if we could restore Lake Cunningham and Lake Almaden to recreational lakes again and make them great public amenities. And I recall being told exactly what you described, which was, hey, look, the reason why we got a water problem in Lake Cunningham is there's no outflow. You got to somehow or another create flow for that water, or else you've got still water and you've got what we have today. And so I'm trying to understand the $26 million tab. Does that get us outflow, or what does it take to get flowing water so we have some hope of actually having safe water?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for your question. And Catherine, to help me if I miss anything here. It does not get us a outflow. It doesn't get us a creek that outflows continuously, which would be ideal. What it does get us is an ecosystem that can, in a way, have the best shot at keeping itself clean. In addition to the vegetated swales, which would capture the water coming in and clean it before it gets in the lake. There are things such as wetlands, basically taking a big portion of the grassy area and creating wetlands that would help keep the lake water thriving, and then also the mechanical devices that would churn the water. And those specific, there are some items that would not be Measure T eligible, like the mechanical devices probably wouldn't, but most of the $26 million, I mean, not that we're not recommending that much for Measure T, but it would be. And so it is really creating, through wetlands and bioswales and mechanical devices that keep the water churning from the bottom to the top, an ecosystem that has the best shot at keeping itself clean. It is not as ideal necessarily as Lake Almaden, for example, has a river that runs through it. So there's better opportunities there. So I'll stop with that.
And so I assume the mechanical devices you're referring to would create some flow of water, some circulation?
Yeah, they're kind of like a windmill thing underwater. They're called solar bees sometimes, right. And they feed off solar energy and have just paddles that churn water underneath to keep the stratification from happening.
And can we get one of those for 3.2 million?
I think we've tried those before, and those probably would not be bond eligible. But yeah, those, I don't think they're that expensive.
Right,
and I think
we couldn't use this money for it.
I don't think we could use this money for that. And the bioswales is an example of what we could use the money for. If money was provided to Lake Cunningham from Measure T, we would probably have a process with Parks and Rec, of course, taking the lead with the council office and the community to decide what the kind of best project is for that $3 million.
Right. And these were conversations I know we had way back in 2018 when we were contemplating this, trying to figure out, what could we do for how much and how could we have an impact. And as I'm thinking about today, I'm just wondering, the 3.2 million invested today, is that going to fundamentally change the problem of water not being safe for people to be able to engage in recreational activity, or water that's creating an odor in a park, or are we going to get some bioswales and sort of hope that we can get capital money someday to do the heavy lifting?
So the fundamentally change, if we did the bioswale project, it likely would not fundamentally change the situation. Probably not. However, the sooner we start filtering the geese poop from entering the lake, the kind of quicker we can eventually get the lake clean.
Right.
And so if we were to do a project now and start filtering the water coming into the lake now better, we probably wouldn't be able to make a major advancement until we may build the wetlands in the future, but it would make it that much quicker in the future because the bioswales would have already started to work.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want it. That was just an example again of a project that we could start with. It's possible we would want to start with repairing some of the walkways and trails that are around the lake that are starting to fall in. And
Okay, so I appreciate there's cumulative work here. And some of that work, like the walkways, I'm guessing doesn't have a lot to do necessarily with the specific environmental issue we're trying to deal with, which is the polluted water, but would be a nice amenity to improve the park. Is that fair to say?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Director Catherine Brown. I think because they've eroded for so long, it actually adds to the sedimentation in the lake. So it would be a minor improvement to the water quality by upgrading those.
There would be a minor improvement, but I understand. It's not going to suddenly.
Correct.
Okay, so look, I agree with the staff recommendation, which is let's let the council make this decision in February when we know a lot more information. And the information we need to know is how much money do we really have left when we've delivered the projects that are really identified and have been identified in the community. And now I don't know what the debate was like in 2002 plus however many years when the money was running out in Measure O. But I know what the conversation's been like when I've been knocking on doors out near Station 37, whether I was a mayoral candidate or I was somebody trying to convince voters to support Measure T. And at every turn, I was reminded by every resident, the city made a promise to us to build Station 37, hasn't done a darn thing for 20 years. And, I had the pleasure of celebrating with Councilmember Davis the opening of that station and Chief Sapien and others just a couple weeks ago. And I think there was a certain sense of relief from a lot of members of that community because, in particular, as I understand it, when we were looking at emergency medical response times, that was a real pain point for us because of the lack of a facility that could provide immediate response for a very large swath of the residents, and that building that station obviously helped relieve pressure on other stations. So I'm really concerned about repeating the mistakes of the past. And I'm particularly concerned about repeating those mistakes without having all the information. And I'm not going to be on this council in February, and several of us won't be on it, but enough of us will be. I'm confident enough to trust that that council will make a better decision because they'll have more information than we will, than I will, about how best to spend these scarce dollars. But I suspect that if at the end of the day we're spending money on other things and Station 23 goes unfunded, there's going to be a future mayor and a future council that's going to have a real hard time persuading voters in that part of the city to ever support a citywide initiative because they feel somehow or another they have been shortchanged. And I think we need to talk to our future selves just as we communicate to our past selves. And that's a very important conversation, I think, to have in this business of city building because these investments are very important. I've heard certainly from the community supporting investments in Cunningham, and I think that is an incredibly important city asset, and that's why we spent a lot of time, I think, in 2018 looking at whether or not we make a commitment there or not. And I know we talked about it in the context of a parks bond as well. But it seems to me these are trade-offs best made with all the information. And what I'm concerned about is those residents who may well live around that fire station who aren't part of this conversation because they're not aware that this conversation is happening because they may not be aware of what's at stake. So I think it is good for us simply to follow staff recommendation and let's appreciate that we don't know what we don't know. This is a fast changing environment with regard to construction costs. We've seen that certainly as a dramatic change in costs over the last 2 years. And, we all hope there's no recession on the horizon, but I guess the one silver lining in a very dark cloud of a recession is we might end up getting a whole lot better bids. And maybe that will change the choices we make, and we'll be able to make even better choices and serve more of our residents as a result. So, like I say, I support the staff recommendation. Let's make the decision when we have more and better information. All right, Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. I appreciate that. We don't know what we don't know, but what we do know is that history, when we don't make different decisions, will repeat itself. And back when Senator Cortese, who was a council member back then, there was a study that had been completed and that the city knew was there that could begin to address some of the issues that we're starting to talk about right now about Lake Cunningham, yet there wasn't any action. There wasn't any priority. And I fear that it's also has to do with what Councilmember Carrasco was laying out in her points earlier. And that is that there is a lot of redlining and a lot of policies that still created this cycle of institutional racism, and some of our policies supported that. For example, and I've said this before, the way that we chose what community centers stayed open after the recession. And those that stayed open were the ones that in the places where those communities could afford it, not where our communities needed those community centers and those classes, but where our community could pay for them. And that is not an equity-based decision. It is a financial decision that doesn't take into account who we're leaving out of the conversation. And I'm afraid that once again, we're going to begin to do the same thing with Lake Cunningham. This is Lake Cunningham and the fire stations shouldn't be in the same discussion. It shouldn't, they're not in the same category. They don't serve the same reasons, and why they're pitted one against the other is beyond me. You've heard how important our community, and I also want to thank our community for calling in, everyone who's called in and just expressed either through email or through phone call or being in person. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for being here and expressing your fondness and your love of this park, and also calling us out on our lack of commitment to Lake Cunningham, because that's what it is. There's another lake that we have in our city, and that lake offers on the water sports and activities, and yet we can't get the lake on the east side clean enough for us to touch the water, much less have any kind of activity on top of the water. And I've also been campaigning in this primary, and I've knocked on doors, especially around Lake Cunningham. And the first priority that they expressed was, well, first they expressed the love for this lake and the park and how often they visited, and how this was part of their daily ritual of walking over to the park, about making the rounds around the park, or just many reasons that are just absolutely re-energizing for lots of folks who sometimes get stuck in a daily grind, or for folks who are now retired and don't have to deal with some of that stuff. So they have Lake Cunningham to enjoy, but unfortunately, like Councilmember Carrasco mentioned, you know, there's a stench. There's a stench, and this is not the first solve for this lake. I have already approached Valley Water, because it was Valley Water's doing, to stop that outflow for Lake Cunningham. They did not want to be part of the solution to see if we can begin to address this. And so we've been trying to figure out how, what kind of funding, can we get an updated study? We don't even have the updated study. And so I agree with you, Mayor, that we don't know what we don't know. We don't know if there's any easy solves for the moment that could benefit and improve the quality of the water at Lake Cunningham. And based on that list that we saw in the report, there's at least 4 items. One of which is making sure that the edge of the lake has maybe some tree plants, or that there isn't a kind of beach area there, because that's what attracts all of the geese and the ducks to come into the water. So if there isn't a landing for them, if you will, they're less likely to come into the lake. But this is how they usually get into the lake. And like you said, that there's some things that we can do, like the tree planting, like the flow through wetland at the Big Meadow is something that doesn't take the whole 26 million, but there's at least 4 items on that table within that study that Matt, you've been kind enough to share with us, and thank you for your support and diligence in making sure that we complete this study. And then it's not official yet, though. So I think this is very premature. I'd love to see what other sources of revenue that we can use. Lake Cunningham is already one of the, I think, best examples of a private-public partnership. We have Raging Waters on site, and I don't know that there's any other park like this. And so we already have that. What we need is some additional revenues, and grants that we can apply to almost always ask for a matching fund. So what are we, where is that money going to come from? How are we going to do some of the smaller scale items that are on the table that can improve the quality of the water? And then if we are going to apply for grants, where are we going to get the matching funds from? And so this is not about whether the fire stations get completed or are a priority, because they absolutely are. I just want to make very clear that all of the fire stations are very important, not only to those folks who've already expressed their support, but to me as well, and all of my residents. Personally, I know that my mom benefited from their service when she was at home and needed to go through on an ambulance and have some emergency service. And so I understand the value of that at a very personal level. I want to make sure that there is enough funding for our fire stations. It is not beneficial to pit anything against one another, because it's not finding a solution to the problem that we will continue to have. And so one of the questions that I have for you, Mayor, is if you could think of a source of revenue. You've been here longer than I have, and you know our city's infrastructure much better than I. What source of funding would you recommend that we look at for Lake Cunningham?
Yeah, obviously, I'm only speaking off the top of my head, but there is a record amount of state funding right now for projects that have environmental benefit, a record amount. And I certainly be happy to talk. I'll be talking to Secretary Crowfoot, I know, later tonight. I'd be happy to explore how we could secure state funding. Just over the last 2 years, I think it's more than we've seen probably in a decade in terms of what's going out. And so I just think there's a lot of opportunity out there if we're hustling hard for grants. And certainly we always have CNC funding. I know that we have long been talking about how and whether we would get out for a parks bond or measure. That's something I know we have poll tested several times. It's not going to happen this year, we know. But ultimately, that would be a primary project, it seems to me, for such a measure. So those are just a few thoughts off the top of my head.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So there'll be 4 budget cycles before this money could potentially get used. Couldn't we utilize some of this funding to have some of the lower, maybe some of the more affordable strategies completed? And this is maybe a question that we need to have once we get this study and everybody has it in front of them. But those bioswales that you talked about, or the improvement of the shoreline that I talked about, excuse me, or just the tree planting along the paths of and the edges of the lake, that tree planting is $480,000. So there's some things that we could do. Some algae treatment for $30,000, lake bed sediment treatment for $150,000. There's some things that we could do and not wait until we see that there's overages with our fire station. Of course, that is definitely a priority. I don't want it to not be. But I think that we could move both of these items at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So I'm going to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation and include my memo, as well as Councilmember Esparza's memo, and your memo, Mayor, but to exclude item number 2.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, but I just wanted to make a few comments and also ask maybe one question. I want to make sure that, obviously I think it's important for us as a council to express our support for the vision of doing work at Lake Cunningham. Obviously, I know that the money is a lot more than the 3, even if we were to say the $3 million is available now, and we have to be sure about that based on the safety projects. We need a lot more, and we have to be sure we do things smartly. What I'm concerned about is that we pick projects off that might be short-term fixes, but that without some of the longer-term fixes, we fall back into the same situation we're in now. Maybe there's a question underlying this, but when I hear you talk about recirculation and filtration, for example, I think about my son's fish tank, and I think about when it turned completely green and we replaced the filter, we put in a new pump, and it naturally actually filters out a lot of the algae and actually starts to clean it up. But if you just replace it with clean water and don't fix the filtration system, it doesn't really solve the problem. You end up with the green fish tank again in a couple weeks. So I just want to make sure, I guess the question would be, are there things we can do in the short term that are the right first steps so that when we have the resources to do the bigger fixes, we will be set up for success?
Councilmember, just real quick, before we go too far, I'd like to just make sure we clarify the motion, because the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo is a bit different than in the original memo. So if we could come back to that when appropriate, that'd be great. So to answer your question, Councilmember, yes, there are things we can do. There is one of the challenges is, so of the 20, it's actually $26.6 million conceptual estimate we have. About 350,000 of that is, we think, is non-Measure T eligible. So from 300 to $1 million of that we think is non-Measure T eligible. That means there's still 25.5 million that could be Measure T eligible. But what I wanted to just add is that some of the simpler stuff, like the algicide treatment, The lake bed sediment treatment, those, or when you're adding chemicals into the lake, would not see when for Measure T bond funding, you have to just build a physical thing that is permanent. That's probably not the best legal way of saying it, but that's essentially what I've been. It's the essential summary. And so when you're just adding chemicals, which is definitely something we can look into and possibly should look into, we'd probably have to find another source for that. But we could. But there are some smaller projects. The tree planting is probably $500,000. That is a borderline Measure T. We'd probably have. I think it could be, but we'd have to explore that further. We'd have to just get an actual scope of that project and review it internally a little bit. So there are smaller things we can do, but some of the smaller things may not be Measure T eligible.
Okay, and I guess I'm asking a more general question about making sure that we wouldn't want to do those things before we're set up that those things will be successful because we have the infrastructure in place that will keep it clean and keep it.
That's a great point, Councilman Maria. The things like the filtration system you would want to build before you put the
right, and that's what I was
just.
Just
a good
saying.
analogy you made. Yes.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that and that we are clear that while there's might be things that might make it look good for a year or two, that wouldn't do us any good if we don't, and then we just are wasting the money in that year or two. Yeah, and I mean, I think obviously the fact that this lake doesn't have the inlet and outlet, I think that filtration system's got to be incredibly important. When we know everyone tells us don't leave standing water in your yard, you get mosquitoes, right? You get the problem, and that's kind of what we have there at Lake Cunningham. That's why pools have filtration systems, right? They don't just sit. But I do think it's important for us to reaffirm our vision and support for figuring out what the resources are, and I appreciate the mayor's suggestion of that this is an area where there is a lot of money out there and we ought to be looking for it. I also am just going to go to bat for Fire Station 23. It's last on the list. It's in my district. It's one of the 20 busiest fire stations in the city, and it is operating out of a tiny home with a single bay, very old building, and a very not adequate facility for the volume of work that they do out of that station. So it's very important to our city, to me, to the district that we make sure that we have the resources for that work. And that's why I do like the idea of waiting till next spring. We now know more about the escalation in the cost of these fire stations, and I think it's important that we know as much as we can before we start to allocate specific dollars away from the fire stations. So I'll just make those comments and support the motion. But now I guess we can have Councilmember Arenas clarify exactly what.
Yeah, I
was
think
in the
we need a
motion.
lot of clarity because I don't see how the memorandum from Councilmember Arenas and others is consistent with staff recommendation. We either spend the money or we don't. So either Matt or Councilmember Arenas, do you want to try to reconcile the two?
I wouldn't mind taking this the first shot at just making sure I understand. So in the supplemental memo, we actually split. So in Councilmember Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco's memo from May 17th, they essentially accepted, they accept staff report items A, B, C, D, and F, and then took recommendation E, which was asking the policy decision, and broke it down into a detailed recommendation. What we've done in the, and if I could have the presentation pulled up, please, again. What we've done in the supplemental memo is we've broken recommendation E into 2 items. And so I want to clarify whether both those are being deferred or yeah, we broke. So the first portion of recommendation E, which if the motion passes, I would hope that this first portion passes with it, is to accept the funding recommendation shown in table 2 of our memorandum, which I can show in the presentation comes back up, with the acknowledgement that the Fire Station 32 overage based on the current one company scope of work will require using at least 2.5 of the $5 million in the public safety program reserve. And then the second part of that is defer the policy decision in regard to funding projects identified in table 4 until February 2023. So if the motion made by Councilmember Arenas passes, it's my, I guess, part hope and part assumption is the item E in our supplemental memo pass with that And then I assume that if it passes, then item F would
Matt?
change into what is in her May 17th memo.
Matt, I really want to urge you to actually talk about concrete numbers and concrete projects because
Sure.
I think we're all going to have a hard time following you.
Sure, absolutely. So we could, let's get the presentation pulled back up. Thanks, sorry. It made sense in my head, but
It does if you're looking at table 4 at the same time you're
Yeah,
looking at
yeah.
the recommendation at the same time. Yeah.
as soon as it comes back up, we've got this table in the presentation, so. All right, one moment. Gotta get in. Just go that if you just put on that slide right there. Yeah. Slide 20. Thank you. Okay. So table 2 in the memo, and if you just look at the recommended use column on this table, what table 2 in our original memorandum states is that those are the dollar amounts that no matter what decision is made today, whether to place regarding the $3 million for Lake Cunningham and the other funding, is that those monies be committed to these projects. And so the $5 million, again, this is the third column on here, $5 million is currently allocated in the reserves for infrastructure for fire stations that need rehab. Just acknowledging that it is, still hopefully we can use some of that for that, but also for fire station overages. 780,000 at least for the police air support hangar. Unfortunately, it looks like those costs are going to rise, but we're just acknowledging that today. We're, again, not asking that be allocated today. $9 million for the police training and academy facility. This, based on current estimates, which we're nervous about, but based on our current estimates, this would get us the full training build out and enough of the academy in order that we can open the South Police Substation. In order to fully build out the academy, we would need more. And then for the police headquarters infrastructure upgrades, at least 2.2 million. And so we are recommending, my hope is that as part of the motion that was made by Councilman Arenas, that recommended use column, which is table 2 in our staff report, get allocated. And as can be seen on here at the very bottom of that row, there's still $8.3 million that a decision needs to be made on. That, my understanding of Councilman Arenas' recommendation is that 8.3 would be, 3 million of that would be officially allocated towards Lake Cunningham. And so the remaining of that 8.3, we would just bring back to council for discussion in the future. Sorry if that.
Matt, now you got me confused, even
Okay.
more confused, because what I see here in your recommendation is defer the policy decision in
That's-
regard to funding projects identified in table 4 until February.
Correct, Mayor. That is my
So-
recommendation, but I was just trying to clarify what the motion was.
Well, so let me just understand what
Yeah,
your
okay, got
recommendation
it,
is.
yes,
And
okay.
then we'll go to the motion.
Got it.
If you're saying the money's already allocated, then theoretically it could already be spent. That the 3.2 million on Cunningham. Are you saying that you would recommend that be spent?
No, so sorry, I was confusing the question between my staff recommendation and my clarification of the motion. So to clarify, the $3.2 million is not currently allocated towards Lake Cunningham. The direction in June of 2021 was to keep it in the clean water category, but not to allocate it to a specific project at that time.
Okay.
So my current staff recommendation in the supplemental memo is to go ahead and allocate the monies in the third column here that I just listed, and that $8.3 million fund remaining to push that till February 2023. And so,
All right.
and that includes waiting on the whether we fund Lake Cunningham or not, waiting until February 2023. That's our staff recommendation.
Okay. And so to be clear, your recommendation is not consistent with the notion that we'd start spending small amounts of money on tree planting or bioswales or paths. It is wait until February.
Right. From a Measure T standpoint, definitely.
Okay. Now let me go to Councilmember Arenas. You moved your memorandum and the staff recommendation in the supplemental.
Right.
Is your motion consistent with what Matt just described as his recommendation?
Right, right. It is to hold off on any policy decision until they have a final and better estimate of what is needed. So I'm fine with that. I think that what I was expressing earlier is that we needed to. This also shows the need for us to have a discussion about the study, and I believe it's going to be ready in 2 weeks. Matt, is that something that can come back by the end of this year so that we can be ready to make that decision when you have final numbers for construction in February?
Hi, council member. You can come back whenever we're directed to. Ideally, from a staff standpoint, we'd come back at the same time in February, but we can come back whenever we're direct. We can come back earlier if that's the preference.
Right. I know that we had a discussion about having maybe a tiered approach and doing some things that are that could add to potentially the filtration. And I'd love to hear from my colleagues about that, because I think the tree planting is the natural filtration system. That whether whether there's additional funding that happens or not, trees are going to support our canopy goals, as well as, I mean, just for those joggers that are out of breath, to be able to go under a tree, that is also very helpful. So anyways, I'd love to hear from my colleagues to see if that's something that they would be supportive of now. I think it's the least expensive of the items, but because we haven't had the discussion on the study, I think we can't, I'm just thinking this out loud, because we haven't had the conversation with the study, we really can't make this decision. So I'm just going to never mind that, scratch that. We're just going to stick to delaying any policy decisions until February, when we can hear about the study and we can hear about the final construction need costs.
Okay. So Councilmember Arenas, I just want to make sure I'm sort of nailing this down. You're not recommending diverting from the staff recommendation.
No, so I'm supporting the supplemental, and my memo, as well as your memo, but not making a decision on table 2 and 4, which is your item number 2. So your item number 2 is not going to be included.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis, you raised your hand. Did you? No. Okay, Councilmember Koenig. That was from before. Okay. Other members of the council? I'm having a hard time pulling up my Zoom.
I have my hand up, Mayor.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Obviously, I'll be supporting the motion. One of the questions, just to kind of continue on this line before I get to some of my questions, is what are the usual deadlines for us to apply for these grants? Because I'm wondering if having that end of year discussion is better for those timelines than maybe February, if we're looking to capitalize on state grants for Lake Cunningham.
Hi, council member. I hate to say it depends, but it really does depend on the specific grant. A lot of times, from my recollection, spring is a deadline that I typically recall, but unfortunately, it really does depend because every grant has different timelines. So it's hard to predict, and usually so it's hard to predict.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was reflecting earlier today. I remember I want to say summer of 1998, dead fish being pulled out of Lake Cunningham. So this issue goes back quite a while. I actually wanted to move forward on fire stations and really appreciate that we are affirming our commitment to fund all of the fire stations. Station 23 is not in District 7, but we all benefit as a city by having that part of the city adequately covered by fire. So I'm really, really happy to see that today. I just wanted to follow up on the memo about the full build out on Fire Station 32, which is the next Measure T fire station that's coming online. Staff has identified a 3.8 million gap to get the dual company build out that our fire station has indicated that they need to adequately serve this site. And I just wanted to clarify with the motion, Councilmember Arenas, the old memo from last month includes old numbers, which had a $2 million gap. And now the staff recommendation has a 2.5 million of the 3.8 million gap to be allotted now, with a $1.3 million gap that would come back to us. Is that what your motion includes, the current numbers?
What it includes, council member, is a final discussion about those numbers in February, because we know that those are not final numbers, right? These numbers might look bigger in February, hopefully not. We'll cross our fingers, over our shoulder. But that's the reason why we delay both of these discussions, and so that we can get a more accurate picture of what this looks like, and so then delay the policy decision at the same time, because we haven't had an opportunity to really talk about the study either.
That's for Lake Cunningham, but the fire is moving forward. Is that correct?
The fire was never compromised with Lake Cunningham, and so I think it's independent of that, and I think that's because this conversation's been laid out to pit one against the other. But like my memo says, we are reaffirming our commitment to make sure that Measure T funds our fire stations in a way that makes them feasible and a reality. And so that is my priority. I don't know what those numbers are going to look like. I don't think that Matt has the total numbers finalized, and I think that's why they are delaying until February, so they can get a better idea.
But so I was clarifying the numbers for Station 32, which is the station that's going out to bid. It's the next station that's going out to bid.
I'm sorry, and you were asking about.
Does it include the numbers for Station 32, the revised numbers for Station 32, which is the next station that's going out to bid?
And that's not in the supplemental. That is in the original.
Councilman, can I try and answer that?
Sure, please, because I'm sorry.
Sure. From what I've heard is the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo would be moving forward as part of the motion with some additions And the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo regarding Fire Station 32, which I understand is part of the current motion, is that to recognize that at least $2.5 million of the $5 million public safety reserve for the fire stations would be going to Fire Station 32. Now, Councilmember Esparza, that does not acknowledge the additional 1.3 for the extra dorms and lockers for the second company. And so, however, as I think you're aware, we are designing the dorms and lockers for the second company, and we are putting that out to bid. And so we will, even if the final funding isn't completely identified until later, that will be part of our bid package, and we will be getting firm prices and bids on that we can share with the City Council early next year.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. And so I just wanted to clarify for folks that aren't aware, Fire Station 32, it's going to be on the border of District 7 and District 3 near the intersection of 280 and 101. So this station is going to serve a large part of downtown as well as pretty much the east side. And so this station's in the middle of 4 of the busiest fire stations in the city. Station 26, Station 8, Station 3, and Station 16 that represent 4 out of the top 5 busiest stations. And so given the location, Station 32 is expected to be one of the busiest, if not the busiest fire station in the city as soon as it opens. And so given that we're expecting and planning for a lot of growth in these areas over the next decade, it's really important that we build this fire station right, given that it's at a central location in our city at the nexus of a lot of growth and development. And so that's why making sure that we can accommodate the dual company is really important. And is Chief Sapien on here? Chief Sapien, are you there?
Yes, he's on the way. And Arjun Batra from the CCS, quick comment.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Sorry for the interruption, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. I need to excuse myself, and I think you have our input on we're not opposed to Lake Cunningham, but we are concerned about using the Measure T funds for it. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Chief is on his way down right now.
Okay, thanks. So, Chief, can you share with us about the need to have a dual company at this station?
Thank you, Councilmember Robert Sapien, Fire Chief, San Jose Fire Department. So you articulated the service demand issues very clearly. I don't think I could improve on how you described how busy we think Station 32 will be and how much support it will provide to our Fire Station 26 that is really at a point of being unable to keep pace with service demand. The other component is the deployment footprint of our department. We have 9 aerial ladders currently deployed in the city, only 2 of which are east of Highway 101. The dual company house at Station 32 will give us an opportunity to move a truck company in closer proximity to serving the heart of East San Jose and give us a chance to move a truck company south. Right now, we're contemplating Station 24 as that location that'll really give us better balance of truck service to the east and will also at some point give us an opportunity, I think, to even improve service back to pre-recession period where we had an additional truck in West San Jose. So really, I think there's 2 points to this station. One is the very high call demand, projected development with high density housing throughout that area, and then the truck service citywide.
Thank you, Chief. And Chief and Matt, so I'm assuming that Fire and Public Works are coordinating on staff's proposal to defer the final decision on the 1.3 million. Is that true? And Chief, can you give us your thoughts on that?
I'll say we've been essentially partners in these projects and in lockstep understanding, certainly highly sensitive to Public Works challenges of meeting the funding and the increasing cost of the projects. But I think we've been very well heard in terms of the needs of the department.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the need to ensure that we have that additional the additional company at 32. So thank you, Council Member. All right. Other comments or questions from the council? Okay. As the as the motion has been either revised or refined or clarified, I'm happy to support the motion. I believe it ensures that we reserve this decision for a day when I think this council is going to be better informed. So thank you, everyone, for the dialogue. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Jimenez? Thank you. Peralez?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Verosco? Aye. Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 3.3 is the citywide residential anti-displacement strategy quarterly status report. Thank you, Jackie and Reagan and team, for your patience as we jumped ahead.
Hi, I'm Jackie Morales Friend. I am the director of the housing department, and I'm joined by Reagan Henninger who's our deputy director. And Emily is not with us right now. She's on a plane. And so I'm going to turn it over to Reagan.
All right. Good afternoon. We are here as a referral from the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee, who referred our quarterly report on residential anti-displacement to the full council. Our report today will focus primarily on strategy number 1, an equitable COVID response and recovery, and specifically our emergency rental assistance program. As you all are aware, the city of San Jose is currently participating in the state of California's emergency rental assistance program. As of June, they have processed almost 10,000 applications for emergency rental assistance, totaling just over 118 million. As of yesterday, they have 231 applications yet to process, and that is well within their weekly processing rate. So we have no worries that they will be unable to finish processing applications by the end of the week. The last time we were before you was the end of March, and we were informing council that state legislation with eviction protections was about to expire. However, since then, at the end of March, the state legislature did pass AB 2179 that did extend certain protections for those who had back owed rent between March 2020 and March of 2022, and where there was a state rental relief application pending. That legislation also had a preemption from local laws concerning COVID-19 rental debt. In response to sunsetting legislation, when we were before you back in March, we had 2 primary programs that the housing department was working on establishing. First is what we call the Eviction Diversion and Settlement Program. That is a temporary program using some remaining U.S. Treasury funds for emergency rental assistance. That program is targeting households that are facing an eviction. They have a state rental relief application that is pending. We, the city, are able to step in and pay that rental assistance application a bit faster than the state, and ideally save a household from an eviction. It's jointly administered right now by the city and the county, and our partners are Sacred Heart, Destination Home, and Project Sentinel. And then the second program that we set up is a weekly unlawful detainer clinic. And that is in partnership with the Superior Court. We launched it on June 1st. Our partners are the Superior Court Self-Help Center, Sacred Heart, Project Sentinel. It is open to tenants and landlords alike who are somehow involved in a unlawful detainer or eviction action. And we offer assistance with court filings, legal referrals, access to mediation services, help with rental assistance. And again, the goal is to prevent an eviction. Both of those programs are launched and rocking and rolling. And just to conclude, we are not recommending any kind of council urgent legislation regarding an eviction moratorium, but we are before you today just to make sure you all are aware that that legislation is sunsetting June 30th. And we're available for questions.
Forgive me. Are we going to public comment now at this time?
I have no hands up.
Okay, let's go to the council. I see no hands up here and online. I see no hands up anywhere.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, Reagan, I guess you were that good. You just convinced us. Thank you for all the enormous amount of work that's gone into the rental assistance program from our housing department. I know that there have been a lot of agencies and a lot of nonprofits involved, but the enormous amount of work that's been done here to coordinate and to get us well aligned is really, I know it's saved a lot of families in peril. So thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Emily and Reagan for the work that they've been able to achieve in actually getting a program in the courts. That has been something, we've been working on for years.
Yeah.
To try to make some entryway there, and it has been extremely difficult to really move that initiative forward. And they have been able to be very successful and to really demonstrate to the court that we could actually add some value. And so I think that really speaks to the work that we've been doing in that collaboration. So I just want to express my appreciation.
Thank you, Jackie. It's well put. Can I ask, is that going to continue?
Yeah, so our weekly clinic will continue in perpetuity. We're actually looking at how we can keep iterating and improving that weekly clinic. For example, we're talking to Santa Clara Law School about adding some of their students and a supervising attorney to help. I think there's a lot of other creative partners that we could pull in to help.
That would seem to be a great clinical program for any law school.
And as I'm expressing my appreciation, I also wanted to express appreciation to Teresa Ramos, who's a longtime city employee who's worked in various city departments and has been with the housing department a long time. She's played a significant role in our community outreach. And, it's because of her knowledge and her connection and her commitment to community that, we have been able to make great strides in creating some connections. And so I did want to acknowledge her work as well.
Thank you, Jackie. The one question I did have when I read the report was the utilization of that. I guess we use an empty courthouse for all that. Were we actually seeing people utilize it at a high rate?
Just to clarify, are we seeing people utilize the clinic?
The clinic, yeah.
Yes, we are. I think because we have a lot of referrals coming from different sources, either the existing like court mediators and self-help centers. We also get referrals from landlord attorneys, tenant attorneys. We're getting referrals from our partners like Sacred Heart. So we're trying to have like a no wrong door approach where as many partners in the community are aware of the program and utilize it. I think we're gonna just continue to build off the 3 weeks of success that we've had operating the program, and it's gonna keep getting better and better.
That's great. And Lord knows we need more doors for folks, because I know all of our offices get called by people who are struggling with the challenges paying rent and trying to understand their rights. And this is going to be very helpful. Councilmember Renz?
Thank you. On that note, I'd also like to thank our housing department and its leadership. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I know that you've made sure that a lot of our families are not out in the streets or in their cars or in motels, but that they're staying put and not leaving San Jose. And so that really is fundamental to who we are as a city. And so I want to really thank you for the work that you've done. And Jackie, when you mentioned Teresa Ramos, that took me back because I worked with Patricia, her sister, at the Neighborhood Development Center at the old City Hall back when I was in my 20s. and you know, we were working to make sure that we also organized our communities and supported our communities. And it just, you know, if people like Teresa, like Patricia, like a lot of the folks who've been long-term city employees, just add so much value that when we hopefully, you know, there's no, we don't lose them, but when we have these kinds of programs, I think it just adds to what all of the experience has led them to where they are in the position that they are in. And I think that's part of also the success. And so I'm really grateful that you mentioned Teresa. But of course, I know that there's a lot of folks within the housing department that's been doing the great work. So thank you. We had talked about previously, this is now to a question, including some questions in the packet, the intake forms that you all use to help us maybe bridge some of the city resources. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking about the ARP funds for Happy Hollow and, you know, other tickets that are going to get funded. These are the families that are struggling, that are probably not going to use some of their additional or some of the funds that they may have to take out the kids to, you know, go do a little bit of an R&R. Have you all included any additional questions on the intake forms to help us bridge with those city resources?
Hi, Councilmember. We do have questions. Our questions for rental assistance are primarily income based, but if you qualify for rental assistance for the state program or for our local homelessness prevention program, as you know, Councilmember, you qualify for a lot of other city programs, parks, scholarships, and so we are making those connections either right then and there, or we have information and packets available if a family doesn't have time in that moment. I will say what could be a gap and what could be a good technology project is like a citywide technology. So when we're working with families, we're working in either the state rental assistance application system or our own. We have something set up in our HMIS system, our database for prevention. Anyways, but we don't have a citywide system where someone in housing that's coming to housing for a program can also simultaneously get registered for a parks program. So we're missing that technology piece, but I think we're amongst our community and economic recovery committee, we are talking about the opportunities for a technology solution there.
I don't know if I think Lee is. Yeah, I see you, Lee. I'm wondering if this is something that we. I know that when what was it 2019 when we had an MBA about how we integrate equity, or maybe it's 2020. You know what, these years are just all blending in together because of the pandemic. But you all put a city manager's addendum together and identified as the lack of maybe this kind of format. I don't know if it would be a online program, app, database. I don't know what it would be, but that there wasn't a uniform way of collecting information, that every department collected something slightly different, and that we didn't include race as part of those questions. And so is there anything in the pipeline that we could maybe connect with to leverage an opportunity to build something, not just for the housing department, but this really makes sense when we are trying to connect our families, our residents to different types of city services. There's something that we can build off of.
Yeah, Councilmember Arenas, I would ask specifically on this, if I know Jackie and housing, as well as Rosalind Huey in our office, just related to civic engagement in general and how we touch our residents through various different methods, have looked at this. So we're happy to follow up with greater detail with an info memo or offline, unless this team has anything specific to this they'd like to answer. But it's definitely something that we need to get to.
Yeah, so we've been calling it, I think you actually gave us this word and I'm just repeating it, which is kind of this one door point of entry, that if you could enter one of our departments and you would actually qualify for something, that
Right.
there would be a way to communicate or provide to the person, here's all the other
Right.
programs you're eligible for.
Mhm.
And so we are having those ongoing discussions
Oh, great.
with the recovery team, and are working to see if we can get something proposed as an opportunity for the city to actually place this as a priority for us to be working on. So, we continue to advocate for it. We think it's a great idea. It's just trying to get the tools and figure out how to make it work.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I was just thinking if there was anything already happening in the pipeline that would address some of the database needs, or some of the need to collect information in a uniform manner that was identified through the budget process a couple of years ago, that we could, and I don't know if anything's happened since, or if that was just, an opportunity to identify the need, but we haven't addressed it. And so I guess, this kind of answers my question, because we haven't really addressed it. And I think it's probably something that could go on priority setting, as we are going to be working on this child and youth master plan. And we, for this very same reason, we want to make sure that all of these programs are scaffolded, and that our youth and our children are maximizing the sequence of programs, and to identify any gaps. So anyways, we'll touch bases offline. Lee, thank you so much for the response, and thank you for Jackie for not forgetting and continuing to work on this. I know this is an approach that is going to be not only useful for your program, but potentially to prevent some of those families from continually seeing you or asking for that rental assistance, if we can find them other sources of funds for after school care or child care, and they can get definitely back on their feet and find something more permanent as a solution. So thank you so much for all the really great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, I forgot what I was going to say, other than to really thank everyone and thank the city staff that have been doing a lot of outreach at community events, partnering out with our local agencies to get in front of families. And that has been hugely effective in the community. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands. Tony, it looked like you were about to speak. Do you want to go
No,
to?
I'm just getting
Bob?
ready
Oh,
to-
okay. We'll just vote then on Councilmember Jimenez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Owen. 3.5, report and request for a quotation on e-discovery software. Apparently, there's a presentation. No, there's not a presentation. I lied.
We do have an appeal.
There's a presentation. Okay, see? Because of the appeal, right.
Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and I have with me via Zoom Jennifer Chang, who's the Deputy Director for Purchasing and Risk Management. She'll be making the presentation this afternoon. We do have a protest, so that's why we need to make the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I'm Jennifer Chang, Deputy Director of Finance, and I also serve as the city's Chief Purchasing Officer. So as Julia stated, we're here today because we have a protest appeal hearing on a procurement recently completed by the city. And I thought I'd start off by providing an overview of what a public procurement protest is before I head into the particulars of the procurement in question and the specifics of the particular protest. So what is a protest? It's a dispute by an interested party over the award recommendation on a procurement. It's something that we usually post at a conclusion of a publicly noticed procurement in the form of a notice of intent to award. So if an interested party wants to formally dispute the award recommendation, they can do so through the protest process pursuant to Chapter 12 of the San Jose Muni Code. The protest must be in written form. It must detail the grounds, factual basis, and include all supporting documentation. Why do we have the protest process? It's to provide all interested parties due process and a dispute resolution mechanism in public procurements. When must be it submitted? For request for quotations, protests must be submitted to the city's Chief Purchasing Officer within 2 business days after the recommendation of award is published, but it's longer for requests for bids and requests for proposals, which is 10 calendar days per the San Jose Muni Code. And lastly, how was a protest evaluated and by whom? So upon receipt of a protest, the city's Chief Purchasing Officer, me, carefully reviews all submitted protest materials, procurement documentation, and information to assess and determine whether the procurement process was followed as described in the procurement documents and conducted in a fair and impartial manner. The Chief Purchasing Officer will issue a written response back to the protesting party with information, findings, and a determination whether to uphold the protest or staff's award recommendation. For contracts and purchase orders under the city's formal procurement threshold, which is currently $130,000, the city's Chief Procurement Officer's decision is final. But for items that exceed that threshold, the protesting party has the right to appeal to City Council by filing a written appeal to the city clerk within 10 days of receiving the Chief Purchasing Officer's response letter. Next slide, please. So the procurement that's in question today is the request for quotation that the Finance Department recently completed for e-discovery software on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. E-discovery software provides document repository and document management, and it's used in litigation and public record acts requests. It contains all the features and functionalities listed on the slide here. The City Attorney's Office has been using an e-discovery solution from Logic Systems Incorporated doing business as Logical for the past 5 years, and that agreement expired yesterday on June 27, 2022. Next slide, please. So in anticipation of the expiring agreement, in March 2022, the Finance Department released an evaluative request for quotation, or an RFQ, for e-discovery software. 5 responsive written proposals were received prior to the bid deadline, and they were evaluated and scored independently by a 3-member evaluation panel made up of members from the City Attorney's Office. 4 companies were invited to participate in oral interviews and system demonstrations. And because we had to make clarifications and obtain final pricing, all 4 companies were also invited to submit a best and final offer, or BAFO. As a result of the procurement process, staff recommends award of contract to Modus eDiscovery as the highest ranked best value solution per the evaluation criteria set forth in the RFQ. I like to make several points on the evaluation methodology for evaluative procurements. So number 1, evaluation must be submitted based on information submitted by companies during the procurement process. We can't consider any information received outside or after the process to preserve the integrity of the procurement. The evaluation methodology is based on a best value assessment, which is based on a variety of factors such as quality, design, features, and performance. And it's within the evaluation panel's discretion to award points based on the above factors to determine whether or not the best value assessment was reached. Next slide, please. For this particular procurement, these are the final evaluation scores. You can see the evaluation criteria there on the left and the final scores running on the bottom. So Modus eDiscovery was determined to be the highest ranked scoring proposer by the evaluation team with 74 total points, Carasoft second at 68, Complete Discovery Source third at 66, and Logic Systems DBA Logical a 4th at 62 points. Next slide, please. So on June 5th, the city received 1 protest during the protest period from the city's incumbent, Logical. And we also would receive additional information from Logical on June 7th as part of this protest. In its protest, Logical makes 3 main points. They contended that they should have been awarded more points in the categories of general requirements, project approach, and technical capabilities. They also submitted additional information for those 3 categories, as well as for the experience and qualifications categories and the cost categories. And finally, they expressed concerns that competitors may not be fully transparent about their pricing model, and they included their own cost analysis for the awarded vendors' costs based on external information they obtained from the awarded vendor's website. Next slide, please. So as the city's chief purchasing officer, I carefully reviewed Logical's protest, and I responded to Logical on June 14th, upholding staff's recommendation of award to Modus eDiscovery, and I included the following information in the letter. 1, I included an explanation of the city's scoring methodology. Specifically, I explained that because the evaluation is based on best value, simply meeting a particular requirement does not automatically mean a company gets full points. Secondly, I included examples from Logical's written response to the procurement that contributed to the final scores that they received. For example, Logical's written proposal included numerous formatting errors that made evaluation difficult for the evaluation team, resulting into lower points awarded. As another example, the evaluators determined that Logical did not provide a response on project approach, resulting into lower points awarded. Thirdly, I expressed that Logical's cost analysis for Modus eDiscovery's costs has no relevance or bearing on award, as Modus will be required to adhere to the cost and scope requirements that they provided in their bid submittal. And lastly, I explained that the city is unable to consider additional information submitted by Logical after the RFQ deadline to make sure that the process is fair and equitable to all bidders. Next slide, please. So it's my finding as the city's chief procurement officer that the city's procurement process was properly followed for this RFQ and conducted in a fair and impartial manner. My recommendation is to uphold staff's recommendation of award to Modus eDiscovery as the best value bidder per the evaluation criteria set forth in the RFQ. So pursuant to San Jose Muni Code, Logical has the right to appeal this decision to City Council by filing a written appeal within 10 days of receiving my response letter, which they did. They filed an appeal with the city clerk on June 21st. So this appeal is to be heard with this item today. This is what we're doing now. And I understand that Logical is on Zoom and that they have 5 minutes to speak on this appeal after my presentation if they wish to. Next slide, please. I'd like to end my presentation on the final slide here with staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation is to ask City Council to accept a report on the RFQ and adopt a resolution authorizing the city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with Modus eDiscovery in accordance to the specific language outlined here on the slide. And that concludes my recommendation or my presentation. Logical has 5 minutes to speak now on their appeal.
Okay, I'm going to unmute both. Actually, I'm going to promote the two people from Logical. Okay, so both Sheba and Ryan are in the panelist link. I'll also share a 5-minute timer, but go ahead, you guys can start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Ballard. I'm representing Logical. Wanted to make a statement. After reviewing the results of the RFQ, it was our determination that, while the RFQ was completed within the scope that it was described, it was structured in a way that did not allow for some of the best benefits of Logical to be fully represented. As an example, there were, the project schedule, which is one of the core criteria for evaluation, is something that's almost non-existent with Logical, where the simple click of a button and dragging files to the platform launches your project. We scored the worst here in the RFQ process because we didn't have a full schedule to describe of steps, but we don't have one because it's that simple. It's the click of a button. This level of clarity was not able to be achieved until the RFQ process was actually completed. And because of that, we've been unable to submit supplemental information necessary to prove that our capabilities are better than the scores that we've received. At the end of the day, we do not want to see the Office of the City Attorney make a decision that's going to slow down their discovery processes, potentially introduce additional risk to data breach, and bring on unnecessary costs to train employees on moving to a new solution when one is in place and one that we've been under the impression that the city has been happy with the partnership on. And our simple request was that, at this time, prior to the partnership being awarded, that the additional supplemental information we provided be considered and reviewed on a phone call with the city representative, which we believe would prove that Logical is the best value vendor.
Thanks, Ryan. I also wanted to jump in with a few more comments as well. First of all, thank you so much for letting us speak today about the RFQ process and just giving this opportunity to the final protest about the RFQ for the eDiscovery software. And again, just sort of building on what Ryan had said previously, the finance department states that we didn't respond to their request in the RFQ about project approach and implementation schedule. As we did originally state in the original RFQ, Logical is a self-service platform which can be implemented from any modern web browser at any time from anywhere. A project schedule, it's not really existent with Logical just because you can start an account and start any sort of project with just a simple click of a button and by dragging files to the platform from your computer. That's all it is. Like, you don't need an implementation schedule or a project plan. It really is clicking a couple of buttons to start a project and start an overall account with Logical. The city's attorney's office, they've already been implemented and onboarded with Logical over the last 5 years. We provided this information as well during the oral interview. During the oral interview, we went into even more detail about our general new user and general new account onboarding training process. We did offer to do the exact same kind of onboarding and training that we normally do for new users for the city of San Jose, even though they are a current customer. We also provided supplemental information about this during the protest, which Jennifer did talk about while she was speaking. In reference to the cost proposal that we were just talking about, the price that we submitted for the BAFO, that's the exact same price that San Jose has been paying for the last few years. The price has never been in question about Logical. We've never received any sort of complaint. That price was negotiated with the city a few years ago without really any sort of pushback from the city. So the offer that we submitted was already something that we've talked about over the years. So we wanted to make sure to bring that to your attention today. We are concerned that if you guys do switch to a different e-discovery solution, you're going to introduce a lot of additional risk including things like data breaches, potential errors and ongoing litigation, and also just bringing on unnecessary costs to train employees on moving solutions when there's already something successful in place. Finally, in reference to our technical capabilities, again, Logical's technical capabilities have been successful with the city attorney's office for the last few years. So we're not really sure why we score the lowest in this category out of all the vendors. We've been meeting with the city attorney's office every quarter for years at this point, where part of the meeting is to talk about what other product features do you want to see from us. And we have gotten feedback that there are a couple of product features that people would like to see and that our engineering team is currently working on building to be released by the end of this year. So it's really hard for us to believe that these minimal features are enough to rank us the lowest in this category. And again, we didn't have a lot of clarity about what you guys meant by onboarding and project implementation schedule until the very end of the RFQ process. So that's why we submitted the supplemental information, just to provide better clarity on our capabilities. And again, like Ryan said, we would like to speak with you guys again about this if that's available.
Okay, back to council. All right, and there are no other public speakers.
You have Blair Beekman.
Oh, we do. Okay, thank you.
That's my fault again. Go ahead, Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you, Tony Taylor. And I just quickly offer good luck on how this item can be resolved. And I just wanted to remind the importance of data collection at this time and new programming that the idea of civil rights and civil protections is an important concept that I think can really facilitate good lessons for all of us in the future we're going to move forward into. Good luck on how all sides can be thinking of these sorts of things and continue decision making at the time. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, back to council. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Can staff speak to the whole issue that they raised around the schedule or not having a schedule? I didn't totally understand what the issue or distinction was.
Yes, I can provide some clarity on that, Vice Mayor. So it seems like Logical is claiming that it is, well, based on their earlier statements, that it's so they don't do project schedules at all, and so that's why they feel like they scored lower on that particular evaluation criteria. The evaluation team, when reviewing Logical's written proposal response, actually was unable to locate a response of any kind in response to that particular question. I do have a supplemental slide if you would like to see a snapshot of the written response provided by Logical, but that was the conclusion drawn by the evaluators, and therefore that is why they resulted into lower scores.
So that particular question, they were non-responsive. So if they had even responded that we just have a simple process that's not really a full-fledged schedule, they would have been more responsive than not saying anything at all?
Correct.
Would I be able to jump in from Electrical to answer that?
I have a couple more questions for staff.
Oh, sure.
Was that the determining criteria that caused them to lose the bid, or were there other factors involved?
No, actually, if we're able to pull up the PowerPoint, or Julia, should I share my screen? I can jump back to the slide where it shows the final RFQ evaluation scores. Maybe I can do that. I assume it's on the slide. So if we look at this final evaluation scores, what's really driving the lower scores for Logical is the cost proposal. They actually, after the end of the best and final offer, they were actually the highest cost vendors. So they received the least amount of points out of all of the 4 finalists.
Okay. Sheba, actually, I'll let you, you also wanted to address the issue around the schedule.
Yeah, I wanted to address both issues if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so the first thing about how we didn't say anything at all about not having a project schedule or implementation plan, we don't consider that true to be based on our RFQ response. If you look at page 3 of our RFQ response, we tell you that Logical is a platform that's enabled, it's cloud-based, it's enabled anywhere at any time. Literally have access to it 24 hours a day from any sort of modern web browser. That's what our implementation is, just signing up for an account, and you have access to all of your projects. So starting on page 3 and going into about page 6, we go into really big detail about a lot of that, into a lot of those issues about the project implementation and onboarding for what it means to us. So to me, it kind of sounds like there's a little bit of a misunderstanding in terminology about what you're considering project implementation versus what we at Logical consider project implementation. So that's the first point I wanted to make. Second point to this one about how we were the highest bid in terms of the BAFO. And again, I sort of talked about this a little bit earlier about how the price that we submitted for the BAFO is exactly the same price San Jose has been paying for the last few years. And again, when we've negotiated the price with San Jose over the last few years, never really been any pushback from anyone on the team. Everyone was happy with the product and didn't, we gave the best value that we possibly could based on our pricing schedule. And it was never really an issue. We haven't had an issue with anybody at the city attorney's office about our pricing ever. So that's why it was surprising that price, especially such a small price difference, about like $9,000, was enough to, boot us out of this competition. Also as well, in the BAFO, we submitted pricing for 400 gigabytes when the original pricing called for 100 gigabytes. So you guys were increasing the request by 300%, going from 100 gigabytes to 400 gigabytes. And also in the BAFO, when we submitted it, we gave you guys 400 gigabytes of active storage. Plus, just because you guys have been customers of ours, like really good customers for the last 5 years, we also gave you guys 400 gigabytes of archive storage as well, bringing the total storage that we're giving to you, 800 gigabytes total.
Okay. Jennifer, can you unpack that for me?
Yes, there's a lot to unpack there, I guess.
We'll start from the beginning.
Okay, you might have to remind me some of the points that you would like clarification on, Vice Mayor, but to the first point made by Logical in terms of the cost points, what might have been previously agreed to in previous agreements is not relevant for this particular bid. The fact is that the contract was ending. Logical knew the city was going out to bid to see what the marketplace looked like for these services. And everybody had the same opportunity and information to bid based on the information provided by the city. And it just so happens at the very end of the procurement process, Logical's pricing model was such that they ended up being the highest bidder out of all the 4 finalists. Cost is the one criteria that is not evaluated by the evaluation team because there's nothing to evaluate. It's very objective. Essentially, the lowest cost bidder gets all of the available cost points, and every other bidder gets a percentage thereof. And so that was how Logical was awarded the cost points that they had in the final scoring criteria. And in terms of project approach, if I may, I would like to share the slide I prepared so it kind of provides maybe a little more clarity of where the evaluation team is coming from. I'm just going to do that right here.
Jennifer, would it be okay if I asked you a follow-up question about the pricing?
Yeah, do you mind if I just complete my thought here and we can do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, I don't know if you can see this, but it's in slide mode. But essentially, this is it's a little bit small, but this is the evaluation criteria clearly stated in the RFQ document. Project approach schedule is one of them. And this is the particular form that the respondents were asked to complete to provide information on project approach. You can see here, please describe project approach and provide an estimated implementation schedule. Now, this slide here is actually a snapshot of Logical's written response for that particular form. I circled it here. You can see that it just has the question from the original form posted by the city. It doesn't actually appear to have a response. And this is what the evaluators were looking at when seeking a response for project approach and implementation schedule. Now, Logical states that this information was provided elsewhere in their proposal. That's also an area where the evaluators found that they gave lower scores to Logical for because it was difficult for them to follow their proposal. They had a number of formatting errors, and you can kind of see that here where the numbers are mislabeled. Project approach implementation is item 2, but then technical capabilities, which should be item 3 on the form, was labeled as item 2, and everything else was mislabeled as a result. So it was difficult for the evaluation team to follow the proposal submitted by Logical.
Okay, I just want to note that I've moved the appellants back to attendees, but you can still ask them questions and then I can unmute them as needed.
Thank you. So Sheba, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to respond to both issues. So again, just going back to the issue where we got dinged for not having proper formatting, I wish that entire page had been cut and pasted into the slide, because if you guys had just scrolled down to a little bit further down on page 3, that's where we start getting into, it's a cloud-based e-discovery platform that you can access anytime from anywhere. Everything starts in a matter of seconds, just by a couple of clicks. So it's really unfortunate, in my opinion, that we got dinged because of a couple of formatting issues. It doesn't really go to the substance of the software and what everyone on the team is able to do. Oh, and Jennifer, the question I had about the cost proposal, when we were requested to submit the best and final offer, we were asked to increase our storage capacity from 100 gigabytes to 400 gigabytes. So that was reflected in the increase in pricing because there was like that huge percentage increase in terms of active data stored. Are you able to tell us if the other vendors also increased their storage capacity to be reflected in their pricing?
Sheba, I really don't want to get into a back and forth with Jennifer on what the other proposers did. Just want to hear you state your case, and then we'll make a decision. So based on what I'm hearing, Jennifer, that if we're going to summarize this, there were elements of their response that was non-responsive, and that's what cost them points in the evaluation process. Would that be an accurate summary?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I would probably tweak that a little bit. If the entire proposal was non-responsive, we wouldn't have recommended to evaluate the proposal at all. It's just that there are certain parts of their proposal where perhaps the evaluators found them a bit weak, and that's why they received the scores that they did.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. So, based on what I'm hearing and the information that's being provided, I don't see a justification to uphold the appeal. So I'm going to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just want to ask a couple questions about process. As I understand it, this was a renewal, basically, like a renewal RFP going out for bid for a program we were already using internally. Is that correct?
Councilmember, you're looking
I guess
at
I'm
me, are
looking at you
asking
now, and
me?
you were looking at me, so I didn't say
Oh.
Nora. But you're currently using the one tool, and this would be a
Logical.
shift to a different tool.
Correct, although as I understand it, the RFP was a bit broader, looking for what might be out there, basically.
Right. And maybe getting additional functionality out of that bid as well, and not just relying on what you were using before.
Correct, and it was run through the city's purchasing department and as a standard city procurement.
Okay. And I guess my only question would be: is there concern in your department about shifting to a different tool, about how they'll proceed with a different tool?
There is not, and I do want to thank Logical because of the appeal and the timing. There was an overlap between when our contract with them would lapse and we would be entering into a new agreement with a different provider. And Logical has agreed to provide us with the service for 3 more months. Obviously, we're paying for it, but they did agree to do that, and we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess a process question for Jennifer, maybe, or there's a difference in my mind. There's a difference between going out for a new product or going out for a renewal, a point at which our contract expires and we're either renewing or looking for alternatives. It sounds to me like the bidder, that Logical, had rolled over an existing price that the city was paying, didn't escalate their price. Do we have a process by which, I know price obviously is an important point, but do we have a process by which we would go back and say, hey, you're our current vendor, we're getting other bids, what can you do? Or is it just they have one shot at putting in a bid and that's the end of it? I mean, it seems to me there's a difference between or maybe there should or shouldn't be. Maybe someone can explain to me whether there should or shouldn't be a difference between going out for a new product versus a renewal.
Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, there is no difference. Each RFP process or RFQ process needs to stand on its own. And whether the existing vendor wants to bid or not, they need to stand on their own. It's kind of like doing a job interview. Even if you're interviewing for a promotion with a number of people in front of you that you know, they have to pretend that they don't know anything about you, and you have to talk about your talents and your skills. So every time we do this, it's a way for us to test the market, see what's available for the departments that they're looking for, see if the pricing is still in compliance, and it's a way to kind of refresh the opportunity for businesses to do business with the city. So each vendor needs to approach it like the city doesn't know anything about them when they respond to the RFP.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. As long as to me, the user's comfort of the product is an important element, and as long as what I'm hearing is the users are comfortable with this shift in the tool, then the process ought to be followed. So I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. The motion is from the Vice Mayor. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley, Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo. I hear a door opening.
Jimenez,
Or
yes.
Full,
I
okay,
think a
Jimenez,
vote
yes.
is emerging from Councilmember Foley.
Foley,
Aye.
thank you.
Okay.
I'll go back, let me go back to Carrasco and Esparza. Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, we're going to call one item and then we're going to break for dinner. And that item, we're going to jump ahead, item 4.1, because the chief has been patiently waiting here for us. That is the amendment to Chapter 1134, Title 11 of the Muni Code relating to the regulation of cruising. I don't believe there is a presentation, is there? Okay, that's a no. So let's go to Councilmember Perales.
I also have speakers.
Councilmember Perales, I think we have some public speakers. Should we go to the public? Let's go to the public first.
Let's start with Kimberly Godino, who's here in person.
Hi, everyone. Kimberly Gudino on behalf of, oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. Kimberly Gudino on behalf of Brown Issues and in solidarity with lowriders worldwide, here to support the repeal of this racially discriminatory ordinance that serves no purpose other than to continue the criminalization and stigmatization of brown people. Lowriding is not a crime, it's a lifestyle, and it's long overdue for the city of San Jose to recognize the change and growth that lowriders have undergone to become community servants and economic drivers. From backpack giveaways to turkey drives, or mobilizing support for mom and pop shops during a time of financial crisis. The lowrider community has done so much to drive San Jose forward, and it's important for the city to not hold them back. One step in ensuring this is to repeal the no cruising ordinance, getting rid of the stigma that did a bad job of dealing with lowriders in the past and cast a horrible spell on them now. Thank you.
Yeah, Flavio.
Well, hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Flavio Huizar. I actually represent the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I'm here today to share with you and to speak to you about this ordinance. In the late 80s and going into the 90s, these ordinances came into California as a way to be able to deal with the gang problems that were happening in California. And in that process, when they created these ordinances, what they did was they threw a net out into the communities that were represented by many African American and brown communities. And what they did was they netted a community, the lowrider community, that has been in existence for many years prior to these ordinances coming in. And what they did was they racially profiled brown communities and said every single person that is in one of these beautiful arts canvases on 4 wheels is now a gang member. And it's sad to say that this ordinance spread from Sacramento and all throughout California as Sacramento brought their no cruising ordinance in '88. But let me tell you, just a month ago, they repealed that ordinance and said, we no longer see this as an issue that is profiling our communities, but it's an issue that needs to be removed and taken off of our books. Luz Rivas has brought into the assembly member, a 176, ACR 176, and this is asking the cities and police across California to celebrate the lowriding culture across California. In Sacramento, we've been working with our city council. In San Jose right now, there is lowrider communities, car clubs, solo riders, and the community of the lowriding community is asking you to support them by removing this ordinance, and we support the removal of this ordinance, and I hope.
Ricardo Cortez.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Cortez. I'm a local artist, lifelong resident, lowrider enthusiast, and former employee with the San Jose Parks and Recreation Department for over 10 years. I was the designer that was requested by the Racial Equity Office to develop a banner signage to post at community centers, libraries, and on City Hall itself that read, "We welcome everyone," in over 20 different languages. If San Jose truly wants to live up to being inclusive and welcoming for everyone, these archaic profiling signs must come down, not only for what they represent, restricting our culture, but taking them down for what it will mean for future generations of kids to see these stains on the boulevards removed and returning the right to our amazing mobile canvases to cruise our legendary streets that cemented San Jose as the lowrider capital. Thank you.
John?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Ulloa. I'm a professor of history, cultural anthropology, ethnic studies, and I teach the history of lowriding class at San Francisco State University. Lowriding has been criminalized since the 1940s. And when the cruising bans happened throughout the state of California, clearly there were problems associated with lowriding, but lowriders themselves are hardworking, honest people who give back to the community, as the comadre previously stated. I would implore you and I would urge you to repeal the cruising ban, as lowriding has evolved immensely from the confines of our barrio experience to a global, worldwide phenomenon that is celebrated as artistic and an expression of cultural pride. In this meeting, I've heard words such as cultural diversity, racial diversity, equity. If you as a council and we as a community uphold those values and embrace the true meaning of diversity and equity, we will recognize that lowriding is part of not only San Jose's social and cultural fabric, but that of our state, our country, and now the globe. So I urge you strongly to reconsider this blatant act of institutionalized racism targeted at people of color, because it is outdated, it's archaic, it's obsolete, and therefore ought to be repealed. Thank you.
David? David Polanco? I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the words of the previous speakers. For me, this is a learning lesson item, and it's been really interesting for myself. Thank you. Thank you for the work of Councilperson Peralez, who has this can be a bit of a balance in how to work out, with all the sideshow issues going on and such, that to learn to find that balance and what that can be and what it is, it's important. And so it's nice that Councilperson Peralez is leading this effort, and I really like his leadership on this. I trust what he's saying and doing with this issue. So, good luck in how we can tell the differences of these things. And what I think is more important, more than anything else, is that, for the sideshow community to understand what we're trying to do with these cruising ideas and with sideshow issues themselves, I think we're trying to be somewhat agreeable in some ways and negotiable. And for the sideshow community to understand that, what city government is working towards, and with these cruising sort of measures, that's the way we build our community future, and then it makes asks of them what they maybe won't fully do in the future, and respect a bit more. And so good luck in our efforts, what the give and take is for ourselves with this sort of issues. And I think it's a really positive, good learning experience that's unique to San Jose. And good luck how we can continue these sort of good efforts. Thank you.
Aida Castaneda.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Aida Castañeda. I'm coming to you from San Diego, California, a really national city. We are within the county of San Diego, and we're calling in support of the repeal of the no cruising ordinance. Similar to other efforts that have gone on throughout the state, we are the city of National City is the only city in the county that has an ordinance that bans cruising. We have been working diligently to repeal our own ordinance. So we're really here in solidarity and appreciation and corazon with our friends, our brothers and sisters out in San Jose. And we encourage the city council to repeal this very antiquated law. We know that our leaders in the past have not really represented the interests of Latinos. And it is no mistake that you have laws like this that were instituted in the 1990s. Chicanos more than most understand how it felt to be criminalized and to target with Prop 187, with Prop 227, and Prop 209. So it's important that we rectify a lot of these institutional ills and remove relics of institutional racism within our community. So I hope that you continue to support this council member, Perales, who has presented this item before you. And we're here with our brothers and sisters. And muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Robert Diaz. Robert?
Thank you, Mayor Sam Nicarno and City Council. I'm Robert Diaz from the United Lowrider Council of San Jose. Cruising is an expression of art and cultural identity. Repealing the no cruising zone ordinance is overdue. Many years have passed, and it's a perfect time as San Jose possesses a rich history, thriving culture, and amazing diversity within it. Assembly Concurrent Resolution 176, as introduced by the Assembly Member Luz Rivas, was adopted and passed the Senate yesterday. This measure would celebrate the history and culture of cruising and encourage local officials and law enforcement to work with local car clubs to conduct safe cruising events. Repealing Municipal Code 11.34 along with ACR 176 coincides perfectly. I support Council Member Raul Perales to repeal Ordinance 11.34. Thank you.
Sacramento Lowrider Commission.
Good afternoon, City Council, United Lowrider Council, and Councilmember Perales. I salute you for standing up. My name is Francine Mata. I'm the chair of the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I also am vice chair of Vida de Oro Arts Foundation and founder of Sacramento Men's Resource Center. I started off my career in policy with the Legislative Bureau for 20 years. I'm now still in state service. I'm here to ask that you repeal the no cruising ordinance. It's an old form of prejudice and racism. There are traffic laws that already cover any traffic violations being made. I'm also asking that you do not impose any fees or permits, as this does not follow through with, repealing the No Cruising Act. Our cities and San Jose residents already pay taxes to drive our streets and our freeways. A little bit about the lowrider community. The lowrider community consists of business owners, teachers, professors, lawyers, mothers, construction workers, leaders, followers, students, multicultural community. Let me say that again. We're a multicultural community, which engage with families, youth, teens, elders. It's a form of mental health. We bring economic growth to the cities that we are. If you look at all the events that the lowrider community has throughout the year, we are the group that has been, the silent giant that doesn't ask for so many funds and whatnot, which we should be getting. But, we have community engagement. We take kids and youth and engage families and take them off the streets for 8 to 10 hours a day at the events. You can see our lowriders be seen supporting businesses.
Stephen? Stephen, you're unmuted.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm also a board member of the United Lowrider Council of San Jose. I'm also a local business owner within the city of San Jose, and I'm asking the city council to repeal this racially motivated ordinance. Lowriding culture is a vibrant one that enriches the city of San Jose. We regularly organize community events that uplift the city of San Jose, such as participating in toy drives, feeding the homeless. We also assist the city of San Jose with local events. The lowrider community also aids youth to stay out of trouble. We need to refocus our resources on other issues, such as the sideshows that's now evolved in the city of San Jose. I'm asking the council to please refocus our resources by repealing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Armando?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Council. My name is Armando Barbosa. I am also a proud participant that serve our community through the San Jose Lowrider Council. I'm an employee of VTA, and I sit on the chair for the A2 Local 265 Latino Caucus. And I am here in support of my fellow hermanas and hermanos across the board, across the state of California, that stand up and asking for the repeal and the ban on the cruising. Just one thing for myself. I think we heard all the pleas, but as for myself as a VTA operator, there's nothing more that I like, you know, for a mental health outlet is to wait for that weekend on a Sunday to get into my car, cruise up and down downtown, see some folks, take my family with me. And for me, that's an outlet. So I just want to leave that there. Raul Perales, muchas gracias, brother, for standing up. I know it's a tough job, and we're also here to support you. Thank you.
Marcus?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Marcus Bush. I serve as the Vice Mayor for the City of National City in California, just outside of San Diego, and here to stand in solidarity with the lowrider community, support Council Member, I'm going to mispronounce it, Peralta. Sorry, mispronounced that. And be in solidarity too with the United Lowrider Council, with San Jose, with the Lowrider Coalition in Sacramento. Everyone said it. You know, these are discriminatory laws. We know this. It is criminalizing culture. It's not just Chicano culture. It's also African American and Black culture too. And you know, we have this in the San Diego region. It's, you know, personal to me as well, being Black, being Mexican. And this is more than just about the cars. It's about the music, it's the art, it's the food, it's the people gathering together and just celebrating and family oriented. So really urge support of this. It's a safe activity, like they say, low and slow. So it is something that families enjoy, and something that also brings an economic benefit. And I want to share with council, I just actually met with our economic development director here at the City of National City. So we had an amazingly successful event last month, the first inaugural one. And businesses up and down Highland Avenue, which is the historic real spot in the San Diego area, 20 to 30% increase in their businesses and their receipts and revenue that day for the cruising. And so urge you all to support this. Unfortunately, in National City, you know, our communities have been fighting this for a year and a half, and our council hasn't seen the value of it. I hope that changes. There's going to be up and down. It's a movement up and down the state. And also encourage you guys not to charge for these cruises either, exorbitant fees. Thank you.
David Polanco, let's try again.
Hello, this is David Polanco from United Lowrider Council. Get to here. I'm in favor of removing the cruising ordinance. I'm a lifelong San Jose resident. San Jose is one of the pillars of the lowrider culture. Regardless of the no cruising signs, the culture has thrived in many ways. We have more than 50 car clubs, not including those who choose to ride solo. It seems there is a larger amount of youth getting involved in the culture as well. The culture is not strictly Chicano. There are many nationalities that are part of the culture. We are active in the community, just like most people have already been saying with the toy drives and food drives and so on. You know, working with nonprofits, Kaiser Hospital, San Jose Public Library events, Vivek Ayers, and Roosevelt Community Center. The people driving those lowriders are homeowners, blue and white collar workers, coaches, grandfathers, leaders of the community. There's a small amount of people that occasionally cause problems. Usually, they are the people that don't own a lowrider. The San Jose lowrider community shares the city's same desire to have safe streets and a lawful city. We appreciate the respect and professionalism San Jose PD has given us to this point and looking forward to building a closer relationship with them in hopes of setting a good example for our youth. I love San Jose, and I hope the city of San Jose can embrace the lowrider culture, can help it continue to grow. The San Jose lowrider community hopes to have your support in removing the cruising ordinance. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers that joined us today. I'm not going to rehash what I've written in my memo and then what the speakers have said. And actually, the chief presented a good history within his memo and actually laid out, I think, the argument why we should be revoking this ordinance. So I will just share our connection here in the city with the lowriding community here in the city of San Jose. It was actually the late 90s, myself, just over a decade after we had the ban put on cruising here, as a teenager with my car club, the Impalas Car Club here in San Jose, where I volunteered regularly for toy drives. And in fact, it was at the newly opened Washington Youth Center where I went there and we packed up our cars with toys that had been donated, and then we went and drove them around the community at specific houses as if we were Santa Claus, but it was a lowrider Santa Claus coming by, and there were many events like that. We participated at car shows, actually at Juvenile Hall through my car club, trying to inspire youth to a more positive direction in life, and then a number of other ways that just I think the lowrider community has been involved in personally me over the years, but more recently, certainly something that's been embraced by our city. I was excited, and really this conversation started on the opportunity to repeal this ordinance back when at MLK Junior Library a few years ago, we hosted a history of lowriding here with our library. Our library has continued to partner, and in fact, most recently they were set to host a summer learning, at Hillview Library, and with the Lowrider Council, which you heard a number of their board members speak up today, partnering with our city. Just this past weekend, our Office of Cultural Affairs hosted a lowrider art event, a free workshop this past weekend. I know, Chief, you came out for the unveiling of the Leyendas mural, right, and posed with a number of lowriders actually from the Lowrider Council of San Jose. I think we are all pretty aware of the differences between the traditional culture of the lowriding community and then some of the maybe negative elements that it has unfortunately been associated with over the last number of decades. And they're just two very different things that unfortunately were meshed together almost 40 years ago when we put together a law that in my mind was blatantly discriminatory and racist. And when you look at the wording of what is actually being banned, and thank you, Chief, for highlighting the history here. It states cruising is the repetitive driving of any motor vehicle past a traffic control point in congested traffic at or near the traffic control point. And that's it. You could essentially in traffic in downtown, if you miss your turnoff and you get lost and you go around a couple times, you can essentially be in violation of this ordinance. It was very, very broad, and unfortunately was utilized very broadly in an attempt to stop some other things, other elements within our community, crime and gang violence, that we didn't want to see, but ultimately we're using way too broad of a brush, and in my mind, again, a blatantly discriminatory and inherently racist policy. So we've now seen cities across the state begin to look at this. And thank you to the participants from National City, and their vice mayor, and Lowrider Council up in Sacramento, where most recently, right, we have seen their Mayor Steinberg led a charge to repeal their cruising ban. And hopefully we can join history today and be able to unanimously as a council understand that this is not a policy that we should embrace any longer. It's not one, quite frankly, and our police department admits to it, that they actually utilize, right? One that they're issuing citations for. But in fact, there are a number of things that we know are still very dangerous, that we have not only municipal codes, we have even better, we have California vehicle code violations for them. Things like reckless driving, speed contest, exhibition of speed, the donuts that you see, the spinning of tires, the sideshows that we know that we're all very much focused on. All of those things are still very much illegal. We absolutely want our police department to focus on those, and this doesn't stop any of that from happening. And so I thank, again, the speakers for it, and hopefully my colleagues are willing to join in a unanimous support of this. So I will make the motion to accept the repeal of the ordinance that our city attorney has drafted up.
Second.
Right, thank you. Other members of council have any questions or comments? I just had a question for the chief. First, how do you and the department view this regulation today?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. As Councilmember Perales had mentioned, this is a tool that has been there for years, and it's something that if we were to use, we use it in conjunction with the other laws on the books. And I understand that there's laws on the books currently that we also don't use, but it's there. And I think that the issue that we have with the amount of vehicles on the streets, as pointed out in the memo, is the difficulty of movement for both pedestrians and the vehicles. It's the gatherings. As an officer and as a captain, I personally, and even as a chief now, have seen the vehicles. And again, I understand the culture and what we're trying to do, and what the clubs are trying to do. Right, is to go up and down the street, show off the canvases that were mentioned, nice cars that they have. But we've seen during the Cinco de Mayo or the upcoming Hot August nights, right, on Story Road, where unfortunately there's individuals in cars that take over a shopping center, right, and do loiter, they do drink. Drugs are there, and there's violence, and it does impact our community. It impacts our business. So that's in addition to all the other things that our officers respond to. So again, this is a tool that was there for us, and that's why in my memo I suggested a alternative to repeal, right? Because it does impact our community and our businesses, and we need something. A perfect example is the car show in El Viso that the Santos family puts out. They have lowriders there. So an event that is sanctioned, where there's a safety plan in place, and it keeps the community and the drivers of these vehicles safe as well. I think that's something where we can come to some type of compromise for the safety of everyone.
Thank you, Chief. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Councilmember Perales, for bringing this forward. I first do recognize and appreciate this is an important part of San Jose culture and our community. And I also do not doubt that this law could have been used and was used in prior decades in a discriminatory way. I would venture to guess that did happen because as I look at the text of the ordinance, it seems to be very broad, very general, and I would I guess, question whether or not it would even be constitutional under standard due process standard, just because, again, there's a lot of innocuous conduct that could get caught up in this ordinance. So I want to acknowledge all of that because I think that's important. I also remember, though, coming in as a council member in 2007, and we were trying to do something about tackling the challenges we had in downtown with, at the time, a lot of nightclubs where we were having shootings, we were having stabbings, and a couple of large events. I can remember St. Patrick's Day or Mardi Gras or Cinco de Mayo, but one or two of them were, it was pretty chaotic downtown. And so the club owners and the downtown association and the community and the police and everybody got together, and we decided there were a few things we needed to do to reduce the need for police engagement in ways that we knew were going to lead to a lot of conflict. That is, officers getting into kind of combat with drunken attendees at a nightclub, for example. That's what we all want to avoid. And one of the things that everybody seemed uniformly supportive of, his name is Councilmember Forrest Williams, that led this task force, was enforce the crews, because apparently there was a perception that the aggregation of a lot of cars, and this is 2007, this is 15 years ago, the aggregation of a lot of cars and a lot of congestion and so forth, made it very difficult for the police to be able to clear the area when the clubs are shutting down and they needed to get people out of the area, because they knew the more that folks hung around after 2 a.m., the more problems there would be. And so I'm just trying to sort of, I'm quite open to the concept of let's eliminate this thing, particularly if it's a vestige of discriminatory enforcement. But I want to make sure at least that our officers have some basic tools they need. And I guess, I saw the proposals that you had, Chief, and I'm just wondering if there was something more specific in the ordinance in terms of the kind of conduct that's problematic. Because obviously merely driving past a single location multiple times in congested traffic, no one would call that, I guess in the Latin they use in law school, is malum prohibitum. Nobody thinks that's just innately bad. It's not. Everybody does it. And it's certainly not innately bad just because somebody's showing off their car. And so I guess I'm receptive to making this much better so it could be made much more specific, so we're not leaving it open to sort of officer discretion. Not to suggest anything about our officers today, but I think we recognize what has happened in the past. And I guess the question, Chief, is, A, do you have other tools that you can deal with very crowded situations where you got to clear an area after the big event, and maybe there's been some unrest during the event, particularly if it's a festival and people are drinking and, young people have too much and whatever it might be, and you just want to get people out of there so you don't have sort of the toxic mix of a lot of young males with alcohol in them in a place, after 2 a.m. You just need to move people home. What are the tools that you have today, and are they enough?
So thank you, Mayor. All the tools that we'll have in place are things that were mentioned earlier today. We can enforce the existing vehicle code laws, penal code laws, in addition to doing traffic diversions and things of that nature to clear an area. As we know, or as I know as well, is that is resource intensive. However, it is doable. So we can do or implement those measures to clear an area out if needed. But again, the issue is when there's violence or some type of criminal activity that is occurring, right? That we have to take out those resources and deal with the problem at hand. So we do have tools in place which we can implement. It will be resource intensive, much like the sideshows are when 200 or 300 cars show up. So, we'll do the best that we can with the resources that we have. And I think that knowing, and one of the alternatives that we laid out in the memo is to maybe determine when these events are occurring, so we are well prepared to address if there are any issues, or we are aware of those events or those number of pedestrians or vehicles in a specific area, so we can address it if needed. So I think that's why we propose an alternative to whoever is the sponsor of these type of events can contact us, and we can work with them to, again, create a safety plan so we can keep our community and businesses safe.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I guess I'd just say, if what you conclude is you need some other tool, and having an ordinance that's much more specific about the conduct that you want to prohibit would enable you to have that tool, I'd be very receptive. As I reread this ordinance, I think it is too broad. And obviously, any ordinance that's too broad, that captures too much behavior, is very susceptible to discriminatory application. And so, for that reason, I'm going to support this motion. But I just want to sort of invite this ongoing conversation about how do we make sure that police have the tools so that they don't need to be in situations where they're confronting large number of patrons who are coming out of a bar at 2 a.m. We're trying to minimize those kinds of conflicts. The last thing I'd say is this. Again, I'm certain, if somebody said to me, hey, there was discriminatory application of this in the 1990s, and Councilmember Perales, I think you make a strong case for that in your memorandum. Although, is that picture of you? That's quite a haircut you had then. Boy, a lot of hair since. In any event, and Councilmember Perales makes a very convincing argument of that. I just think before we pass judgment on those who came before us, it is helpful to have some amount of humility, because let's face it, we're all going to be viewed by the next generation for whatever it is we pass. And quite often, people may have intentions that are not racially discriminatory. In this case, I just looked at the memo, and I guess the motion was made by a Councilmember Alvarez, who I don't know. It was seconded by a Councilmember Williams, Iola Williams, who is, of course, first Black council member in our city. Forrest Williams, of course, who led the effort in 2007, I know did so in the downtown when this was recommended as a strategy. I know did so with a very a clear intent to simply do well by the city without any discriminatory intent. And so I just would hesitate to pass judgment on others who may be quite well intended, recognizing that even the best of intentions can result in discriminatory treatment if laws are too broad or too vague. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I'm trying to understand, Chief. Sort of, I can understand, obviously, if we repeal this, I guess the officers will then no longer be allowed to pull over folks that they perceive to be cruising because this municipal code is no longer going to be on the books, correct?
Yes, and as Councilmember Perales pointed out, we haven't used that citation in quite a while.
Right. I mean, and I read the memo and just the discussion about the numbers that I know we have to go back and tally the paper citations and such. But I think since 2007 has been like 200 or so citations, I think is what I recall reading. But I guess what I'm curious about is, since we're not actively utilizing, well, I don't want to say that utilizing, because I think we are in a way, and I'll share a little bit about that in a moment. But I guess since we haven't necessarily, even if we go through and dig through all the numbers, we probably, as a police department, haven't been utilizing this and writing citations over the past many years. And so I guess I'm trying to understand exactly what you're going to lose if this passes. And so I'm hoping you can help me understand that.
Sure, Councilmember. As I mentioned, there's, if you ever looked at a penal code book, there's all these laws on the books, right? And this just would be another tool, but that's on the books for us to use. But as has been mentioned, we have other items that, or penal codes or vehicle codes that we can refer to in lieu of this ordinance.
Okay. And I guess for me, and let me just back up a little bit. So like Councilman Peralez, I'm a little older than him, but I used to, I used to cruise as he did, but I wasn't part of a car club. And so you hear a lot of the comments from the lowrider, the folks that drive the lowriders and part of car clubs, which I very much appreciate because they're sort of the organized bunch of folks that go out there, right? But I would concede and agree that there are a host of other people that aren't part of car clubs that are not in lowriders that at times, and I say this because I was one of those kids that at times are causing trouble for a host of different things, doing a host of different things in and outside the vehicle. And so I think it's important just to acknowledge that there are things that happen while cruising is taking place, not necessarily tied to the lowriders, the people in the nice cars, but tied to folks that are sometimes in the normal cars, the Honda Civics, if you will. And so, but it seems to me that even if we repeal this, which in my mind, simply because it seems to not have been utilized all that much, to me, and this is the troubling aspect for me, is that it seems to me that just simply be there to be utilized as a pretext to stop people. And that's what I think is a little dangerous about this, and the fact that it's been utilized, because I've been sat on the curb many times over the course of my lifetime growing up in East San Jose, and so I know full well what Councilmember Peralez has described, and for no reason, never arrested, nothing like that, just simply pulled over because a vehicle was too low, or we drove by maybe a little too frequently. And so I guess, I'm going to be supportive of this, but I still don't quite understand exactly what we're losing if we approve this and take this off the books, because in my mind, some of the stuff that does in fact happen out there, right? Some of the burnouts and people drinking and doing a host of things in parking lots, it seems to me that there's other tools that are already utilized to address some of those issues, and those aren't going away, and we're not shedding those simply because we're repealing this. And so I just don't see a very convincing reason not to do this. I'd be happy to, obviously, I think only time will tell how this shakes out, but in my mind, I just don't, it seems to me that we retain all those tools that we currently utilize to address some of the sort of secondhand issues that may come from cruising at times. So that's all I wanted to say, but thank you.
Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you. I was actually going to discuss the same point that Councilmember has just finished talking about, and that's to his point about not having a single citation in the last, how many of our years. It means that we never really needed this ordinance repealed, but it's rather the custom and the approach to the community that actually I think needs to get revisited. I don't think that just repealing the ordinance is going to change the interactions, or isn't going to encourage people to start cruising and getting all out of control. I don't think that we should jump to those conclusions, but I do think that we need to have conversations with our community about what this means. there's always I'm also going to share and admit that I also participated in cruising. I was never in a car club, but I enjoyed cruising every now and then down on King and Story, and it was always a lot of fun. It reminded me of some of the customs that some small towns have. Obviously, we're in cars, but when I would visit Mexico as a young kid, there was a garden. It's always a garden in front of a church as a central location of the downtown of any small town. And in this small town that my mom was born in, girls would walk on the inside of this. There would be like this whole plaza that you would walk around. Girls would go clockwise and the boys would go counterclockwise. And that was a kind of a version of cruising, if you will, using your own two legs. But it was a way for the youth of that town to connect, to get to know each other. And I think every town thinks of something slightly different. What concerns me here is that we're going to repeal this ordinance, but we are still not, or our officers are still not going to accept somebody slowing down on Story and King or slowing down on Santa Clara. And actually, for some of those folks who love to cruise, to allow for cruising to happen. And so one thing is having our ordinances on the books, but the other thing is the practicality of it and what we actually do. And so knowing that this ordinance has never been cited for any citation tells me that that what officers are doing out there is, they're using obviously other laws that we have in order to prevent folks from cruising. So how are we going to have this conversation? And Chief, I'm interested in hearing from you, because I think this belongs under maybe the reimagining of public safety, where we have these conversations with our community and we talk about what this means. We talk about bringing back the cruising lifestyle that a lot of folks are just really enjoy. But what that means and what are those parameters? I know that you have an option of having a 6-month trial, but it doesn't make sense to me to have a trial if we don't have a conversation with our community first. How do you propose that we begin that conversation in order to actually change those interactions on the street with our community?
Thank you, Council Member. Well, the community does reach out to us every time that there's a sideshow or there's an impacted community, right? That there's cars racing, driving recklessly, doing donuts, things of that nature. So we do get the calls, and again, we respond when we have the resources to do so. We just have, much like fireworks, right? We have to do a campaign, and we're willing to work with the council, every council office here, to educate our community on the dangers of speeding or reckless driving, things of that nature, and the consequences. So that's something that we can partner with each of the council offices to do that, to conduct that outreach.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to support the motion on the floor because I obviously want this repealed. I just don't know that it's going to work if we don't have the conversations with our communities in a very structured way. If we and I know that you're open to that, Chief. I think it's going to take a more general invitation to our community to let them know what is now permissible, because I think we need to show what the parameters are, what would be appropriate, because even up to to this year, I know that there's an effort every Cinco de Mayo to manage our brown youth, our brown community. I think people sometimes are afraid that when there's one too many of us on the street, that that it's going to be a riot, or it's going to be a violent altercation. And I think that this is the type of response that we're going to have is going to establish the kind of relationship we're going to begin or continue with our community. And I think we need to have these conversations with our community. Like I said, I'm very concerned that we're going to set up our brown community to fail here if we don't set them up for success. And I do like the idea of having this be a lot more organized. I don't know that people who are not of color I don't know that you necessarily understand what it means to drive while brown, while black. When I drive with my husband and he gets stopped, he's 6 feet tall, and he gets treated very differently. And I never noticed, but I thought about it when I was last year, when our protests were happening, because I didn't bring my son downtown, as he is also 6 feet. He would be looked at as an adult, and maybe treated as an adult based on his looks. And you do get treated differently. You get treated differently. And I'm just hoping that this repeal of this ordinance has a lot more meaning than just dropping it from the books. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, just briefly, and I know we want to get to a vote here. I am aware that the council members, I was also contacted by a former council member and Supervisor Blanca Alvarado, who was part of the initial ban, aware of their intent. And again, that's why I mentioned that within my memo. I think at the same time, I appreciate you understand the law better than I do, Mayor, as a lawyer or recovering lawyer, as to why the language itself, right, is indeed, I think, not something that any of us at this point should accept. And at the same time, I know even our lowrider community is very much interested in, how do these events remain safe and crime-free when you put tens of thousands, $100,000 into your classic car? You also don't want the sideshow activity, the illegal activity, right? And I know, because they've mentioned it to me, they've been more than happy to meet up with the police department chiefs, yourself or someone within your administration, to talk about how do we move forward, right, more productively. Maybe it is a part of the reimagining process, or it's initially just starts off as a side conversation, but they're very much interested in that. Large events, I also want to ensure we differentiate the two, right? Traditional cruising, when I would, my parents would take my sister and I when we were little kids, literally just my parents taking the car, we're driving down downtown and go to East Side and go home. It wasn't like a coordinated event. It wasn't because somebody put it together. Just general cruising itself on a Sunday afternoon is not something that's maybe a major event. There are at times the Hot August nights, right? The Cinco de Mayo. And I do think that we can differentiate those two and say, hey, for some of these larger events, do we approach them differently? And I know the Lowrider Council here locally would be interested as well to say, yeah, let's make sure we're differentiating, the types of events when you're coordinating a meetup where you're promoting it for thousands of cars that come into a parking lot. And, that's different than what we're talking about today, the act of cruising that's been banned. So I think, we can have that conversation. I don't know if we'll get to it before the end of the year, but I'm happy to try and see if we can, agendize something through PISPIS, right, to have a conversation. But if not, I think that conversation absolutely can happen on its own. And I know that the Lowrider Council would be welcome to have that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. And I just throw out for a suggestion. If the department believes this is important to have as a tool in those unique circumstances, then I'd say let's define those unique circumstances. For example, saying, when there has been violent activity on a particular block in the prior hour, then the police have the ability, or after 2 a.m., or just to be very specific. So that way you have the tool when you need it, but it's not so broad as to result in, I think, what we've heard much about. So in any event, thank you. I think it's been a good conversation. Let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
I lied when I said this is the last thing before dinner. Jennifer Shembry's been very patient, and I think she either needs to get back to work or home, one or the other, but she's been here for several hours. Item 4.1, 4.3, 3.6 rather, are the side letter agreements with several of our bargaining units, AEA, ABMEI, and CAMP, and Unit 99, which is not I guess, a bargaining unit, but they're a group of our employees, amending the City of San Jose pay plan. There's no presentation on this
I'll move
item.
approval, Mayor.
Second.
Oh, that's a good point. I got a memorandum there. Would you mind including that one there, Councilmember Peralez?
Yes.
Yes.
That's okay with Councilmember Foley. Okay, great. Let's go to the public. Is there any public on this item specifically?
No.
Item 3.6? There's no public comment. Okay. Let's vote then on this motion, Councilmember Peralez.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a break for dinner now. It's 6:30. I know we've got members of the public and others who are waiting for us. What do we, can we do this? 6:30? 6:30, okay. Let's all reassemble at 6:30. Thank you. Is there any comment on 10.1, the land use consent item?
Gene Adams,
This is regarding the property on 155 Burnell Road.
Gene, you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Yes, Jean is here. Jean Adams.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, we're hearing public comment for the item relating to the property at 155 Burnell Road.
Okay, well, I'm kind of waiting for that property at 1371 Cooser Road.
I don't think we have that on the agenda today.
Do you know when it will be on the agenda?
No, but you're welcome to speak during our public forum, open forum at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sai?
Hello.
Sai? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is regarding Noble Park, closer to Noble Park, that home shelter, this one, right?
Okay, that's not this item.
Uh-huh.
This item is about 155 Bernal Road.
Okay, I don't have any issues for that one.
Okay, thank you. Back.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on item 10.1.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe. Aye. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to return now. I'll note that 10.2 has been deferred. So we're going to return now to 8.3, which are actions related to the grant agreements for multiple homelessness programs.
So staff should be here in like 45 seconds.
Okay. We'll take a very brief recess for about a minute. Oh.
Move approval.
Right, there's
Second.
a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Peralez. But we're about to hear a presentation. Very clear second.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Reagan Henninger, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm joined by Kelly Hemphill, who is our Division Manager for all things homeless related. And tonight we are talking about contracts for fiscal year 22-23. So what's before you is approximately $37 million in contracts for 24 programs serving homeless individuals, and it also includes our homelessness prevention programs. And we are partnering with 14 different community partners to deliver a wide range of services. Just by way of background before I turn it over to Kelly, who's going to give you some more details about the contracts we're approving, I really did want to highlight the last 2 years of growth in terms of homeless program funding. This is a lot of funds and a lot of contracts this evening, and we are still providing grants with COVID-19 related funding. And so I think that's an important thing to highlight. It's a big swing up, but I anticipate in fiscal year 23-24, when we have expended that COVID related money, we'll have a big or a dip back down to a more normal pace in terms of funding that's available for homeless programs. And I'm going to turn it over to Kelly, who's going to walk you through some of the highlights of the contracts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hemphill,
And tonight we're just going to go through not all of the programs, but we'll give you a little bit of background on what we're asking for approval tonight. But of course, we wanted to remind everybody that we follow the 3 strategies outlined in the 5-year community plan to end homelessness. And I will point out which programs fall under what strategy of our plan. So let's get to it. Okay. All right. The 24 contracts we're proposing to negotiate and execute for fiscal year 22-23 are grouped into 2 categories: basic needs services and housing and shelter opportunities. The basic needs services will advance the goals under Strategy 3 of the Community Plan to End Homelessness. And 3 of the 10 contracts in this category are new. They're highlighted here in pink. While SOAR is not a new program, we are proposing to award a new agreement with Home First to expand SOAR across 5 very large encampments, bringing proactive outreach, case management, and connections to housing to a total of 21 encampments across San Jose. Of course, these encampments will continue to receive hygiene services in the form of portable restrooms, hand washing stations, and waste management through partnerships with an outside vendor and Beautify SJ. The supplemental memo goes into detail as to how those encampments were selected, as well as the Housing Department's plans to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of our outreach programs that will result in a competitive procurement for a redesigned outreach service. We also use SOAR as a referral resource to house people if we know that a site is being abated. The Housing Department prioritizes housing individuals living in demobilized shelters and abated encampments. Also on this slide are 2 safe parking programs, which are also new. One is focused on services to individuals living in recreation vehicles, RVs, and one targeting families and individuals living in cars. We're currently working with our partners in Public Works to prepare the sites so that operations can begin in the fall. The other 2 on here are not new, and you probably are familiar with those programs. You have approved them before, so I won't get into detail on those. The contracts on this slide are amendments and have also been approved in years past. The total amount the Housing Department is proposing to spend on basic needs services is approximately $8.6 million. The housing and shelter opportunities will advance the goals under strategies 1 and 2 of the Community Plan to End Homelessness. And 2 of the 14 contracts in this category are new. A new emergency interim housing program will launch with this upcoming fiscal year. The Housing Department is proposing to support Life Moves for services and operations on the new Guadalupe Emergency Interim Housing Program, also known as Lot E. The second new contract under Shelter and Housing Opportunities is also with Life Moves to provide alternate housing options, primarily moteling, for SJ Bridge participants. The coordinated SJ Bridge program couples transitional work with temporary housing options with the goal of attaining living wage employment and securing permanent housing. The total amount the Housing Department is proposing to spend on shelter and housing opportunities is approximately $29 million. This slide talks a little bit about the metrics that the Housing Department follows and puts in our contracts with our providers. The contracts proposed follow the local continuum of care system-wide performance benchmarks. They're all here. I won't read them all to you, but some notable metrics include 38% of individuals will exit to temporary or permanent housing through the efforts of street outreach. And of course, this will apply to the SOAR program. Or 30% of individuals in emergency shelter, both congregate shelter and non-congregate shelter, will exit to permanent housing. And of course, this will apply to emergency interim housing projects for this upcoming year. And that concludes our presentation. We're open to questions.
All right, thank you. Thanks for all your hard work, Kelly and Reagan. Let's go to the public, specifically on this item, 8.3, actions related to the grant agreements on these homelessness programs. Tony?
Jean Adams. Jean Adams.
Appears that she's muted.
I said at the beginning that I'm very interested in the Chuck E. Cheese development, that 1371 Cruiser Road property.
Okay, so you had your hand up. I thought you wanted to speak about this item as well. Raise your hand when we get to open forum, please.
Okay.
Catherine Hedges.
I have a question. Why don't we have a goal of housing 100% of the participants?
Is that your only comment?
And I don't know, it just seems like a lot of these programs, we're spending a lot of money on them, we're not getting great results. But if our goal is to only house like 30% of participants, I can see why we still have so many people living unhoused. Thank you.
Gail Osmer.
Hi, good evening. I don't know if I should even be saying anything because I know you're not going to be listening or accepting what I'm saying, but I don't know. None of you that sit on the city council are out there. Housing isn't out there connecting with the people. You talk about the SOAR sites and Home First. That is a joke. You all on the city council have no idea what Home First is not doing. I'm sorry, but you're not out there. Why would you? I thought you were, I could be wrong, but I thought you were closing the Sure Site motel. So why are you giving money? You talk about street outreach. There's nothing. I go to these camps and they laugh at me. These SOAR sites. Has Home First been here? No, they haven't. Have been here? No, they haven't been here. It's just a travesty. I'm sorry, I'm babbling, but I'm so frustrated because none of you sitting on that council wants to do anything to help the unhoused. Now the city closed all the lights on Taylor. What does that mean? Oh, well, let's hurry up and get rid of people at Columbus. Let's turn the street lights off on Taylor. There's no housing. How can they connect to housing? You have 3 days a week where Home First is sitting on their, you know what, doing nothing at Columbus. They're doing nothing at Columbus. And you give them millions of dollars. I'm very frustrated. So thank you for listening to me. Bye. Have a good evening.
Tina Lamb.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for having me. Just looking at the data, it seems like the emergency interim housing success rate to transit into permanent housing is actually the lowest of all the program. It looks like we have more success in the rapid housing, rehousing and also the motel sheltering. Emergency interim housing is very expensive and very disruptive to the neighborhood adjacent to that because we are taking like good land, open lot that undeveloped and then turn into high density housing. So I really asked the city council to consider other more successful projects and programs than the EIH. Thank you.
Hui Zhu. 2202.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, actually the presentation to me is not very clear, but we heard that there's one of the sites that's near the Noble Elementary School and Piedmont Middle School and the park.
I'm
So
sorry, ma'am.
we-
We're not considering that at this time. We'll be certainly hearing from many speakers on that issue during open forum, but that's a separate item.
Sarah?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here to strongly oppose city's decision on building tiny houses for with.
Okay, so if anybody with their hand up who wants to talk about tiny homes, put your hand down, and when we get to open forum, we'll call people who want to talk about the tiny homes. We're going to start with the in-person speakers, and then we'll move to the Zoom speakers. Scott Largent.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Scott Largent. I'm curious at this meeting if we have Home First, if they've been able to send a representative. Councilmember Davis, you brought that up at the last meeting, and I think that's very important for the dollar amount that's going their direction. I have never been impressed with Home First, and I am a resident out at the crash zone out at Guadalupe Gardens that has been waiting for a safe parking program. I went from several different zones and they got my hopes up and I just needed a place to park my motorhome. Mr. Fujio, that we built a dome for behind where my RV is out there, he is still waiting also for his placement in a tiny home. Rudy, which is also my neighbor out there, Gata, Jose, they're all waiting for these safe parking programs. When I looked at your list that you guys put up on this display here, it says $2 million we're going towards Amigos del Guadalupe, and I believe Life Moves. I've asked all the advocates, where is the safe RV parking programs? You heard your staff provide you guys feedback right now that they're trying to figure out the site, they're trying to figure out where it's going to be. We're running out of time out here, and I think we need to show some success stories, some results. I've got a good group of people. Most of them actually, of all things, are sober, seniors. They're ready to go somewhere. They're ready to go to a safe parking program. They're people that are not a problem. I'm just wondering, are we waiting right till September 30th where there will be no place to go? And I worry that this is going to be like what happened out at Component, where you're going to lump a bunch of people into one area, not vet them out, and it's going to be another disaster. So thank you.
Laja Twiva Flinders. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, City Council. My name is Longy Tuiva Flinders. I am showing up on behalf of the Lived Experience Advisory Board. I just wanted to add comment for us as far as our code of conduct. We are definitely doing the most that we can to understand and really get into the code of conduct with the City Council. In my public opinion, just to add a few comments from the works that I've been involved in thus far. So far, the maintenance portion, we're okay on. Thank you for looking forward to granting the Lived Experience Advisory Board members areas that they can definitely be of help. We definitely support all the tiny homes. We support any new projects. Just keep us glued in. Abusive language is very inappropriate. So we will try to conduct ourselves in a better manner Just know that we are supporting with perspectives of the community in mind, advocating for those that we currently have just met and those that we continue to advocate for while we are in our proper positions, in hopes that we can continue to end homelessness for those that deserve permanent housing, that will be part of this growing experience and will definitely add to more insight of what disturbance is, our conduct, our behaviors, and how we might be overlapping or disrupting each other, so that we can continue to learn how to do the next right thing, sober, clean, together, up, down, all around. So that's my public comment on behalf of the Lived Experience Advisory Board. Thank you very much.
Sai?
Hi. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this grant seems to be very high allotment of that one. What is the status about last 10 years achieved something? Because last 10 years allocating the amounts, right, for this homeless tiny homes or shelters. Is there any progress for that one, or what is the results achieved in the last 10 years? And I think better to provide better opportunities to everyone, because this is a country, number one country. USA is a very large country, and better to provide for them to education or whatever it may be, trainings or whatever it may be for the homeless, and make them more fruitful, and instead of spending this much large amount on the tiny homes and all, and tiny homes and feeding them, instead of that one, better to provide them opportunities and training them at every level, and make them self-earning. That way, that will give a good results over the maybe around the next 20 years time.
Michelle?
A moment. Sorry. This is Michelle Bruneau speaking, and I apologize to the council if you have more information than we are being shown in the slide presentation, but it seems like an awful lot of money without having the results and an analysis of the results for past money spent and how the new programs are supposed to be different than the old programs. And unless the county has, or the council has information that it's not being shared with the public, showing the information and how this has really been a success and how it's been keeping people off the streets, I would request the council not adopt the proposal. Thank you.
Min?
Thank you, giving me the chance to present here. I look at the construction project, and it looks the board like to spend over 100 million on those projects yearly, but only served only 100 or several people. I don't think this is an efficient way to deal with those unresident poor guys. Why not just help those people by voucher, by give them the rental voucher, by fund them to find a job, not just let them to isolate somewhere and make them to be differently. I totally can understand the strategy you are working on. It's totally like spend a lot of money, but get least results. Could you reconsider the overall strategy of housing those poor guys and give everyone the good chance to start their life again? You know, those days is so it's frustrating for everyone. Everyone need help. Why not spend the money on a more efficient way? Thank you.
Jerry?
Thank you for your time. Council members, I think we do need to have some compassion to our homeless neighbors in this city as this population keeps growing. However, for the transparency to the public, this presentation should at the very least show the past 10 years of placement rate for the homeless individuals and how long they've been able to place these homeless individuals into these programs and what the overall success rate is. To give just a target metric on what they want to do moving forward without providing any previous data or details on the success or failures of many of these programs, I feel is a unjust use of taxpayer money as well as money for San Jose. If these programs are not increasing the placement rate of these homeless individuals, then there needs to be more transparency and more investigation on how to make these programs more efficient. So for the next presentation, if there is any, it would be appreciated if we can have more data in terms of past performances of these programs, the overall placement rate, and whether or not these programs are actually helping reduce in the long term the homelessness rate in San Jose. Thank you.
Greenie? Greenie Van Buren?
I would like to see, more detailed strategy of how you can provide home shelters for the homeless, low-cost housing for the low-cost for the homeless people, and also what are the program you have to help them, train them to get a job. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, back to the council. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I want to first thank staff for the work with all these contracts and all of the things that you're doing on the streets with our homeless community. You know, we spend a lot of time, and I know that even the mayor has made comments about our big failure is homelessness in this community. It certainly is still a big issue that we have to deal with, but we also ought to, like some of the commenters were asking about, talk about our successes. And I want to thank you for those successes. Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Jimenez and I were at a presentation a few weeks ago with Russell Hancock from Joint Venture talking about the state of the valley, and he was asked at that meeting by our Vice Mayor, who was chairing the meeting, to only talk about the positive. And I was struck by his comment on homelessness in Santa Clara County and Silicon Valley, talking about how across the entire Silicon Valley, there's 12,000 homeless, and the count looks like homelessness hasn't changed in 3 years since the last count. So it looks like a failure, but his analysis, and I think we could all agree, is that without all the work that good agencies good departments like yours are doing, the number would be double that. We'd probably have over 20,000 homeless people. And so I do just want to start with thank you for the outreach that you do in the area, in the community, to get people housed. And I think people are noticing that there are differences being made, and it's definitely hard for our community who's still dealing with the effects of homelessness to understand the quality of the work. So I just want to start there. I think there was a motion made, although I'm not sure if that was real or not. There are two memos out there, my memo and a memo from Councilmember Esparza. I think Councilmember Esparza had an issue and family issue and isn't still in the meeting, I want to be sure that both of our memos are included in the motion if possible. Just for context on, I think the context of Councilmember Esparza's memo speaks for itself. I mean, I fully support what she's asking for in hers. Context for my memo is a frustration that I think I also expressed last week about what I feel are the primary needs in District 4, but obviously in other parts of the city, and some of the services that I think are being concentrated in certain parts of the city, but not in others. And so I talk about source sites and RV parking. I think District 4, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but maybe one of the highest RV parking or people parking on the streets, living on the streets district in the city. So I think it's a high priority for us to get an RV site. And I know that we included that in last week's motion. My memo this week speaks to it again and just asks for the staff to be, as resources become available, looking for ways to provide those services in our district. A big frustration for me has been that when I talk to frustrated residents who live near some of the bigger encampments in our district, what I say to them is we have to be slow and methodical and do it right. And we're going to try to get people to accept housing options when they're available. I can't promise that people that are living there now will be gone. But what I'd like to be able to promise them is that in places where they're going to be for a while, we at least have services there, such as restrooms, facilities, wash stations, and dumpsters. And I've told residents that I'm working to try to get those. And we still in the northern part of the city don't have any sites with those resources. So that was the purpose behind the memo, and I'm hoping that, I think Councilman Perales made the motion, will include those two memos in the motion.
I was the second, but I'm happy to support that.
And I am too, both memos.
Motion's amended. All right. Councilmember, having a bad Zoom day. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. We all have those days, Mayor. Don't worry. Well, listen. I'm supportive of the motion and supportive of both memos, and appreciate what you shared in your memo, Councilmember Cohen. Very much supportive of that. Also supportive of Councilmember Esparza's comments in her memo, and in reading her memo, it brought to mind some situations that we're dealing with in South San Jose or District 2 specifically, but I suspect it probably is an issue that exists with other locations across the city. And that is that she brings up the point of exploring how the county can reimburse the city for costs associated with abating or providing source sites on county property. And so we similarly in District 2, we have locations that are home to some of the newly established source sites, which I'm very much supportive of and excited about. And we're going to make sure that it's shared far and wide with the residents that I represent. But what I'm curious about is, and seeing if staff is open to exploring this, similar to what Councilmember Esparza is mentioning, but essentially exploring how we can get Caltrans to reimburse the city for some of the work we're doing on their properties. Is that a possibility? Is some of that happening? Can someone from housing touch on that? On your thoughts?
Yeah. Hi, Councilmember Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. I'll do my best, although my colleagues from Beautify San Jose who manage those interagency agreements aren't here this evening, but I think that is the purpose of having those interagency agreements with entities like Caltrans and Valley Water is to work out that potential for cost sharing. I will say we do have an agreement with the county for cost sharing for our trash related cleanup services. But I'm not sure what the agreement is with Caltrans.
Okay, and obviously county's the county, Caltrans is the state, right? So
correct.
Probably slightly different dynamic there. I would just say that it's something my team and I are going to lean on the Beautify SJ team and other folks that are exploring this to see if this is possible. And I want to make sure that we're leaning on our state representatives to really have those important conversations with Caltrans, because it seems to me that Caltrans has stepped up on occasion, essentially agreeing to let us utilize some of the properties that we've built some of these bridge housing communities on. It seems like a logical extension of that discussion to then broach this idea of how we can get right of access to the properties, in addition to trying to figure out how we can, share the cost or have them reimburse us, whatever that may be. So just wanted to put that on the radar and make sure that my colleagues were aware that that's something that concerns me, because I imagine it exists in other parts of the city. The other question I had is so I'm very excited, as I mentioned, about the establishment of the source sites, specifically the ones in District 2. But I'm curious, and again, if this falls under the Beautify SJ team, we can certainly take it up with them. I think we have a meeting with them tomorrow. But is there a strategy for expressing and showing to the residents in the surrounding areas around the source sites that are going up how the addition of services via the source sites are really going to help solve some of the issues they're seeing daily? And obviously, there's a host of things we provide with the source sites, but I'm curious if you have any thoughts on just how to best express that to some of the folks, neighbors, if you will.
Yeah, I think we're working with Beautify San Jose on a little bit broader approach to have meetings and information sessions with community members about our encampment management policies in general, right? Like where do we prioritize encampment abatements? All of that body of work that Beautify San Jose is working on. Housing will be a part of those conversations with neighborhoods and community members, because obviously we have the piece about services to the people via our street outreach teams and street-based case management, and some of our kind of basic needs services like the porta potties and hand washing stations and mobile showers and laundry.
Right. Okay. And the reason I ask is that one of the new source sites that's going to be at the Eden Park Place south by Rue Ferrari, essentially down the block from the existing bridge housing community that's going to grow in size. I think taking the news of the establishment of the source site is going to be important to the residents and more importantly, the businesses in the area that consistently are sending me emails and complaining and being, quite mean in some of their comments to my staff. I just, I'd like to think that there's going to be some very concrete things we're going to be able to tell them as it relates to getting added services there and trying to get some of those folks out of there. It's next to the one of the park trails, and we have a very real fear that some of the RVs that have a host of items stored on the street are using generators and have the potential to cause some grass fires, and so anyway, just thinking through that, and we'll discuss that with Beautify SJ as well. But I just thought that was important to mention, because I think if the residents, when we tell them that we're establishing source sites, I think it's going to be very helpful to think through exactly what it is they should expect from that, right? And I have my ideas as to what that's going to supply and produce for them, but I think they need to see some sort of result or change in behavior in order to get, in order for us to get a little bit more buy-in from them. The other thing I hope is that, as far as District 2 is concerned in the establishment of the new source sites, my hope is that some of these source sites, for example, the one I just mentioned, where in my mind, there's a real fire danger, or another source site on the corner of Blossom Hill and Monterey Road across from the A&PM. It's quite literally in the middle of a construction zone where we're getting the new interchange developed on 101 and Blossom Hill. It's just really an unsafe area. And so to the point that Councilmember Cohen raised in his memo, my thoughts are that if we bring source services to that site and eventually get them relocated, my hope is that you as housing or Beautify SJ team can then figure out how to reallocate some of those resources to other parts of the city to then provide those services that other communities desire. And let me just conclude with just saying that each time we have discussions about homelessness, I'm often reminded. I was thinking about Gail's comments, but I'm often reminded of the compassion I think that we all have for those folks that are living on the street, but the very real, especially in the roles that we're in as elected officials representing everyone in the community. The counterweight, the counterbalance, if you will, to that is representing the interest and the desires of many of the people that are housed, right? And that's the inherent challenge that I think we have as elected officials is recognizing the plight of the folks on the street, but knowing that while we're trying to solve that and be thoughtful about it and caring about it, that we also, struggle with trying to provide a safe, clean community for the folks that are housed, that aren't on the street, obviously. And so that's a very real challenge. And so, I think, as I often tell my residents, that if I could push a button and solve all this in one fell swoop, I would have done that a long time ago. I don't think any of us desire to get yelled at, to have these meetings that become contentious, or to say that hear people tell us that we don't care. I think we're all in this business, getting paid the big bucks. And of course, I'm being sarcastic, but doing this work because we care about the community. That's why we're here. And I don't pretend to have all the solutions, but I think we as a city have continued to strive and moving forward in a very positive way to grasp for solutions. And it's going to take time, but I think we're making some good efforts. So with that, thank you so much for all the effort you and the housing department have done, and obviously the Beautify SJ team. And, there's a lot more to do. So onward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I could just have like a brief
please.
response. Perhaps your office and the housing department could work together on some outreach in the Eden Park area. I know you and I have been out there together before with some of those neighbors and business leaders. I'd be happy to go out again and talk about SOAR and what it means. But for us, what it means is that we can spend some time out there with those households that are living in their vehicles, try and build some trust, and then be able to offer them a spot to participate in the safe parking program that will open up in October.
Yeah.
And
yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to highlight, I think, a broader shift in the SOAR program for the council. When we implemented SOAR, it was really in response to COVID-19 and delivering services to people who were living outside, who needed access to kind of basic needs services. I think as we have come out of COVID-19 and into recovery, and we have now shifted into this encampment management model, we do know there are sites that are going to be abated. I think SOAR is an opportunity to focus some resources on encampments if we know there's a safety issue, or in the long term it's going to be abated, and it's an opportunity to work with individuals intensively before that encampment abatement occurs. To us, it's a better option to try and bring people inside rather than abate, and we're in that game of whack-a-mole where we abate and people move and then they come back, and we're continually chasing people around the city. I think having SOAR as this dedicated resource with street outreach teams that have clinicians, case managers, outreach folks with lived experience of homelessness, I think that's an opportunity to provide some meaningful options to folks who are living outside. So I just wanted to highlight for council that shift.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think it's going to be a positive thing for the areas that already have SOAR, that have experienced this, but obviously the areas that are getting the SOAR services. I think it's going to be great. Let me just, I know I said that was it, but you reminded me of something that I thought about saying, because this has been brought up consistently for me, both among some of the residents that I currently represent, in addition to some of the residents I used to represent that are now, Councilmember Mahan has inherited some of my residents. And so they've often asked me about the VTA parking lot. And so I just wanted to express, in case any of them are listening, is that my intention when my team and I came up with the idea of working with VTA to establish that location off Santa Teresa Light Rail Station as an RV safe parking was with the sole purpose of having the RVs within then District 2, right, in South San Jose, having a place for them to go, because we consistently still, and even in the past, have received many, many calls, as I'm sure many of my other colleagues do, about RVs in the street, near schools, dumping waste, whatever it may be, right? And so that idea came from trying to find a solution to some of the issues that we were grappling with. And so I wanted to just express that because it's been brought to me many, many times. And I think there was even a recall petition circulating around my candidacy here, or me as a council member, around the idea that the reason I wanted to establish that was to bring all the RVs from Columbus Park. And I just want to plainly say that was not the intention. I don't think we can accommodate all them, and I think the council member in District 4, District 3, I'm sure will desire to have their own RV safe parking. But I just wanted to express very clearly to any resident that's listening, that was never the intention. And that I hope that doesn't happen, because that wasn't the intention. And so just wanted to share that. It was very important to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to staff for the report and all the work you've done with our service providers to bring these contracts forward. I want to say a couple of quick thank yous and then ask a question. So thank you to Councilmember Jimenez for his comments, particularly that last one. And I think that point about, to the extent possible, having a local preference or a focus on local impact that makes neighborhoods better, not worse off when they take on sites is really important. So I just appreciate his intention and vision there, and it's certainly something I'm trying to communicate now in the part of the district that I've inherited. So thank you for that. I also appreciate the memos from my colleagues, council members Cohen, and as far as I think safe parking, which we are continuing to move forward in District 10, is an important solution. And I also really appreciate the focus in Councilmember Esparza's memo on cost sharing with the county around service delivery. I think we know we can't do everything at the city, and we certainly can't do it alone, and having the county in their area of expertise help with funding services feels very promising to me in a way to scale our efforts. So I appreciate that. Since it came up in public comment, I see we do have a lot of folks here in public comment. I appreciated that a few people mentioned outcomes and performance measurement, which is near and dear to my heart. And Reagan, I noticed in the staff memo, I think it was the first of 2 staff memos, I appreciated that where possible, staff included the number of participants who exited into permanent housing, which I think is certainly one important measure of success. I do think, I'll make one more statement here and then kind of pivot to the question. I do think for members of the community, they could be forgiven for feeling like we were much more focused on the dollars we're dispersing, the partners, the source of funding, all the process pieces that are obviously critical and very important for us to have oversight of and manage carefully. And to think when they see our slide deck, our presentation in the meeting here, or read the memo, that we're less interested or less focused on those really critical outcomes of how many people not only graduate into permanent housing, but maybe complete a treatment regimen or achieve employment or achieve other really important measures of bettering their lives or self-sufficiency, right? I think those are the kinds of outcomes our community could get excited about and actually want to see us put more resources into. And so I think we're not necessarily, for lack of a better term, marketing our success well enough. I think Councilmember Cohen sort of alluded to that earlier. And frankly, I also just think it's important from a public trust perspective that we are front loading and emphasizing in our presentation decks the impact and the measurement and the analysis that we're doing to understand which service providers are delivering the best outcomes. I think that's really important. So here's the question. I noticed on page 5 of the initial staff memo, there's a sentence there that seems pretty important to me that says negotiation with partners on the number of participants who will be served as well as performance outcomes are in the beginning stages and are not included in the summaries of the agreements described in this memorandum, which we're presumably approving here. So I guess the question is, is that avoidable in the future? Can we identify, personally, I think it would be important for us to identify success measures and any commitments that are being made up front prior to council approving or moving forward with contracts. So to what extent is that possible? Can you maybe help just for the public's understanding, help us understand why we're not there right now with these contracts?
Sure, thanks for the question. I'll start and then Kelly can fill in whatever I've omitted. So what council is approving right now is authority for the Director of Housing to negotiate contracts with all of these entities. We do address some highlights or past performance on many of these contracts, which are renewals. In other words, contracts or programs we've funded in the past. We come to council typically in the winter with an annual report on our homeless programs that says how we did in all of our metrics and outcomes, and basically how many people did we house. We did have a slide tonight about our metrics and our outcomes. We are part of a broader continuum of care with the county and other cities in Santa Clara County. We have agreed upon metrics and outcomes for our homeless and housing programs. For example, 30% of people who exit an emergency shelter will exit to a permanent housing destination. That's the minimum standard for all of our emergency shelter programs. And keep in mind, emergency shelters are basically a program designed to meet someone's basic needs. Oftentimes, it's less focused on housing outcomes. So I think what I am trying to articulate to you, council member, is we have standard outcomes that we are striving for as an entire system, and the city of San Jose is one piece of that system. And I'll turn it over to Kelly in case I've omitted anything.
There's a lot to say about that question. I think I would just add, as far as why we're not there yet, so we don't have our projected numbers for you today. Over the past few years, we have taken contracts to you all for approval one by one. And this is the second time that we've come forward with what we call a mega memo, coming with multiple contracts. Because we really want to expedite those contracts and get the services started at the beginning of the fiscal year. We have had a history of getting started pretty late based on a lot of reasons, one being coming to council for approval and going through, it's a long process to get a contract executed. So
Kelly, if I could just interject, I just want to say, I mean, I appreciate, actually, I think the fact that they're all together is a strength because as you're pointing out, it's more efficient, but I also think it could give us the opportunity for a comparative analysis of who's delivering the most impact, the most cost effectively in different categories of service. I think.
And I would say, councilmember, we deliver that comparative analysis in our annual homeless report, which we do
let me
just to in this staff report.
No, I understand, but let me just finish. I appreciate that. I think that when we are reviewing contracts, so we just had a conversation earlier today about a technology service provider whose contract was not renewed. I don't think any contracts with the city should be in any way assume that they're going to be automatically renewed. And I'm not saying that you're saying that, but I do think that they should be based on rigorous analysis of performance. And while it's great to have a minimum bar of 30% of people will exit to permanent housing, I actually think what we want to be doing with these service providers is identifying objective measures of success, multiple measures, and then actually showing whenever we bring forward a new contract renewal how they did against those measures in the past. And so the goal would not be to simply clear the bar of minimum. It would actually be to say who is most cost effectively helping the most people in the ways that we are trying to measure that help as being successful. So I think there's a more rigorous way of evaluating performance and then being able to measure across service providers and show who's having the greatest impact and which sites are having the greatest impact. And that's a place to generate insights and learnings. And so my observation, I think you heard it in the public comment, and I still see it in the presentation, is that we're very focused on the process side of this, which is no doubt the lion's share of the work. But I just think from our perspective, seeing the analytics around performance and what our success measures are, and having that, I don't want to see that separated out in an annual summary. I'd like to see that be integrated into the conversation we're having around which contracts we're renewing and how they're scoring, basically, sort of as we did earlier with the software contract. So I'll leave it at that, but I think there's room for improvement. I wanted to express that. But please feel free to, if you want to, chime in again, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I wanted to complete that thought. And Chair, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Paulus.
Yeah, thank you. I want to share a couple thoughts on the work, but first just responding to Councilmember Mahan's thoughts there. I think there's one flawed assumption in the argument or the request that Councilmember Mahan's making, and that somehow there's like a plethora of organizations out there knocking at our door ready to come and compete for this work. Looking at the contracts that we are looking to renew or setting up new here, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out which companies or organizations, nonprofits in the city, we are not contracted with for some work that that would somehow come and compete rigorously to do what happens to be the absolute hardest work in the city. And this is just a real quick glance over, and considering the last 8 years, all the different organizations that I've worked with in the city, and trying to see who am I right in that assumption, Reagan, that it looks like, I mean, almost everybody that's doing something in the city here, we've got a contract with to do something, correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair statement, and I'll just give an example of safe parking. The housing department, the way our government process is we put out a competitive bid for proposals for when we want to contract out for a service. And those proposals are rated and evaluated and chosen based on what they can produce or what they said they could produce. When we put out a request for proposals for safe parking, we had one organization respond. So you are correct. There's not, oftentimes nonprofits may have a particular specialty. So for example, there's probably one or two agencies that specialize in the safe parking program, just for example.
And the nonprofits have wisely done this over the years, rather than compete with one another, find their individual strengths, right, where they may be able to support each other, because we know it really takes this mosaic of support, and there's not necessarily organizations that are, I'm going to do it all. There's some that really specialize in particular areas, and then they focus on that, and they'll compete, as you point out, for safe parking. And I know in the past, we've almost had to encourage organizations, right, to go sort of out of their wheelhouse and say, hey, can you help us? Can you apply for this, right? Could you create this opportunity within your organization to stretch and do, like the source sites. That was a brand new operation that we, engaged in. It's not like going to the store and picking out a printer and, you get all these different companies that are doing that. They're already out there on the it's very, very complicated. And when we initiated on the source sites, nobody was doing that work in the city here because that wasn't even in existence. And so I recognize the interest to be successful here. I share that with Councilmember Mahan, but I also recognize the realities of the challenges in that who's doing this work. And there's not a laundry list of people out there competing to do this work. We honestly have to work hand in hand with these organizations and simply just hope that we actually do get somebody to apply, as you pointed out, for an RFP. In that case, right, that we didn't get zero, because we've had that before, where we've had nobody apply. And so those are just realities of what we're dealing with here. And I think to simply look at, hey, success as a measure, as if there is an alternative solution out there to go to, is not reality. We need to help create success, not simply just demand it. We need to help create it with these organizations and recognize that the burden falls on us as equally as it does as them. And I know I've had some, challenges with certain nonprofits here in the city. I don't know, we've heard some of that right here. And I know clearly you're nodding your head, right? That's the case, right? They're not all perfect. And there's times where they're, we need to get them to do better, but it's not as easy as, hey, sorry, we're going to move on from you, because there's not necessarily somebody sitting there in line waiting to do the work. So we have to work with them. And I've seen a lot of great success when we do that. And I've seen some improvement, and I've seen, these organizations and individuals do that work. And then to go down even one level, because I know we're talking about them as if they're just a broad organization. It's individuals doing this work, right, at the end of the day. And for the most part, they're paid, right, pretty poorly. The ones that are doing the hardest work, the outreach workers, on-site, site workers. And during the last couple of years, they faced, harder times than we did here at the city with transition and, lack of applications themselves. And, and they still face some of those challenges. And so it's if it was as simple as, hey, there is a tremendous solution or program out there, and they know how to solve this problem, God forbid I know, we would be hiring those organizations. And so it's not that simple. And I think that, right, we can monitor and record data and try to achieve, better success. But I think we need to look at it from a standpoint of, how do we do that together? How do we help encourage success from these organizations, and not simply just measure and then respond? And then I wanted to add that I am, I have accepted the fact and the fate that we're not going to go to sanctioned encampment. So if source sites are the closest that we are going to get, I am excited and happy. Right, the District 3 has the most of them, and we've had that. Right, again, what I didn't like about the source sites was that we didn't get to choose the location, but I've accepted that fate, and right, and we are providing a service which, in my mind, is way better than just going and continually whack-a-mole displacing people. That is something ultimately that I wanted to avoid, and I think the source sites have allowed us to do that. And then I'm excited to see that we have an RV spot in the expanded source sites coming to District 3. This is half a mile from my house. And I know we get the concerns from community members, hey, this is right here in my community, and you guys wouldn't do that too. Yes, we do regularly, and this is half a mile from my house, which means it's about a mile or less from the mayor's house. And in fact, I'm wondering if you looked at commercial between 10th and 7th as another opportunity. We have RVs parked there right now, all the time. And so, is there an opportunity? Did you already look at that, for one? And if not, is there an opportunity to potentially expand in the future?
I will look to Vanessa to say, yes, I think we did look at commercial, but I might have you come down and say why we didn't exactly go with that site. And then I will say, Councilmember, that we're open to working with you in the future on a potential expansion. I think the idea here is, as more SOAR resources, i.e. our SOAR staff, our street-based clinicians and case managers, as their time frees up, for example, when we close the Heading and Spring encampment at the end of September, that's sort of the all hands on deck situation right now. We're where multiple teams are working there. But I think as we close that encampment, we'll have a little bit of freed up resources and we might be able to expand.
Great. Vanessa?
Hello, Vanessa Beretta with the Housing Department. Yes, we did explore commercial. We did this site selection in partnership with our partners at Beautify SJ, and so we had determined this list based on the criteria set and the needs when we were meeting with them. So as Reagan mentioned, we were trying to just target some of those areas specifically that have had habitual problems in the past and really significant issues such as the fires and the blocking of the right-of-ways and such. And so we chose the 2 sites to pilot. The city loves to pilot, so we're going to pilot these 2 sites, see what we can make work, and hopefully we can expand this service.
Okay, well then great. So then there's still an opportunity there for that commercial, and I think it's very similar to the 15th Street between Charles and Commercial. It's commercial between 10th and 7th, and I think it's, again, similar, and I think it would be a great opportunity. And quite frankly, I'd rather see that than simply at some point disperse, the couple dozen RVs that are there today and just have them land somewhere else in the community. So with that, though, thank you for the work here, and I think we already have a motion. So.
Thank you. I'd like to make the case that I think 2 things can be true. One, as Councilmember Peralta said, that it's really hard to persuade a lot of folks to get into this line of work. And there are a limited number of organizations that are also strapped for staff that are doing really hard work. And the notion that we're going to have a lot of competitors quite often is not likely. We know there've been RFPs where we're not getting multiple bidders or any at all. On the other hand, I think the strong case for accountability can still be made because we are making trade-offs between how we're investing dollars. And we know some things that we're doing definitely work. Rapid rehousing works. Prevention works. We're seeing outcomes that I think we want to see. I think what you reported was 80% of rapid rehousing clients are getting onto permanent housing. That's tremendous. On the other hand, there are things we're doing, we're probably, we're going to follow it and may not be that successful. And that may tell us we should divest and focus our scarce dollars on those things we know work. And so I think both things can be true here. We do need to continue to hold the organizations accountable for reporting results, for high standards of outcomes, because this is obviously public money and we all care about the outcomes because this is critically important work and people's lives depend on it. So I really think that, the discussion here between Councilmember Mahan and Peralta is an important one, but I do think this situation where 2 things can be true. I had, on that general topic of sort of outcomes, I know Gail was very critical, one of the members of the public who we all know has been very active in homelessness advocacy. She was critical, particularly, I think, of Home First in some of the source sites. I took a look at the data we have from the 2022 annual report for SOAR. We had Home First and PATH, I think, as partners, organizations in that. And they served 417 people under those contracts. And I'm wondering, how did that compare with our expectations, our thresholds for what we expected them to do with the dollars we were allocating?
For SOAR, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was for SOAR, yeah. Was 417 something that we believed was
It was unduplicated.
good performance? Yeah, it was unduplicated.
Yeah. I think that's pretty good.
Okay.
Especially with the goal being to work with people in order to come up with a housing plan and a long-term plan for their leaving the encampment into something more stable. It takes a long time sometimes to engage people and really, it could take a couple weeks. It could take 6 months just to learn their name. Outreach is hard. And so, while it's very proactive, and that's something really great about SOAR, you're going back to the same people week over week. And so you're seeing the same people and you're building those relationships. So I think over 400 people is actually pretty good mark. We're going to continue to create more teams so we can reach more people and more encampments, and maybe follow people who leave encampments and go to bigger encampments. I think, we just want to keep those relationships. And
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Because I don't feel like I have a frame of reference to understand, is 417 good? Is it not good? And maybe as you're reporting these results, and I know we do have an end of the year report, and so you guys do the report metrics and outcomes, and that's important. It would be occasionally helpful just to kind of insert those, hey, here's what our goal was, and we hit it, or whatever it might be. So we have a frame of reference. I think it's helpful. Again, this isn't about sort of punishing nonprofits or making them look bad or anything like that. I think it's about understanding how we're making our best investment possible. Maybe nobody's fault that a particular approach or modality is not going to work. The reality is we're all trying a lot of different things. And what the housing department has done over the last several years with innovation, it's been really tremendous. It's probably unlike just about any other city in the country. And just the breadth of things that we have tried and what we've learned and what we've been able to apply. And it's important for us to, as a council, to be able to, and the public to be able to learn what's working, what's not, and where do we need to refocus. There was a contract from last year that came up with that we authorized from the budget message a year ago. And I think We Hope was one of the bidders, but I'm not sure if they're the ones that did it. It had to do with bathrooms, trying to make public bathrooms accessible in parks and so forth. And I'm just wondering what happened. Did we actually implement that contract? And it doesn't appear to be re-upped here. And I'm just trying to understand sort of what was the outcome.
Yeah, it's happening. I'll turn it over to Kelly, but we did launch it.
Okay.
you coined this. It's the bathroom attendant pilot program.
Oh, how about that? I couldn't come up with a better name than that.
Through the SJ Bridge program, and it is up and running. Let me see. Let me give you.
I'm going to ask if everyone could please be quiet so we can hear Kelly. Thank you. Yes, open forum always happens at the conclusion. Ma'am, open forum always happens at the conclusion of the meeting. That's the way we've always done it every Tuesday. We can't tell you that. It's when we resolve. We only have one more matter after this, and then we resolve it. But I'm not going to respond again. The next person who speaks out, I'm going to ask to be removed. We will have public forum at the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you. Kelly?
The pilot program has been operating for 6 weeks thus far. It is operating at 4 sites. The work crews are servicing the units, replenishing the toilet paper, and just monitoring the bathrooms. The 4 parks are Bernal Park, Bakesto Park, Watson Park, and McHenry Park. And we are piloting those 4 parks, and then we hope to make it to Columbus Park, for instance. I know that was a target area, and we're assessing other parks, but so far it's going pretty well.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know that's critical service for those in need.
I think your staff mayor brought up Tully Park to us.
Yeah, we did
earlier this week. We're happy to explore that.
I appreciate that. I know there were some youth programs where the bathrooms were shut down, and it'd be wonderful to keep those open for the public. I appreciate all the answers you've given to the many questions we've all posed. I just offer in closing, there's no award for it could have been worse. Nobody gets that award. Nobody gives it. But I was just sent a text from, it was actually a tweet that Jennifer Loving sent me about Sacramento County. And I guess that their homeless count, their pit count just came in, and they doubled their homeless count in about 3 years. Now, ours is countywide is about where it was 3 years ago. We actually had a slight decline in the city on unsheltered homeless. Obviously, we all would like to see that number drop sharply, and we're all doing everything we can to do that. But we're in an environment, obviously, this pandemic with much larger forces at work. And I think it is important to recognize that if we're able to at least reduce the number of unsheltered homeless, even by a small amount, that may be something of a success compared to what we're seeing all around us. So we'll continue to push ahead, and I appreciate all the hard work. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Oh, could I request one
Yes.
thing on the motion? It was with Esparza's memo on number 1. She did request a return to council with that safety assessment for the SOAR program. I would just request that information be provided to council in the form of an information memo.
Okay, that's all right with the maker of the motion? Yes. Okay. All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more item on the agenda, but we have to revote, I'm told, on one other item. That's 2.12. That's terms of a side letter agreement between the city and the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local Number 3, and the Association of Maintenance Supervisory Personnel, Local 21, amending the pay plan. This was a consent agenda item. We have one member of the council who would like to recuse herself. So do we need a motion to reconsider, Nora?
Yes.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to reconsider.
Second. Okay.
And just a clarification, Mayor, do we have to recall the entire consent since that was the motion and then maybe make 2 motions?
Oh, boy. Nora, can we just reconsider the vote on 2.12?
I think you can just reconsider the vote on 212 and make that motion to reconsider 212 only.
Okay.
Pull that out.
We will do that. That is a motion to reconsider on just on 212. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes, and I'll stay in my lane next time. Sorry, Nora.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
I move approval of 2.12.
Second.
All right. There's a motion from Councilmember Cohen, second Councilmember Foley. Is there a recusal? She may not be present.
She just voted. She's there.
Councilmember Reyes, would you like to announce a recusal?
Sure, I'm recusing myself from this vote. Thank you.
All right. Let's vote on this item, 2.12.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call to order a special meeting now as a public hearing on the local homelessness action plan.
No, that's a completely separate meeting, so we need to do open forum,
Okay,
and then we need to adjourn this meeting, and then
Okay.
we need to take like a 5-minute break, and then start the next meeting. Because
okay.
it's the
So let's
system-
take open forum now.
Yes.
All right, let's go to open forum now.
Okay, so those people whose hands I kept putting down on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hands if you
And
want to speak
Tony,
on open
if
forum.
I could just offer a couple sentences as prefatory remarks. We know that there are many members of the community who are very concerned about the location of interim emergency housing or quick build apartment communities, as I call them. There are several of us who have submitted a memorandum that will be considered by the Rules Committee in August. That will set, if approved, set a public hearing in November. At that time, we'll have much more information about various sites, including the ones that are identified after, obviously, public outreach. And at that time, the council will be in a position to fully hear the concerns of the community and actually make decisions based on all of that information. So I want folks to know that there is going to be a public forum when we'll actually be making decisions, as opposed to simply having a public forum where you speak your mind and then nothing happens. So, all right, Tony?
Okay, and did you want to do 1 minute since we have another meeting after this one?
We are, how many?
I have 148 people online.
Yeah, okay, we're going to need to do that because we need to get our work done tonight. So we're going to limit public comment to 1 minute so we can get onto our the rest of our business.
And I will start with the people in person, and these are in the order they were received. I'm going to call names. Come to the microphone. The first person who gets to the microphone just starts speaking. Everybody else will line up on the stairs. I'm going to do 4 to 5 names at a time. As soon as you hear a name, go ahead and make your way forward. Don't wait for that person to stop speaking. I have Ray or Roy, Lyra, Julin Peng, P-E-N-G, Keith Ta, Robert M, and go ahead, and Margaret Wheeler. That's the first set. And if you say your name before you start speaking, that would be great, because then I'll know that you actually spoke.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zulin Pan. I'm a resident on Piedmont Road, a father to 2 little boys whose home school is Noble Elementary School. Obviously, I'm one of the many who are against the idea to put 100 tiny little homes right next to Noble Elementary. And firstly, I have to say I like this idea of tiny home. I think this is a great idea that can help people to bring up their life from the rock bottom to a better life. I used to be a broke up college kid who had only $27 for a week to spend on everything, the food, the laundry, everything, $27. Even at that time, there was once I had only $10 in my pocket. I still gave it to someone in the street because he needed more than I did. My mom has been teaching me to help people ever since I was a kid. I believe her. So I like this idea of tiny home. The only thing I'm against is this specific location. It's right next to an elementary school. And I just don't get what could be a good reason this location can be ranked top 6 out of 100 other locations. And
thank you.
Oh, that's it?
That's it. 1 minute. Next speaker. Also, Lee Wheeler, come down. Go ahead. The first name's fine.
All right, everybody. So we are not opposed to providing homes for the homeless. We understand that. It's just a spot that was chosen on Noble Avenue. We've even gone around and checked spots out. And right now, what we've seen, we're the only ones in the neighborhood. The site on Noble it's an actual neighborhood park, which supports indigenous and migratory wildlife. The site is across the street from an elementary school, a library, and a daycare center. Another elementary school is right behind it. The middle school is right down the street. This was a very poor decision by the city council in many of our opinions. Also, if the tiny home site is built there, it will set the precedence for all neighborhoods. All other districts need to know how you all voted that this can happen anywhere. This is setting the tone for everywhere. No schools except the city council that wants to do this decision. The city council voted on this issue without notifying our neighborhood. This vote was made after the primaries. It was made after the schools were closed. Families were on vacation. That's very interesting.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lee Wheeler. I don't know if you heard me call your name. Frank Wu. Hey, I'm gonna, don't start yet. I'm gonna ask people to not applaud because they won't be able to hear me call their names. And we wanna get through all of the speakers. We don't wanna have to cut people down to 30 seconds to get everybody heard. So please refrain from clapping. If you wanna show your support, you can do jazz hands. The council will see that. But I wanna make sure everybody gets their turn. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Judy. Thank you for your time being with us. And I represent the sites of 85 and Prospect. It's a residential area and there are many young kids. I bring my 2 sons with me today. We purchased the house and we want our kids in a safe area. I know we want to help the homeless people, but I think not just put them in, find a spot and let them live there. We need to find a better way, like a transportation voucher or something else, a better policy to solve this issue. Because we don't we are in a residential area, and there are library, schools, and parks nearby. We want our kids to work in the neighborhood safely. So I feel we need to put yourself.
Next speaker, also Chris and Duke. And okay, if people don't hear their names, they can't come speak. Chris and Duke, go ahead and make your way over. Go ahead, speaker.
Hi, my name is Keith Ta, and I just moved in the neighborhood last year. And about 40 some years ago, I was a homeless kid living on the street. And I could see the sound, the smell, and the environment that I lived in. I know that we need to help the homeless people. However, the main concern that I have for that site is that right across from the elementary. Last I checked, there will be 400 plus children that will attend the school when this site is built on top of it. And I assume all these individuals are gonna be not gonna have any obligation, don't have any family. How would you like make sure that they don't prey on our kids?
Thank you. Next
when
speaker.
they move in? Yeah, thank you.
I
prepared 2 minutes because we
You
were
have
told we
one.
got 2 minutes.
You
Why
have
are we
one.
cut down to 1?
Because there's a lot of speakers. We're trying to get through all of them.
My name is Margaret Wheeler. I've lived at 3388 Suncrest Avenue for 35 years. Cars speeding through the intersection of Suncrest and Burgundy, running the stop sign. Donuts squealing day and night, the smell of burning rubber invading the house. I take my dog Joey on a walk past Noble School and the after school care program. The perk ponds are ahead. I know I will shed my stress. I'm greeted by bluebirds tweeting, swallows swooping through the air, ducks quacking, frogs croaking, black-crowned night herons hunting, turkey vultures blooming, fish and turtles languid in the water. What will happen to the wildlife if 400 plus human beings invade their home? We're losing green space everywhere in San Jose. We need to protect our watershed and percolation ponds. Mayor Liccardo, how many small homes are by your house? Are there one?
Thank you. Next speaker. I can't quite read the handwriting on the next one. It looks like Linen Pinzer, but I'm not positive. Hold on. I'm going to call one more name. Sandra. Go ahead and make your way over. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Lee Wheeler. I lived in San Jose my whole life, worked for the city for 30 years. I witnessed this evening what I know to be true is that you guys take your job very seriously. It's a lot of money that you're spending on a very complex problem. We are concerned about the location of tiny homes in our community. We think the location is inappropriate. It has already been turned down once when this was proposed about 5 years ago. Not sure what has changed other than the fact that it's an ideal location because the city owns the property. We believe that there's other locations that are better suited, and we'd like the consideration of the council and the housing department to look at those other things with clear eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Rodolfo Estrada and James Uzar, come forward. Thank you.
My name is Chris.
I'm sorry, just one moment, ma'am. Councilmember Carrasco, if you could please mute, and everyone could please mute online. Thank you very much. I'm sorry,
That's fine.
if you could please start over again. Thank you.
My name is Chris. I'm not gonna. I think other previous speaker has made very valid points close to schools and all that. The only thing I will add is that I've been living there for over 20 years, and the past the first day in the morning I walk in the pop pond with my dogs for past 18 years and decompress and get ready for my day to start and face the world. And the last thing I do in the evening, walk there. and I see wildlife and over the wildlife and decompress myself to end the day. And over the years, I have seen some homeless people hanging around there with, and I think most of them was probably in the drugs and relieving themselves in the waters. Number one and number two, I seen it half naked, all naked in the water as well. So those are the more of the really hazardous.
Thank you. Margie Matthews, make your way over. Next speaker, come to the mic.
7 strikes against the location, not the idea. 1, it was already successfully vetoed and found not viable and should have never been put back on the table. 2, it is directly across the street from Noble Elementary School. 3, it's across the street from Noble Library. 4, it's across the street from a daycare center. 5, it is very near Toyon Elementary. 6, it is down the street from Pleasanton Middle School. 7, it is land that has been and is a popular park, a walking trail for countless neighbors, families, a sanctuary for a wide variety of wildlife, indigenous and migratory. We cannot believe that the 7 very valid, serious strikes against it.
Thank you. Shea Hua Tang. Shea Hua, hold on, Shea Hua Tang. Go ahead.
Member, Council, Mayor Liccardo. My name is Rodolfo. I come before you guys today with great sadness to see how poorly this was strategized. You guys claim that you guys care and you do this out of passion. Yet when we're looking at the agenda, you guys talk about the budget, you guys talk about the contracts set in place, about the projects that we have, and there's very, very poor planning. And if this was a council that actually cared about the community and the development that we are looking for, you would have actually done a little bit more research, not just on the location, the financials, what would be the best development. It sounds very misleading on how you guys are portraying information today. And I would request for you guys to reconsider, put a little bit more empathy into this and consider the community. At the end of the day, we all want to help the homeless. We all want to find a solution. Yet all it seems that you guys are trying to do is put a patch that's going to solve nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar Herrera. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jim Puzar. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, so I've lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years now, and it's always been an open space area where you could walk your dogs and everything like that. And while I respect that the need for dealing with the homeless problem is a big problem, this is probably not the right place to put it. And, it's across, as other people's mentioned, it's across from the elementary school, things like that. But I think it's just a bad idea. All right. And appreciate you if you could rethink the idea and come back with some other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm represent West San Jose community. I come here is really serious about the put a tiny house in the West San Jose, especially in our location. Yes, I support the homeless. During my lifelong, I already served the homeless project and also served the community for years. But this time, it's really wrong location because around our, the number 6 location, we have 44 schools around the location. 44 schools, and we have 29 schools within the 1 miles, and the other 44 is in 2 miles. Choppies. We really don't want this happen. We are concerned about our children's safety because a lot of that is elementary schools and also learning center. It's really it's not good for the homeless too.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, Council Member Cohen,
happy to be here. This is my first time back here since I've retired. And it's only this that would get me out of my house and get my mask off. I know how dire the homeless situation is. I was a director of affordable housing for the county for 7 years. We worked day after day to find suitable locations, which were on major thoroughfares, near services, near transit, near grocery stores. This site is just the wrong site. And I'll focus on two things: the parks. The parks, this park, like every other park in our city, are sacred ground. And this park, the community's been working on it for decades, back to 1985. I wish it weren't, I wish this were not so, but all the many people that enjoy this park for quiet, relaxation, nature, running, walking, these people will not feel comfortable in this park anymore. I'm pretty fearless, but I doubt that I would feel comfortable walking on this trail, and I walk almost every week.
Thank you.
The other point is the schools. Schools are already living through radical changes of
Yi Liao Aegean. So that's Lee. Go ahead. Go to the next. For people to come over and wait, I have Yi Liao and Aegean. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, City Council. It's an honor to be here. So I am from West San Jose, and if you see the list there, the new proposed homeless center site is surrounded by, within 0.5 miles, we have 12 daycares, preschools, and elementary schools. And within 1 mile, we have 25 of them. And within 2 miles, we have 44 of them. So this is really an area of schools and kids. So, and the transportation is not so good either. So is this really a good spot to put people who need help there? No transportation, not real jobs for them, but then potential risk and for the kids and neighborhood. So I would really encourage the council to consider maybe privatize or use other means, probably build new tiny homes where the homeless people are currently living nearby. So then we can, on one hand, improve the environment in the current entrapment, but without really causing concerns from another neighborhood. So my suggestion is, can we find places where they can really blend in and get community support and be coherent, and we can have a real solution. And also I noticed that we have a lot of homeless population, but
adults to enjoy walking, hiking, walking dogs, fishing, and bird watching. It is a nice feature on the Penitentiary Creek Trail. It connects Penitentiary Park and Alum Rock Park. Back at June 4th, 2002, there was an approved plan to improve this site with informal play area and family picnic area. You know what? I don't see those things at this park. What happened? Did the funds run out? But I think our community got shortchanged. The city didn't invest in the asset in Noble Community. That's a big failure already. And now you want to build a big facility on it? A facility that doesn't belong in a residential area. I visited Rue Ferrari. I saw 4 RVs parked on the street, and it was full of trash. And it's something that resembles a correctional facility. This is something that doesn't belong in a community. I'm not saying don't build them in residential areas, near school.
Thank you. Next speaker. Ping Chu and
Jasmine, thank you for your time. Today I come here to want to say, build a home shelter near school, near the ponds, and near the library is not really ideal because it impacts the children's safety issue. The second, I want to point out, Mayor, can you consider your budget $50 million for building the construction and $3 million for the maintenance each year? This is only for temporary. Can you discuss with some of the commercial land to buy land, build affordable apartments or the house? They will resolve problem for forever, not just temporarily. $50 million plus $3 million just with taxpayer money. Don't shake your hand. I study economics, much probably better than you.
Wait, before you speak, hold on. I want to call another couple names. Some of the handwriting's hard to read, so I'm guessing.
Ma'am, if you've spoken already.
This time talking about
No,
the
no, no.
homeless
No,
issue.
ma'am,
No,
everyone
you
can
already
speak
spoke.
once. We've got 100 people waiting
Yeah.
online, so we got to keep it moving.
Jubo, I think it's Wu. It looks like a W. And Mark Comfort. And I have now called everybody's name. So if you did not hear me call your name because people were applauding, go ahead and move over. Go ahead.
Okay. 5 years ago, Mayor Lee Corrado, right? You already agreed. No tiny home close to school and park. This is your 5 years ago. You promised her. Now you get change her. I guess you may not care about the community anymore. The second thing I want to say, the tiny house close to the school, not only for safety issue, also you introduce the drug to the school. Do you have any modeling to prove if you put the tiny home at the school, how many new homeless will come out? I'm an engineer. I believe the data. I don't believe your just decision by just put your pat your head. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. The actual site where these proposed tiny homes are meant to go is the Dr. Robert Gross Ponds. If you Google the ponds, Google calls it a park in San Jose with a 4.1 rating and 53 reviews. And if you go to the Perk Ponds, there's a sign that says, "Welcome to your neighborhood park." So it's not an empty lot. It's not unused land. It is welcome to your neighborhood park. This park is shared public space provided for your enjoyment and recreation. Please have a fun and safe visit. Be courteous and respectful to others, and please keep the park clean. And the people who put up the sign is the City of Department Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. It is a park.
Ryan Lee.
Yes, I think everyone can hear me.
Yes.
This location on Noble, it is about 2 miles away from ATV station and any convenience store. So this is not an ideal location, definitely for the homeless folks. I have full compassion to them. However, and I see like advocates for homeless people, they go against this location as well. And also, when bad things happen, when tragedy happen, as the District 2 councilman already mentioned, that was not his original intention, right? You don't worry about the kids' safety. You worry about that there is a now recall rally. You don't worry about the people. You worry about you're holding on the power. Earn trust, you also mentioned that. Trust is hard to earn, but easy to lose. Think about the people. Hear us, hear the voice today. No shelter in District 4 on Noble Avenue.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I didn't know that I would be at public comment time so soon. Thank you. I'm in the middle of eating a corn chip or tortilla chip. Thanks for the meeting today. I just wanted to remind the importance of, as we're dealing with abortion issues at this time, state by state, good luck how we can make women's choices really clear for ourselves and how we talk about new abortion issues. It's important that women aren't hurt in the future. And so it's important that we talk about available choices that we can still have that we're entering, and hopefully we can be exiting sometime very soon. And from that, just an overall good luck to ourselves in open democratic practices and public policies towards a future of real positive community sustainability and ideas of peace, not war and harm. Thanks.
Frank Wu, go ahead.
Site selection criteria is highly questionable. How can community believe the site was selected from 140 sites and it is the best option? Is that because literally city already on the land and it is the easy solution instead of the best solution? Disclose the site selection process and ranking criteria is critical. Building tiny site next to elementary school is totally unacceptable. How can we using the assure safety of our kids with just 1 block away from the 100 tiny site? Plus, 100 tiny site was built on 2.5 acre of land is at high density. Being added that to the current community could increase the fire hazard, raising the security concern. Plus, the selection process was lack of communication to the community. By forcing this decision without the community's involvement, will just tear off the trust apart. Lastly, I want to urge the city officials start listening to the voice of the community, rebuild the trust, open the channel of communication. City council should build the community, not dividing. Should solve the problem, not creating more.
Thank you.
All
Catherine Hedges.
Thank you very much. It seems, you've heard a lot of comments about the Noble site for the tiny homes. The community doesn't want it. And the homeless advocates don't want it either because there is no transportation, there is no services, there is no shopping. People are going to have to walk or bike from the tiny home community a long distance to get whatever they need. And guess what? They're going to be walking by the schools. People are going to be, oh my God, look at that person walking by the school. They must be up to something wrong, and call the police. Some people are just trying to get where they need to go. It's just not a good situation. It's, we shouldn't put the park there. We shouldn't put them at the park. Nobody wants them there. It's just going to be trouble if we use that site. And we need to hold Home First accountable for not going out in the field. Thank you.
Hai Ying.
Hello, my name is Hai Ying. I'm a working mom, and I have been living in Berryessa area for more than 20 years. And I also, I work every day, I pay taxes, and I was, try to have a house here safely and comfortably, and hopefully my kids have a safe life, right? You don't expect, people like that to be their role model, right? So now if I have to worry about my kids' safety, I have to stay home. Who is going to pay the tax to support this program? And there are, as all people said here already, we have 3 schools nearby, and we have 1 daycare, and we also have library. So please reconsider your choices. And this happened 5 years ago. I mean, the decision has been already made. I don't know why this happened again. Thank you.
Jean Adams. Jean Adams, go ahead.
Yes, my question was going to be on something totally different, but just listening to this entire meeting and what you're planning on doing with tiny houses in communities where there's all kinds of schools has taken precedent over what I had to say. I am disgusted with it all, and I think it's time that ballots started going out to the people, mail out ballots to have let the people vote, and not just a handful of people in a room. We need to vote on everything first and get some input. You need some input from the people first. Thank you.
Robert Aguirre.
I'm back. I just want to say that, first of all,
I would appreciate it if we went back to calling them unhoused rather than homeless. Shows a lot more respect. I'd also like to see more representation of people with lived experience making more of these decisions. I would also like to thank you and the Housing Department, even though you're not here, for your courage to move forward with finding places for people to live that have no place to live now. I challenge all the people to come here and complain about being a half a mile away from some school or some other park or whatever. You can't find a place in the city that you're not a half a mile away from something. So no matter where you go, this is a NIMBY type of attitude that, oh yes, we want to help the unhoused. We really want to do this for them, but not in my backyard. And I think this is a brave move by the city to move forward. We have been living with this problem for so many years. We had 250 deaths last year. The numbers are growing. Even though we are housing people, we're not housing them quickly enough, and we're not housing enough people. And so any movement that is going towards helping people get off the street is a good movement. And just because you're across the street from an elementary school doesn't mean that you're a criminal.
Dazi Chen. Wait, wait. The person online, please pause. I don't want members of the public yelling at other speakers.
Yeah,
Let
anyone
everybody
who
take their
speaks to
time.
another speaker will be removed.
Yeah, let everybody
immediately.
have their time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. So I live about 10 houses down from the Prospect Avenue location. I've got 3 kids under 6, 2 of whom go to a preschool the other side of the Prospect Avenue location. So if we walk, we walk on Prospect Avenue to get to school. But I'm for this project. I'm 100% for it. There's just no good locations, like the previous speaker said. Everything is next to something, and every location is going to be in someone's backyard, and I welcome it to be in my backyard. Thank you.
Yang Zi.
Yeah, I'm against the building the transition housing besides the Noble Elementary School. There should be a minimum distance between any homeless site and a school, not to mention there are actually 3 schools and daycare. Secondly, I think the policy-making decision is not transparent. Yeah, all my neighbors learned about this last week, and no one from the city ever tried to have a conversation with local residents. Certainly, I think there might be more efficient ways to help the homeless people. Yeah, so for example, the city has been encouraging ADUs. So instead of spending the money on such temporary housing, you can help people to build ADUs to house the people. And they have to kind of provide them to homeless folks. This would be a way more efficient approach. Yeah, thank you.
Sam.
Council member, thank you. Thank you for having me here. While I have you here, I would like to present myself. I'm Sam, and I live close to the proposed site where you're planning to put new tiny homes on Noble. I have a less than a 5-year-old daughter, which is right now. We go out places. It's a nice neighborhood. We walk around the park. There are percolation ponds next to it. It's a beautiful sight to see. Over the period of years, the residents of this place have really made it a good place for people to hang around and stay there. And we would want, honestly, would want some of the people who are, let's call it unhoused, as the other member mentioned, we would want to do something for them. But however, this location seems absolutely and totally a wrong location, because it's just across the street where the children of Noble Elementary are playing day in, day out. And sometimes the gates are also open. Second point, the percolation ponds are just besides it. There is a good chance that probably an unhoused person who just walks out to the night can fall into percolation ponds. There are also, these possibilities are there. There are no convenience stores next to it. You would need at least a bike or at least something to go to the closest place to come.
Timothy, thank you. Next, Timothy Chu.
Hi, my name is Timothy Chu, and I'm a resident in Guangdong. I'm a resident of San Jose, West San Jose, here to talk about the prospect site. My main concern is that why was the public hearing scheduled about 5 to 6 months after the vote if the city council was serious about soliciting neighborhood input? And I would like to echo the concerns about schools, shopping areas, daycares, and so forth. But primarily, my main question is, if the city council was serious about seeking community input, why is the public hearing taking place 5 months after the vote instead of 5 months before the vote? Thank you.
G.
Hi, this is Shi. I'm living in the same area near Noble, and when I look at the site you choose, I'm feel pretty funny because this site is very far from any very like, convenient place. You guys have a car, you can drive to anywhere in several minutes, but for the homeless, how do you expect them to go to the other places? And also, this place is very far away from any police station. If anything happened to the people near that homeless center, how would the police react quickly? And today when I look at your expense, I was shocked how much money you spend on this project as temporary project. So we need to make, when you spend money, please be very transparent to the taxpayers. Thank you.
John, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi, the council. Hi, everybody. I just have the questions. As the city prepares this shelter for the homeless, could you please describe the future residents in these locations? Are they healthy? Are they disease-free? Are they drugs-free? Are they high conscious in hygienes? If they are not, do you think that, do you think that we can be confident to place them in the setting next to the children? Because the location is just right across the street from the schools. That is my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl Guardino.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and members of the council. I'm calling in tonight on a completely different item. This Saturday, July 2nd, we have an opportunity to once again support and celebrate our frontline hospital and healthcare workers through our second annual Stars and Strides community run and walk in Discovery Meadow in downtown San Jose. We'd like to invite all of you to participate as we have a rather audacious goal to raise and donate $350,000 to the VMC Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals, 14 healthcare clinics, and 1 million primarily underserved people throughout our community on an annual basis. We hope you'll consider joining us and signing up, encouraging your communities to do so at starsandstridesrun.com. And I thank you all for your service.
Amadeus. Amadeus, you're still muted. Okay, I'm going to move on to Min Min Lee.
I'm Min Min Lee. Thank you to give me the chance. I want to share a story that actually happened in my hometown. One homeless, he is well educated, looked good manner, but he broke into an elementary school and killed 2 kids. No one expected that will happen, and no one wants this happen. In my hometown, all the campuses are closed and guarded by safety guard. but 2 kids still be killed. I'm not here to say that if the tiny home located in Prospect and the 85 highway will make this happen, but I really be afraid that happen to our kids. I think you, all the board members should have kids in your homes. You both care your kids and also care our kids. So please reconsider the selection of the site. Other reasons I want to say no to the tiny house is just how to use the resource effectively. I understand that there's over.
Blue Hills parent.
Yeah. Hey, Mayor and the council member, thank you for listening to the public opinion. So far, I think the message from the public is loud and clear. Keep the tiny homes away from schools. My husband and we have school-age child belonging to Blue Hill Elementary. We strongly oppose the site near Prospect and 85. The safety and safety and security of our child is our top priority. While we understand the need for more homes and have compassion and empathy for the less fortunate, but please do not make our security and safety of the child as a trade-off. That's a trade-off we cannot make. Thank you.
Amelia? Amelia?
No, I'm fine. I'm just listening. Thank you.
Ken Chan?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Hello, I'm a community member from around the Noble site, and I'm here today to support all of the proposed tiny homes locations because they'll give our residents the benefits of having a space to sleep and to begin work towards permanent homes. The systems we have in place will only help if someone has been unhoused for 18 months. And a lot of our unhoused community members were stably housed at some point, and they have lived in San Jose for so much longer. They've gone to or have children who are still attending our local schools, and they continue to work and shop throughout our city. They've been here and they're our community members. Look, you can't plan for the future if you're dreading your tomorrow. And these homes have the potential to alleviate folks of that stress and to give them the much needed proverbial bootstraps to lift themselves up and to begin work towards finding stable homes. Thank you.
Tina Lamb?
Hi, this is Tina Lam. I'm a resident of San Jose. I want to say that for any kind of development project, it still has to be governed by the general plan and then the CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. And then the Noble site is in violation of both. So the city, even as much as we care about the unhoused and want to do right by them, this is the wrong choice. I want to ask your staff to please fact check it, really pick a different site so that we can really help them instead of embroidering in all these community disputes because simply it's the wrong site.
Haibin Liu?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Haibin. I would like to highlight the impacts of this bigger scope on this site on Noble Avenue. Because first, as many people already pointed out, this site is just a crossroad of an elementary school. So it will impact the parents who is from a bigger school district. They have to send their kids to this school. Second, the site is exactly beside the Dr. Robert Gross ponds. These ponds actually are part of the valley water purification system. The ponds will preserve and filter water that will be later used for drinking by people from the city. So building crowded tiny homes will lead to potential environmental problems like water contamination and pollution. I think this means the site choice also impacts way more people from the city who use the water resource too. So I hope the city mayor and the council will consider fairly and thoroughly about this choice. Thank you.
Build the homes?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come in to say that
someone earlier had said there were already unhoused people in the park. And would you rather have them wandering around with no help or have them in these tiny homes that actually have, support systems and security and guidelines for residency and will give them food and job placement and mental health counseling to keep it more safe for your kids, which is apparently your main concern. So it really doesn't make any sense to reject these houses when the unhoused people are already there. If you haven't had problems yet, you will have even fewer problems with the tiny homes there for them to live in and feel more secure themselves. Thank you.
Junxia Ma.
Hi, thank you for giving me the chance. I echo the safety concern, like building the tiny home against the Nobel Library, because I live in Berryessa area for 10 years in a corner lot. And the recent years, there's a homeless person always wandering on our street. He just release himself in the walkway and leave a lot of trash and take drugs and yelling to the air and scared kids on our street. It's really a safety concern to having the homeless people around the elementary school. For those, I understand. I also welcome the idea, put those homeless people in a residential in a house, but not near the children, because even we care for the homeless, we also need to take care of our kids. Our kids, we shouldn't sacrifice our kids' safety to just solve another problem. We can find a better solution, but
Paul Miyoshi. Paul Miyoshi. Okay, classism is the new racism.
I would like all the people in the chambers to take a look around. 155 of the people who died on the streets last year were people of color. People who died on the streets last year, there were 2 babies. 2 babies have already died on the streets this year. The majority of the people who died on the streets last year, 155 of them were also seniors. So far, the majority of the people who have died on the streets this year are seniors. The majority of the people in the chambers today are seniors, people over 50 years old. When you push projects like this out of areas and make them take longer, you are killing people. There's nothing else you can say except, I don't want somebody here, and in the time it takes to find somebody else, some other place, you are killing people. And I cannot believe that a group of people who are majority people of color are such classist bigots.
Sarah. Sarah?
Hello, this is Sarah. I just want to mention something real quick for this site while I post this site. First of all, the selection of the site shows Asian discrimination. We found that the 2 select sites in residential area both around 90% or 80% Asian population, one in North San Jose, one in West San Jose. It's obvious that our mayor and council members think Asian community is low-key and really does not make waves, so they could just bully us. And another thing is that the current site selection process was done without notifying the local community, so it's a violation of Brown Act. Please check what's the penalties for a violation of the Brown Act. Please Google it, our officials.
Hai Ying.
This is Hai Ying. So I want to say, echo what the previous speaker said. The community, we have, majority of us are Asians. Is it like a discrimination? And also the lady said it's because of the color. That's why we don't support the homeless people or unhoused people. I can tell you that we support the unhoused people, but we also couldn't sacrifice our kids' safety. and I work for have a safe house, for have a safe house, and I work really hard also for my kids' safety. Please reconsider the choice at Noble site. Thank you.
Francisco? Francisco?
Yeah, my name is Francisco Paras, and I also live in the area where the proposed site's going to be built. And I just want to say it's totally inappropriate to put that in your agenda because it's surrounded by schools, library, and children are always present. So hopefully the council and the mayor make a better decision on looking for a better location. Thank you.
Zhao Ji?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello, City Councilor members. I'm Tukey's mom, living in Prospect and 85 Heights at 6. There are 586 members, residents in this area are against the tiny home. The set 6 is not make any sense. It can help 30 and home the person, but will harm all the community, hundreds of families and thousands of people who live in Prospect community. There are at least 40 schools, daycares, and education centers nearby. Besides, 7 libraries, parks, and tennis courts. There are playgrounds for children here. Parents play with their children, exercise, and relax. Please help protect the kids from not suffering from any unnecessary danger. Thank you.
Zhihong?
Hi, my name is Zhihong Huang. I live near the Prospect community. And when I heard the news the last week from Mercury News, I was completely shocked. And how could this decision is made without communicating with our local community? And near the location, there are so many schools and daycares. I sent my son to study near the location, and he sometimes walk around and play, and my kids also walk to school. And by building those buildings, I don't feel safe anymore to have them walk by themselves. And it's threatening to our sense of security to live in this community and the trust to the city councils.
Tony Chow?
Hi, this is Trent, Tony Chow's wife. I grew up in San Jose. I live in a Noble community. And, as part of growing up, I have the privilege to be able to play outside, play on the streets, bike, however, as days go on, how expensive it is to live in this area. The homeless will not go away. It will continue to grow. Please look into that. At the same time, I don't want my kids' privileges to be taken away, the freedom to be able to walk outside, the freedom to go to parks and playground would interfere, and also give them a future view of themselves that, one day they may be able to live in one of those tiny homes and require shelter because of how expensive it is to live here. I will like them to have a future, the kids experience the playfulness that we used to do when we were a kid one time. Please don't take that away from them. Thank you.
Sai?
Hi.
Sai?
Hi, this is Sai. I have concern about tiny homes about closer to Noble Elementary School, which is not the right place to establish. But you people are councillors and city councillor are wasting a lot of time for the other people by putting this one into agenda. It will not go anyhow. It will not happen, and you are wasting the city's money and you are wasting the time of the people, valuable time of the people.
Yu Ho. Okay, Amelia.
Okay, here's what I was hearing through this whole entire session. I understand everybody has a vote. I want to commend the council because they've done an exceptional position tonight doing this special housing event. I want to also irradiate to the, if I need to separate and singular you out, I will. Here's what I'd like to say to the Asian culture in general. Each of us has an opportunity to get things done. We are sending out ballots. We are informing the city. We are telling you to be invited. You made an option not to make that choice. Now we had to vote with you without you 5 years ago. Today we re-voted. Here you are. I've heard several remarks incriminating the homeless. You haven't given them an opportunity. You call them different people, wandering people. You call them homeless people. You've made so many remarks. Let's not do that. I've been beaten by your Asian culture. So let's please be respectful to all culturism.
Michael Chang.
Hi, my name is Michael Chang. I'm a neighbor around Noble. So I understand the concern that people have, and there is a homeless crisis that we are trying to face. But I think this project is not really the right solution that we need to approach right now, mostly because it's really a non-viable site that's being selected. It doesn't address the parking requirement, transit, and it's not near any city services. Overall, if we're trying to help the homeless, this does not help the homeless, and it's going to cause them more harm by separating them from anything that they actually need. So we do need to look at that, and we also have to address the question whether this meets the CEQA requirements. And at this time, this is a developed open space, so it's not going to be an easy site to develop. We need to come to an easier, more proactive solution that's going to use existing sites that would make more sense to house the homeless on existing projects that have housing already instead of on bare ground.
Hai Ying.
Hello, everyone. I think all of us are having a kind heart. We try to be supportive, but as simple as Noble Avenue, it's not a right solution for it. It has been validated 5 years ago, and I don't think we need to validate it again. And there are 3 schools nearby, and there are daycare, and there are lots of seniors. They couldn't even be able to attend this meeting. So please, not only taking care of the unhoused people, also taking care of the community. And I think our councilman, David Cohen already voted no to it. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Adalwa.
Hi, my name is Advaya. I am the resident of Berryessa. I am not being a classist. My only concern is safety. To be frank, the current community that I stay, we have so many thefts every day. We have even complained to the police, but nothing has been taken care. And every day we still have thefts. We have a park that was told that it will be opened in last December, but it is been not opened yet by the city councils because they are planning to come up with another affordable housing community nearby. We have needles and drugs going around, and anytime we give a complaint about this, nothing happens. So my only concern is safety. Who will take guarantee that no drugs or theft will occur, and how can you give us assurance on this one? Thank you.
Zhao.
Hello. First, thank all the people who speak against the tiny home at Noble Elementary. Near Noble Elementary School. I have two kids, 9 years old and 6 years old. Both they attend Noble School, and they enjoy the studying. They're studying their life there. So I cannot imagine if we have a tiny home built there, and how can I I won't be I won't be relieved staying at home and I mean sure and make sure and they are safe at their school near. I mean if they have any chance has to walk near the school to go to some day trip near the park or etc. I will be worried all day and not have any second of relief. So if that happens, I have to say, yeah. Before there's a speaker saying, what about the future for the resident?
Charles G. Also, I do have people who are putting their hands up a second time. If I already called you, I'm not going to call you again. Go ahead, Charles.
All right, thanks. My name is Charles. I'm a resident of Berryessa community. So I live very close to Noble Elementary School. And I have one question and two suggestions to the mayor and the council members. So the question is that the site has been proposed 5 years ago and it was deemed not viable. And so why does it come back again and become one of the top sites in the short list? And my suggestion is that we should look for other locations which can provide better communication, better, easier for them to commute for job and the food, so that they can make their life with respect and dignity. And the second suggestion is that actually 5 years ago,
Jean S.
Hi, so I just want to first say thank you so very much, council members, for allowing us to all come in. I actually disagree with everyone. I am very happy that this, you guys are putting tiny homes in homeless people in house, because, you know, some of these people that are here, they're not putting their feet in homeless people's shoes. You know, there's been a lot of, and you know, the crime doesn't always come from the homelessness. We don't all do drugs. You know, I'm homeless and I don't do drugs. I have never done drugs and I don't even drink. So I think that you guys are doing very, very well. I'm so proud of you guys, and I really hope this. I'm really grateful that you guys put this in passing, and I cannot be honored to be here on this call, and so happy that you guys are actually helping the homeless. So thank you so very much.
Okay, I'm going back to council. A lot of people who already spoke are raising their hands. It looks to me like I've called everybody, so I'm going back to council.
Okay. Well, thanks to all the members of the community who came in person and online to speak. But unfortunately, this is not Chicago. You can only vote once. So we're now supposed to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Is that right?
Yes. So
okay. So everybody, we're adjourning the meeting. We'll come back in 5 minutes to take up the item on the public hearing and local homelessness action plan. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, and that is a special meeting. The special meetings are not required to have open forum, so there is no open forum on